detainees has to start somewhere, and we urge you to have it start with you. So that concludes Rebecca Press's statement. Again, she is a legal director of an organization that provides free legal services to people detained at Hudson County and other ICE detention facilities. I would like to repeat her final points, that people are detained by ICE for one reason, their place of birth. No one should be imprisoned based on their country of birth. ICE is a morally reprehensible institution that subjects people to torture and neglect. Achieving freedom for ICE detainees has to start somewhere, and we urge you to have it start with you. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Taylor Valencia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Taylor Valencia and I live in Weehawken, New Jersey. I will be speaking on behalf of Reverend Thomas Murphy from the Church of St. Paul and Incarnation in Jersey City. Dear Hudson County Freeholders, 2 years ago, I attended several of your meetings when you had the opportunity to hear from many community members on the subject of Hudson County's contract with ICE. It was a time when our federal government was devoting much time and energy pursuing and arresting.
Ms. Valencia, we lost you. Ms. Valencia,
Hello,
you're back.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was horrified that my county was profiting so well from these policies and disappointed that some of our elected officials saw no reason to change our ways. At the heart of Christian ethics is the principle that the end does not justify the means. No doubt, Hudson County has done good with at least some of the money received from ICE, employing people and improving services in our community. However, whatever good that has been achieved and is forever tainted by the fear and suffering of our neighbors. I live near Lincoln Park and enjoy it very much, but I can't help but look at its new amenities and think about the high moral price we have paid for such nice things. While we may hope that the incoming new administration will implement more humane immigration policies, the time is now for Hudson County to end its relationship with ICE for the well-being of some of the most vulnerable people among us and for our own moral and ethical standing. I urge you to end this contract. Sincerely, the Reverend Thomas Murphy. I'd like to continue and make a comment as myself to Freeholder Caridad Rodriguez. Freeholder Rodriguez, I reside in your district and I do not understand why you are voting for a renewal of this contract. You are a Cuban immigrant, and like many Cuban immigrants, you benefited from the 1966 Cuban Adjustment Act, which allowed Cubans to become green card holders after physically being present in the United States for at least 1 year. This is a privilege not awarded to immigrants today. You are part of one of the most privileged immigrant groups in the US. How can you state that immigrants should come here the right way when your immigration journey has always been favored in US policy? You and many others have enjoyed preferential treatment in the United States since the 1960s and were given a direct and swift path to legal permanent residence simply for coming here before tighter immigration policy was written. People entering the US today are fleeing war, persecution, economic turmoil, and so on. I'd like to remind you that you did not come here the right way. You simply got lucky. I urge you to do the immigrants of Hudson County justice as the first Cuban American female to be a freeholder and vote no on the ICE contract renewal. I yield my time. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And I don't need to defend my fellow freeholder, but this is not about my fellow freeholder's way or her family's way through the immigration process. This is a very specific resolution we're voting on about a very specific contract. So in fairness to my fellow freeholder, I don't think the weight of this resolution should be placed on her shoulders. This is not her problem. This is our problem. This is a decision we have to make, a very specific contract. And I'm offended by the speaker's focus on a fellow freeholder on a personal level. I think it's inappropriate. I'm sorry, and the speaker can yell at me all she wants, but that's my feeling.
Chair, I'll
Next.
respond to that.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, Freeholder Cifelli, for your support and your friendship or your sincere words. I came to this country fleeing from communism. I remember it today as if it was yesterday, and it's now 60 years. I don't want to compare my case to the case of these detainees today, but in the horror of having to leave my country back then was a blessing that this country, this county embraced me and my family and gave us an opportunity to live, prosper, educate ourselves, and serve the community as I feel that I'm doing. I think that everyone that wants to come here should come here under the right conditions. Their problem is not their conditions are not mine. I understand that. Nonetheless, there has to be law and order, because no one here has mentioned instances of documented people having committed any crimes. They're all saints and they're all persecuted. Now, we took it under our wings to protect these people, to house them, to give them medical attention, to nurture them, to have their family visit them and be in contact with them. How are we to let them fly into the unknown without knowing what's going to happen to them? Then all we've done is for nothing. We have done nothing for them. And that is a responsibility on our part. And yes, I vote for the ICE contract because I don't know how much better it will be for them somewhere else. And we have a new president elect. We will have a new president. Who knows what the new policy will be? Hopefully it'll be a lot better for them, for us, for you guys speaking here tonight. I really credit you, all of you, to stand for these people and advocate for them. But that has nothing to do with the fact that ICE has to stay in place so that we can function. We cannot lose these people into the street not knowing who they are and what they're about to do. There has to be order. There has to be law abiding people. They can prosper and live here like all of us have done. This is a country of immigrants. And I have never heard this county, this country being trashed as I have tonight. And it's sad and embarrassing. And I apologize. I've been holding my tongue the whole night. But you guys went to school just to prepare yourselves for tonight, right? To get this rhetoric of, I don't know, I really, because you probably don't even know these people, most of you. And you're here on a dream, you're here on an idea. You're idealist, but it is not reality. Reality is we are responsible for these detainees, and we will continue to be responsible for them, whether you like it or not, or whether you consider that we've done a good job or not. I'm sorry to say that.
1 second.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, 1 second. I just have to say one comment. I think 99% of the speakers today spoke from written statements. My kudos to my colleague that just spoke from the heart. De tu corazón. And my respect for you just continues to grow. You have been a mentor to me. And when a person speaks from the heart, that really, really touches. And for Freeholder Cifelli for also standing up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Freeholder. Thank you, Freeholder Rodriguez.
Next speaker, Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Andre Beresford.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, so I'm Andre Beresford Berger.
you have to speak up, Mr. Beresford.
I'm Andre Berger. I organize with Closa Camps New York City and New York City Ice Watch, but I'm a resident of New Jersey. So you've heard dozens of people testify today about the myriad of reasons why you should end this contract. I'm just asking you, please don't delude yourselves into thinking that collaborating with ICE is somehow in the interest of the people targeted by ICE. The testimony you've heard today from people who've been detained by ICE and from their legal representatives should convince you otherwise. When the ICE contract with Passaic County ended in 2005, a number of people were either released or were transferred to local jails, which then prompted those jails to release people to make room for transfers. And meanwhile, your contract with ICE has resulted in countless transfers.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Beresford, you still there?
Am I cut off or did I?
No, you're there, Freeholder.
All right.
Mr. Beresford, you still there?
Thanks.
We'll go to the next speaker, Israel Sanchez.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. I'm here. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Thank you. So my name is Israel. I'm actually an organizer from New York. I work for an organization called the New York State Youth Leadership Council. I just want to quickly mention and thank everyone who's spoken before me. I know that someone mentioned that these are written statements, but that doesn't mean they're not sincere. That doesn't mean it doesn't come from a place of care and true importance. It's just we wanted to be prepared and make sure we cover all points. I want to quickly read the statement from Reverend Micah Busi. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing his name. He is a multi-faith organizer, a part of the New Sanctuary Coalition, and a minister at the Judson Memorial Church. As the multi-faith organizer for New York City's New Sanctuary Coalition, I see firsthand and daily how the cruel actions of ICE and the dehumanizing confines of detention abuse our immigrant neighbors in horrifying ways. The fact that this behavior also makes money for many involved only adds another egregious layer. I urge Hudson County Freeholders to sever their ties with Hudson County Detention Center and to stop making money through human suffering. Every major faith tradition implores us to welcome immigrants with open arms, and I believe that this is no overstatement to say that through continued collaboration with ICE, Hudson County Freeholders are risking their very souls. They can and must turn back now. Obviously, people have mentioned before earlier today, this is now me speaking, the cell conditions in these detention centers are horrible. People are experiencing pain and trauma that will stay for them for the rest of their lives. It is the sort of thing that is unimaginable to have to live through. Speaking to some of my colleagues and seeing them relive some of these past traumas, truly has hurt me personally as an immigrant myself. I invite the freeholders to be able to imagine a different type of society. Remember that the conditions of immigration, whether it's done through the correct manner as people have tried to suggest before or not, is just a matter of construct. It is only not allowed because we don't allow it. Similar centers have been closed before. ICE is not a natural part of society and is a very recent creation and an agency that continues to terrorize communities. There have been numerous reasons mentioned earlier today to end this contract, many which on their own are more than enough in my opinion. I hope you can all land on the right side of this before more people continue to be hurt. It is really not that hard to see what the consequences of this contract will be. And I think you can all understand the severity and how important this is, as many of us have stayed on this call for all these hours with you because we want to put in our 2 cents. I really hope that we can all see the kind of damage that these people are going through and that we can make the right decision. And I yield my time and I look forward to hearing everyone else.
Next speaker is Bradley London.
Hi there, hope you can hear me. My name is Bradley London and I'm a 10-year resident of Hoboken. I'll try to be brief. I raise my voice in the chorus of those that oppose the renewal of the ICE contract. And what I just, want to share with you is that, as I participate today, I see and I hear a lot of diversity. And I think that diversity in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty makes us strong. We are very lucky to be here and to have each other to work with and learn from in a respectful manner. And so I only attribute good motives, but I understand that we are the product of our experiences. And when I was a boy, I looked up at, my elders, and I thought that they were full of wisdom. I got to be a young man, and I realized that my elders had more experiences, but it didn't automatically bestow wisdom upon them. I think that where we are today are, a situation that profiles and courage are lacking. And so to me, this is not about 70 or 83 or 94 people that are in a building. Those people will be in another building or wear an ankle bracelet or any number of things that with the technology and all continues to go on. This is, to the point that so many have made, who we are, what we want to be. And I think that a voice that stands up and says that they are going to be courageous because it's the way that we want to move as a society. I've recently been reading Angela Davis, Are Prisons Obsolete? And, I wasn't 2 chapters in, and I was just so sad that it was written 17 years ago and not yesterday. And so, yeah, we can keep going at the pace that we can be, where we can find ourselves to feel like 7 hours on a Zoom is nothing, because what matters is, what we do with when it's hard. This 7-hour Zoom and any other hard decisions we have to make pale in comparison to the damage wrought on families and communities when people are in prison. So thank you to the lawyers and to the doctors and to those who have spoken before me. And thank you also to the council.
Next speaker is Dan Kim.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Hello, commissioners. My name is Daniel Kim, and I'm here to speak against the ICE contract. Like many others, I'm the child of immigrants, and I'm also a law student and advocate with the New York University School of Law Immigrant Rights Clinic. Similar to what so many folks have already said and spoken about today, our team also contributed by recently publishing a report calling for the end of the ICE contract at the Hudson County Jail. You can read the report online, and I believe we've also shared it with the commissioners. But in that report, we lay out the many reasons for ending the ICE contract and the ways to do so responsibly, as so many folks, including Alina Das, have spoke to so eloquently before me. Beyond that, we believe that any cage for human beings is categorically wrong. It is also obviously wrong to do so in the name of profit. County dollars should not be spent on cages, but rather on communities. Moreover, prisons, jails, and ICE are anti-immigrant, anti-Black, and they tear families apart, our families. As such, now is the time for Hudson County to stick with the promise it made in 2018 and end its ICE contract, because to do otherwise allows ICE to continue its operations in the New York and New Jersey areas, attacking, arresting, and incarcerating our neighbors, our friends, and our families, putting them in danger and in detention, which you claim to oppose as well, and yet are willing to renew a contract that allows ICE to continue that exact practice. Furthermore, voting to end the ICE contract now means that people will be freed, and advocates, attorneys, and family members will have the opportunity to work with them as they are released. As we have seen in the past here and in California, we can end ICE detention and we can all work together to ensure that everyone is released or accounted for, though we affirm that everyone should be released, full stop. And again, to claim that you are concerned about the well-being of people who are currently in cages in order to justify keeping those people in cages is frankly astounding. If you really care for their well-being, you would end the contract and work with advocates, attorneys, and family members to facilitate the release of those people currently detained by ICE, while ensuring no additional people are detained in your jail under your watch. Additionally, there is currently a notably low number of people detained by ICE at Hudson County Jail. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated what we already know, that caging human beings is not only morally reprehensible, but also incredibly unsafe for the people who are caged and subjected to such inhumane treatment. This is exemplified by the fact that so many people have engaged in hunger strikes in prisons and jails across the country, including at Bergen County Jail, to protest the deplorable conditions under which they are detained, exposed to COVID, medically neglected, and in many instances lead to preventable deaths. In fact, the situation has been so dire that numerous people filed federal lawsuits and were subsequently released from ICE detention, specifically at Hudson County Jail and others, because of the medical risks related to COVID. A renewal of the ICE contract would signify a renewed commitment by the Hudson County Commissioners to look the other way from all of this, while attempting to profit off of the caging of human beings. Given what we've heard from so many folks today, it is clear that the community opposes the ICE contract. We are watching, we are speaking, and we demand to be heard. End the ICE contract and free them all. Thank you. I also wanted to note before I yield my time that there may be some disorder in the order in which people are going, but if you could perhaps put Dr. I'm sorry, I'm looking really quick.
Unfortunately, you don't make the order of the speakers, so.
But Dr. Alan Keller would
But
perhaps.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak one moment about the last speaker?
Is this 5 minutes up, Mr. Clerk?
His 5 minutes is not up yet.
He still got the floor for you on this, Valley, unless he's yielded his time.
I'll wait until I know that I'm entitled to speak.
Sir, are you done?
Yes, I yield my time.
Are you done? Al, shut him off, please, and Mr. Cifelli?
Mr. Kim, is it? K-I-M? Mr. Kim?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Kim, I appreciate your passion, and although you're going to an inferior law school as opposed to Rutgers. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist, Mr. Kim. I apologize, but seriously, I appreciate everything you've said, but where do you think these folks are going to go if we close the door? Do you think that I'm asking? I'm not trying to be adversarial. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Where do you think they will go if we open up the doors tomorrow? Do you think they're going to go home to their lawyers and their families? Where do you think they're going to go?
Two things. First, as we've spoken about before, we're more than happy to refer you to the report, which is 18 pages that we sent to you if you have had a chance to read it. Second, in specifically to respond to what you're saying, the manner in which those folks will be released is something that we must work together on. And we also want to note that when the ICE contract with Passaic County ended in 2005, many people were either released or transferred to local jails here in the city, which prompted those jails to release people.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to please be brief for your comments.
Can I, Mr. Chairman.
He is answering, but he's just be brief, please.
But Mr. Chairman, let him finish.
It's a one-sentence question.
Kim, will you let him finish so I can answer him? Go ahead. Or ask
I
him
just
a
want him to be
question.
brief.
Okay.
So I'm specifically referring to what has happened in New Jersey in the past, first of all, to note that folks are either being released or transferred locally, though we would argue that those folks are being released or should be released as well. Also want to note that at least in recent data, 87% of transfers by ICE from Hudson County were to locations in the same region.
That's it.
Okay. No, I'm thankful that you answered it. But my question is, have you talked to any of the individuals that are being held in Hudson County?
Mr. Cifelli, I would refer you to the survey responses and the other organizations that are speaking.
He's saying no.
And then, well, no, don't put words in his mouth. I understand what he said. But the other thing is, you're aware of the November 17th, 2020 letter from the advocates.
I'm aware.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. And I wish you luck in your legal career.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Clark.
Next speaker is identified as first-year programs. So I don't know if this is another student.
Hi, yes, that's actually my work account. I'm sorry about that. Hi, my name is Gabriela. I am the education manager at New York State Youth Leadership Council, the first undocumented youth-led organization in New York. And I have lived in New Jersey since I was 10 years old. I'm speaking to voice my concern on the ICE contract. But before I continue, I want to thank everyone who showed up today to speak against the ICE contract. I know some had to take time off from work and change their schedule to make today due to the inconvenient time change. Hearing all of you speak against the contract.
It's 7:30. What's so inconvenient? Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hearing all of you speak against this contract makes me feel hopeful as an immigrant myself, who can be in a detention center as well. As a young DACA recipient, nothing is certain. I currently have some privilege and safety, But my biggest fear continues to be what if? Not even what if I get deported, but what if I get stuck in a detention center like the one in Hudson County that's only a couple minutes away from where I live? This thought may seem silly for some of you freeholders that do not live in the constant fear of this, or in immigrant communities, which Hudson County is made up of. As we heard before, and what people have been saying, immigrants become detainees in horrible conditions and have their human rights violated, sometimes simply because they do not have the pathway to the quote-unquote right documents. The undocumented youth who I work with are so smart and resilient, but just like me, they also have these fears or are already living through the detrimental effects of this insidious ICE machine that separates youth from their parents or even cages them. We know the trauma that our loved ones live through while being detained in these cages. And contrary to what was just said, I do know a handful of folks that were in detention centers, including a 16-year-old that was just released 1 month ago from Texas Detention Center and is currently under our wing here in New Jersey. So keep laughing at me if you like to. The folks I know, because they are family, co-workers, and community members, suffer from sexual harassment, malnutrition, medical malpractice, and general human mistreatment. And they all had their human rights violated at some capacity in an ICE detention center. I don't think any of you will ever understand what it is to speak on this and be directly impacted by it. You literally relive the trauma, hence why a lot of detainees who have suffered because of ICE may not want to speak, and that's why I'm here, and that's why we are here. And please do not ask if they were detained in the Hudson County Detention Center as you did in the last meeting, because at the end of the day, they're detained by ICE, a department that was that cages, loses, and traffics and kills children, a department that has only been in existence for only 17 years, and a department that is constantly under investigation for human rights violations. Is this what you want in your backyard? Is this what we want in New Jersey? Is this the message you want to send to your constituents and to the youth in New Jersey, that you support ICE and family separation? Some of you want to continue working with ICE. And for what? To make money out of the continual pain of people? If today morality isn't a reason enough for you to vote against the continuation of this contract, I ask that you push back your vote on this matter so that the needed information and details is considered, and so that more community members are aware of what's happening and can voice their concerns. I had no clue how many detention centers I live close to, and it's honestly disgusting and frightening. I've been here all day, as most of you have, which is why I said thank you to folks that took the day off, because I've been here since even before 1 p.m. I was here at 12:59. I've been here all day.
Mr. Chairman.
And a concern I keep hearing about the estimated is the estimated 93 folks currently detained and what would happen to them. I would like to remind you that transfers are still happening regardless. The contract itself has resulted in the countless transfers. Additionally, the existence of the contract worsens the COVID-19 pandemic by allowing ICE to transfer people to and from all over the place. If you were truly concerned about the people inside the detention center, you would vote no to this contract and work with legal groups, faith-based groups, and immigrant rights groups, and youth like myself to make the release of the estimated 93 detainees inside Hudson County Detention Center possible. You currently have the power. You have the power to make a meaningful change. So again, please vote against this contract for immigrants in your county, in your state, and for immigrants in ICE custody right now. Thank you. I yield my time.
Mr. Chairman, Cifelli, and I want to thank the speaker for her comments. And I don't think any of us take lightly the predicament of the detainees. And I think many of us have taken seriously the input from the attorneys for the 70, 80, I know the number fluctuates day to day, detainees. So I appreciate her passion, and I want to tell her that whatever the vote is going to be it's been with a very well considered aspect. So again, I appreciate her passion and her empathy for people that are in the position today and people that were in her position in life. And that's all I can say. I feel her angst, but okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to go on. I want to emphasize to her that if she thought that our attitude was cavalier, that was a mistaken impression.
Thank you, Freeholder. Go ahead, Mr.
Next
Clark.
speaker is Caitlin Sherman. Sherman.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me? All right. This is going to be that was a tough one to follow, but I'd like to start by thanking you all for taking your time to listen to all this public testimony that is so incredibly moving. I gather that many of you would rather not be here sitting through all of this, and I'd like to
say that, Ms. Sherman.
Oh, well, not all of you, but some of you, I get the impression that you'd rather not.
Speak for yourself.
Okay. But I would just like to say, honestly, I feel the same way. This is a huge waste of time and energy and emotion for everyone involved. And if you just vote no on this contract, we could all go back to our lives and you could go back to having meetings that take 40 minutes instead of all day. Personally, I'd much rather be using my time working with my group NJO8 for Progress, which is helping to fight against Republicans in Georgia so that Democrats can take control of the United States Senate. But instead, I'm forced to use my time and energy to fight against Democrats here in Hudson County, New Jersey.
That's why Democrats are losing. Go ahead.
Okay, I beg to differ, but we could talk about that
talk
later.
for another day.
All right, yeah, please stop interrupting me. Instead, I am forced to use my time and energy to fight against Democrats here in Hudson County, New Jersey, one of the most diverse and bluest counties in one of the most diverse and bluest states in the country. What is the point of electing Democrats if you're going to act like Republicans? Because you're sounding a lot like the Republicans in the Senate, claiming the logic behind their refusal to hold hearings for Merrick Garland magically didn't apply anymore after the death of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It's rank hypocrisy. I've heard some of you brag in previous meetings about the margins by which you just won your elections, but I will remind you that people voted for you based on your statements that this contract would be ended, and that now that your elections are over, you're breaking your word if you vote to approve this contract. You will be proving yourselves untrustworthy, and you should be ashamed. You should also be ashamed to hold this vote in the middle of the day. I realize it's now later, but at a time that many people could not attend, you cut off the comment period when many people were still at work, and it's immediately before a holiday. Just because this meeting has been scheduled for a year doesn't mean that you needed to hold this critical vote on this specific day. My own freeholder just gave an impassioned speech about law and order, but I'd like to remind her that immigration is a civil matter, not criminal, and many of these people are literally not criminals. Yes, my remarks are written, but I wanted to be able to fit all my comments in the time limit. And no, I did not go to school for this, but yes, I am idealistic and I want to fight for a world better than the one we live in now. That doesn't mean I hate our county. To the contrary, I want our home to be better because I love it. I understand that some of you have concerns about what might happen to the people who are currently detained in our jail if we end the contract, but I'd like to point out that you've been given 2 years to phase out the current contract. So if you'd followed through on that promise, there could be 0 or maybe just a few people detained in the jail now instead of several dozen. It is disingenuous for you to have promised to end the contract responsibly, and then when you fail to do so, that for reasons that are unclear, claim that you simply must continue the contract further because you didn't end it when you said you would. As Freeholder O'Day said earlier, the county could simply stop taking new people. It's frankly kind of mind-blowing that you're all just realizing this now as opposed to 2 years ago, but better late than never, I guess. I'd also like to point out that ICE already moves people between facilities at will and with little to no warning. So if you're concerned about people being transferred away from our jail, that could already happen at any time. We've heard a lot of hypotheticals tonight about what might happen if we end the contract, which again, you did all promise to do 2 years ago, but there are some actual examples you could look at. Other counties in New Jersey, as previous commenters have said, have ended their own contracts. So what happens there? Were detained people transferred? Were they released? You could look at these cases and do some research. It's alarming and disturbing that you don't have any answers to these questions that you yourselves keep raising, when again, you've had 2 years to figure this out. Get our county out of the detention business. I think it's pretty clear that this is what your constituents unanimously want you to do, and a reminder that you are elected to work for us. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nicole Kenneth. Ms. Kenneth.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nicole. I am a Bayonne resident, community organizer, also previous teacher at Bayonne and Jersey City Public Schools. Is Bayonne County Freeholder Kenneth Kopacz still on the line?
Yes, he is. He's here.
Okay, hi. So, hi. I went to Henry Harris, and I know you taught there. I also taught there with like Eric and Tim. I had Miss McLaughlin. You taught my younger sister in 5th grade, and we're an immigrant family. And I know that to be a Bayonne teacher means immigrant issues are your issues too. So I was really surprised and disappointed to hear your claim that people in Bayonne don't care, because that's really dangerous and unfair to assume. You're speaking for people who weren't even given a chance to speak. Did you ask us? Did you poll or talk to our families? Did you make this contract renewal information accessible to Bayonne workers, teachers, families? I only found out about this from Instagram and like community organizers Monday, which was yesterday. And we, as you know, like Bayonne is made of schools, families, and teachers. That's the meat of it. You know, it's not because teachers and families don't care, because Bayonne is an immigrant community. So that's impossible. We know that teachers are teaching in a pandemic and they're busy taking care of everyone else's kids. So if they can't make it today, it's because they're teaching in a pandemic and not because we don't care. And politics isn't accessible anyway because everyone's working. And I have seen myself as a teacher, the ramifications in the classroom when kids are acting out and they can't focus. And I've had 8th grade students breaking down when Trump announced the border wall, and they're afraid of their families getting deported instead of being able to focus on learning. So it blows my mind, and I can't believe that the adults with paid salaries who are responsible for protecting our kids could possibly think of even voting against them and voting against our families. And I really want you to think about your years of teaching at Henry Harris, teaching you and my sister, like, what do those years mean if you vote against your own community? So please think about who you're really serving and who you really want to serve. And please stand with Bayonne families and immigrant families and vote no. I also want to read a statement from someone who was detained at Hudson County Jail twice, including during the pandemic. I was once detained by ICE for 11 months, and that horrific experience as an openly LGBT has impacted my life tremendously, to where recovering from the trauma of being sexually abused seemed impossible. Detaining LGBTs should end. This contract must be terminated for the sake of the many LGBTs whose lives are at risk every day and don't know how or who to ask for help. I fear for their safety because I have been there before. It's not a healthy environment to be in. It wasn't a safe environment when even the person whom I reported the abuse to put my life in greater risk when he assessed me on the table inside my housing unit with the people who damaged me. I have good relationships with some officers at Hudson County, but they still discriminated against me for being LGBT and gave me rules that only applies to me. There was also a time when I was sick and requested for hot water, was denied because of the lockdown. As a protest, I splashed water underneath my door to get the attention from the officer and put me locked up. As I was walking while being handcuffed to the restricted housing unit, I told one of the sergeants that I was only asking for water because I have a pain in my stomach but was denied. Then I said inmates' rights is human rights. Then the sergeant said, fuck your rights. That's the end of the statement. So clearly the county is failing its community by focusing on ICE contracts and detention as a way to protect detainees. It's not true. Instead, you need to care for the community members and the houseless and trust the community groups who showed up today and said that they would support. I'm pretty sure it's your responsibility to create, fund, and support resources already existing, and there are people ready to support the 78 or so detainees. Speakers keep getting asked where the detainees will go, and groups have already spoken up, ready to support, which is great. But it's ultimately your responsibility, not ours. So stop putting it on our shoulders. You're clearly not going to do anything, though, so we have to. And I really need some of you to be more professional and not be assholes to DACA recipients and the public, because that's not cool. You did schedule a meeting at an inconvenient time in the middle of the workday, and I've been on here since 1 p.m. I want you all to imagine if we took a trip this weekend to Hudson County Jail, or to the border, or the very countries where families are forced to migrate. If we put our physical bodies in those environments, integrated and lived with those families, that's over the weekend. And then we come back here to our comfortable lives in Hudson County on Monday. How would you live your
Hi,
life?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I-
Next speaker.
Next speaker is, the name is Ming. Please state your full name.
All right, my name is Ming Jia. I'm from Central Jersey, born and raised. Alrighty, I had a number of inflamed, angry comments I wanted to get through, but at this point, 7 hours into the day, I'm exhausted. Wow. I mean, we didn't have, whatever. All right. What we see looking at ICE is the underbelly of liberalism, fascism, making its aims and ends clear. The continuation, as previous brave members of the public have made clear, of these Nazist techniques of extracting profit from the suffering, incarceration, and internment of living human beings. To make clear, the migrants, the Black and Indigenous peoples being tortured, every single person from a country in the global South subject to colonialism being forced to migrate because their governments get collapsed due to US intervention as they come up here from the... And as they're forced to the whims of whoever they get caught up by it, whatever ruling class they're then subject to, they're all people. They're all people who were born and lived in a world that promised them that they were human beings, that they were worthy of life, liberty, and the right to live in freedom and protected by law. We keep talking about law and order as these people are subject to human. Let's not even pretend that like human rights violations aren't already legal. And today we discuss how much profit to take to perpetuate these systems by leaving these people to die in disease-ridden cages piled up on each other. The question has repeatedly been asked, what are we going to do if we close the doors of the internment center? That is going to end up being the community's issue to make sure they have a home. And obviously it's not going to be a fairy tale ending and it's going to be extremely rocky, but acting as if the choices of internment, torture, or humiliation are ideal choices for the well-being of these people is an insult to them. Come on. It already should be the prerogative of local government to be ensuring they have care outside of boxes of torture. But if they aren't, then why would they care about the detainees otherwise? They're already in a situation where they're being tortured and could be transported out at any moment. It's going to be the community who's already been doing the work, the people who do the mutual aid and who keep in contact and build up networks who have been doing it the whole last for decades and decades and decades. We're the ones who are going to be making sure they're all right. And that's fine. We're ready to do that. For the board that's busy entertaining, whether we should leave them caged or not, I don't even know what to say. Obviously, their well-being isn't at mind here. So let's not pretend that that's the issue. They'd be released to the community and we take care of them. The coexistence of the so-called decorum and order of this meeting with the reality of the violence heaped in unimaginable amounts onto the interned peoples of the ICE concentration camps is proof enough of the invirility of liberalism and its utter inability to stand up, let alone fight and defeat fascism. And the working people so impacted by these votes are obviously unable to participate when we're scheduling it at 1 p.m. That's why it's going on till 8 p.m. because we know that you didn't want us to speak. You know, we know that you wanted to shut up working people. So they're going to come up and they're going to be only louder, and we're gonna keep showing up. We'll have as many 7-hour meetings as y'all want. Trust me, we'll just show up bigger. I had to discover and hop onto this call to try and voice the opinion of a human being with a basic moral compass from an Instagram post to make the point that making money off of human beings and their suffering is a bad thing to do. Can I get a time check?
What?
Can I get a time
How
check?
much time left, Al?
You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay.
I normally don't address council members directly, as I am beyond jaded with this framework of citizens having to fight to not be consumed by fascism and having to beg for hours to see even the glimmer of hope for any possibility of change. But I am here asking you, I mean, obviously this isn't being taken seriously. I don't even know, like, why waste my breath? So why even bother? Y'all made your decision. I wrote a whole thing about how I'm a child of Chinese immigrants and how I want you to think about, yeah. What's even the point of writing this crap or participating if the choice already made, if you're laughing at me as I'm speaking? Like, what do you want the citizens to do with that? What message does that send to your constituency? You wanted me to speak from the heart. I am happy to speak from the heart, trying to appeal to your American values of diversity that you want. Christ, you lie to all these. How the hell do I need to sleep with yourselves at night? I yield my time, not wasting it anymore.
Next speaker is Ron Batista.
For the record, I didn't see one person laugh. Okay, so put that on the record. There's nobody laughing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Batista, Ron Batista.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, well, my name is Ron Bautista. I live in Hoboken. I've been living here for 21 years. I spoke last meeting, and I was undocumented for 11 years. And, you know, there was a comment earlier from a freeholder that, you know, whether or not we went to school for a day like this. Well, you know, I actually graduated from Hudson County Community College, and I sure learned a lot and enough principles also so to come here tonight and speak up for those who can't, for the people who have to need a translator in order to speak up in these meetings, to come and join at 1 p.m. in order to voice their concerns and say, please vote no on renewing the ICE contract. You know, I went to HCU. I graduated from there. I'm getting a master's from George Washington University. And I've been a US citizen for 4 years. But that couldn't have been possible if I didn't have that pathway to citizenship. And I was lucky enough to do that. But I also want other people to have that opportunity. And as I said in the last meeting, my dad, that was his biggest fear. His biggest fear was being thrown in jail before going to and being deported to Ecuador. And there's other people that, you know, their fear is even bigger, that if they return to the country of origin, their lives are at stake, their livelihoods, and their families that depend on them. Nobody leaves their country of origin, their home, just because. You need a really strong reason to leave your home country. And then a really strong reason to come to the United States, come to Hudson County or New York or wherever these detainees come from, and make it their home. And I don't appreciate, you know, for example, the references of what crimes were committed by the current detainees that I saw in the memo earlier today. I think that we dismiss cases like Edison Barros late in 2018. And he actually, you know, he wasn't even able to say goodbye to his family before he was sent to a camp outside of the Hudson County Jail. So again, I'm just adding to, you know, things that you already have heard all day, and this is not the first time. You heard it from lawyers over and over again, the reasons why we should not sign the contract for renewal. You've heard it from detainees that went through it in this detention center. Like, what else do you want to hear in order for you to vote no? You had 2 years. That was a 2-year process, supposedly, that was going to take place in order to phase out this contract. Don't say that it's because of the detainees, because it's not. It's all because of the finances, and the people who have supported it in the past have said that that's the reason why. So I ask you to look into, I don't know what you have in you, to think about this contract and say no to it and not renew it. I really don't know what else people have to say. How many organizations have to sign up to ask you for this? How many elected officials have to voice these concerns? How many Hoboken, for example, committee people from the Democratic Party have to sign a letter in order to ask you to vote against this contract? how many studies we have to show in order for you to see what the pathway is out, in order for you to vote the right way. Just because Trump is going to be out of office doesn't mean this is over. That fear that I told you about my parents being undocumented and myself being undocumented and having that fear, that happened under Bush. That happened under Obama. So don't think for a second that this is over after this president's term ends. And yes, we do have to speak up at this meeting to fellow Democrats, because this topic should not be a fight, but it is. And I hope that you listen to the many speakers that have come here today, because time is not like something easy to come by. I have a 2-year-old daughter I have to take care of. I have the blessing that I'm able to work from home. And there's some other people that have to take out from the day in order to do it. And then to cut off the timing of how many people can join at 5:30, saying already like there's a cap.
Time, Mr. Chair.
Like,
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next
Thank
speaker
you.
is Julianne Watson. Ms. Watson, you're self-mute.
This is Alana, but you unmuted me. I'm not sure if you read the wrong name.
No, it's Juliana Watson. That's the person I'm trying to unmute here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that, technical difficulties. Hi, I'm Julianne Watson. I'm not going to read a prepared speech, and I ask that you kindly don't interrupt me while my time is still going. I'm here to reiterate the many comments that have come through today about not renewing the ICE contract. And I can see that you're all obviously frustrated and angry between all the side conversations earlier today, the multitasking. Most of you have been muted for most of this conversation, the abrupt yelling outbursts, and often interrupting the public comments. And Cifelli, I did see you laughing at Ming before. I thought that was very rude.
I'm sorry, I wasn't, were you speaking when I was?
You said don't interrupt her. You said don't interrupt her.
I'm sorry. You're right. I don't want to compound the allegation. Go ahead.
Don't interrupt her.
Quite frankly, we are all here because we're frustrated and we're angry. You promised to solve this problem in 2018, and like we're here again out of nowhere. We all found out about this within the last couple of days, not through you, but through our organization, through Instagram, through all these other things. And you have over 100 people that came out today, and that's just people who are able to take time out of their workday and advocate for the hundreds of others who don't have the privilege to attend this themselves. You know, there'd probably be even more people if it wasn't the Tuesday right before Thanksgiving. And quite frankly, frustrated and angry doesn't even begin to cover how I'm feeling right now. I am completely disheartened. I am appalled at your lack of empathy, and I am extremely disappointed. And clearly it doesn't matter what anyone says at this point, because a few of you have already made your minds up. So in lieu of this, I encourage you to remember that you are all elected officials. You are here to do a job for us. Your job is to listen to your constituents, because we are the ones who vote you in, and you're supposed to represent us. So trust me, your constituents are listening to everything. The 8 hours we've been on, however many hours we've been on, we are listening to every single word, and we are watching how you vote, because we will be there in the next election in 2023, and maybe some of you won't be running unopposed. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Some of us will be running.
Can I
Next speaker is,
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm just sorry. I just want a clarification. The last speaker, why do you think I was laughing at you when you were speaking?
No, when Ming was speaking and he was being very passionate, and I applaud him for, or whoever that was, for their passion, and you just sat back and you were chuckling to yourself, and it's on tape. Like, this whole meeting's recorded, you know.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand. Okay.
That's all I was saying.
No, that's fine. I just thought you thought I was laughing at you.
No.
I wasn't laughing at all, but I didn't want you to think I was laughing at you specifically. I wasn't laughing at anybody, but go ahead.
Your actions right now and throughout this meeting are clear enough, and we're watching. Thank you.
Wait, whoa. You don't think I was participating in a meaningful way in the meeting?
All I'm saying is there are a lot of people that have been watching this meeting since 1 p.m. and we're all your constituents. You know, we are watching and we are organizing.
Well, I'm sure. No, and I am hopeful that my constituents have been watching, because do you not think I was participating in a meaningful sincere way in this meeting? Is that what you're telling my constituents?
I mean, did anything change your mind that you've heard in this dialogue? You were
That's
sitting
not the
there.
question. No, excuse me, ma'am. That's not my question. My question is to you. Do you think that anything that I said by way of participation was either A, insincere, derogatory, or otherwise that would have led my constituents to think that I was not properly representing them in this? That may be, and you may disagree with whatever I decide, but do you think that I was somehow not attentive to this meeting?
You're obviously attentive, but that's not what I'm saying. You are
I know you're not saying that, but well, then your answer is no.
I don't need this. See, even this right now is just clear evidence on how rude this whole situation has been.
Yeah.
So I don't need, we're wasting other people's time. You know, my time's up.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, next speaker, please. Talk about rude.
Elena HF.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Alana. I'm a resident of Weehawken. Like many others here today, I want to urge the freeholders to vote no on the bed contract renewal. I believe that all human beings deserve to live with dignity and that ICE makes that impossible. This isn't rhetoric. I used to observe immigration hearings. And I would listen to the stories of people who ICE was targeting. These are people who have undergone severe trauma, people who are fleeing from gang violence and threats to their children's lives. And detaining these individuals introduces more trauma by placing them in facilities away from their families where they can't get the medical care or psychological support they need. A vote to renew the contract means a vote to continue introducing more trauma and harm to people who have already undergone severe trauma and who need respite, care, and compassion. In my opinion, that's the bottom line. But I do want to look at some of the concerns this board has put forward about terminating the contract, although I think other speakers have already done a fantastic job addressing these. But I'll start with Freeholder Cifelli's statement that he's spoken with people detained at Hudson and knows their wishes. I just want to point out that Freeholder Cifelli is a very talented attorney. We've seen his cross-examination skills come out several times tonight, and he really excels at getting people to give the answers he wants to hear. So no offense at all, no disrespect meant by this. I do respect his skills. He used to do mock trial, and I think he would be a fantastic coach. But that said, I do take his statements about what detainees have told him personally with a little bit of salt, especially because we've heard from some directly tonight. And now I want to turn to three main talking points that the board is using to justify continuing the contract. And these are transfers, jobs, and revenue. I'll start with transfers. Nobody wants to see the people currently detained at Hudson transferred to other facilities, but we do need to keep in mind that this is already happening with the contract in place, meaning ICE will always transfer people in and out, spreading COVID and creating trauma, as long as they have the local enforcement capacity to detain and transfer more people. Ending our local contract could reduce this enforcement capacity, which will lead to fewer people's lives being uprooted by their cruel tactics. Additionally, we can look to Passaic County's contract termination as an example. In this case, scores of people were released as a result of that termination. It's also more costly for ICE to transfer people far away, so they do have financial incentives to keep people close. And then finally, the number of people currently detained is at an all-time low, which makes it easier for advocates and lawyers to ensure that all of the people currently detained are fully supported when the contract is terminated. This means securing releases when possible and supporting anyone who is transferred. And I would urge the freeholders to start holding meetings with lawyers and advocates to really fully educate themselves on this issue and also commit to taking steps to help these individuals support those detained rather than sort of using these talking points as conversation stoppers or rationalizations to uphold the status quo. In just the time that I've been at the meeting, and again, I joined fairly late, we've heard from several legal experts, at least two of whom are immigration attorneys who have recently represented people at Hudson and who are advocating cutting the contract. And one of these attorneys stated that many of the individuals currently inside are already calendared at Varick, which means they can't be transferred out of the region. She also stated that anyone who is transferred will have the full support of her law clinic and community. These individuals are experts on the well-being of those detained, so I think their words should alleviate any concerns you may have. Next, we come to jobs and revenue. As recently as 2019, we were dealing with a shortage of correctional officers, which led to a lot of overtime and people being stretched thin. With the dwindling jail populations, I would think that we could expect that trend to continue. And again, there's a very low number of people currently detained, so it's kind of hard to imagine how the contract is still generating significant revenue right now. There are many, many avenues to revenue and job growth. I don't think detention should be one of them. There are opportunities here for sustainable jobs and workforce development, and there are always ways to balance budgets. So every concern that has been raised has a solution, and those solutions have been explained time and time again. So I know that you know about these solutions, and I know that you do have the power to responsibly end the contract while supporting the people inside if you choose to do so. This contract has no exit clause. You would be entering into a binding agreement with ICE that will lead to harm and suffering today, but it may lead to even greater harm and suffering if, Trump wins in 2024 or another pandemic ravages our world. So given the fact that there are reasonable action steps to mitigate every concern that has been stated, a vote to renew is a vote for cooperation with ICE, nothing more. I'd like to end by saying that I know some of you are deeply religious, and so I would urge you to deeply reflect on, in light of your religious teachings.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Let her finish. I'm sorry. Let her finish.
I'm almost
15 seconds.
Okay, whether you can summon the spiritual strength you need to exercise the moral courage to look the situation straight in the eye, without any rationalizations, without any justifications, without worrying about the pressure you might face to vote yes for the wrong reasons. I urge you to find the spiritual strength to act in accordance with what is right and what is just. Please vote no. Thank you.
Can I ask the name of the last speaker? I'm sorry, just for my notes.
I got a first name. I didn't get a last name.
That's right. First name's fine. Elena? Is that right, Mr. Secretary? Elena?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Simone Crespi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Simone Crespi. I'm a resident of Hoboken, and I'm sure you all know my face. I've sat in that chamber for many meetings in 2018. There's been a number of very powerful statements, many ideas expressed by many of the other people who spoke in these, 8 hours. And I really, to Commissioner Rodriguez's point, I did not come with written statements, though I did jot down some notes as we went along. And the main idea that really has come along in my mind is, do unto others as you would have done unto you. And I think about my grandmother who emigrated to the United States. She fled Nazi Germany, and it took her many countries and many years to get here legally, really quite arduous. And she left behind her beloved little redheaded sister and her father, who both perished in Auschwitz. And I wonder if they came here today, if they opted to leave and instead came here against the law, if you would deem it appropriate to put them into Hudson County Jail and tell them you didn't do it the right way, too bad. And I can't imagine little Gerta with her red hair sitting in that jail. I wouldn't want my family member in there trying to fight deportation orders and watch their cases wend through the courts. And I can't imagine it for other people. And so I don't think we need to go through the history of ICE as brutally abusive and against the values of this community. But I do want to address some of the arguments in favor of the contract. One is that Hudson County is less bad than some of the other places. 2, the budget, 3 criminals, and 4 quote unquote law and order. And I really want to address the less bad argument that somehow Hudson County is a less bad place than some of the other places these individuals may be shipped. I have to say that argument is really unpersuasive. If I read about other human rights and brutally abusive systems, and there was a foot like for our Japanese American internments or concentration camps, and I saw a footnote that said, but by the way, 4 of these centers had better food and a higher proportion of edible meals. I'm not sure I'd be really that persuaded that that was a good thing. Or if I saw, but 7 of these centers had contracts with lawyers to have lawyers available, I don't think I would think better of those internment or concentration camps. And I think we need to keep the bigger picture in mind. And that is, we don't have to help ICE. We could increase their cost. We don't have to make more beds available over the next 10 years. This isn't about the 70, 80, or 90 people here. This is about a contract for the next 10 years and the future people. We don't have to participate. And I just want to say, we're not asking this body to act on behalf, as lawyers, on behalf of our currently detained people. We're asking as a public entity, a public policy-making entity, to not engage in this contract. It's the future detainees and how we want to be as a public entity going forward. And I want to say I appreciate the fact that there was a contingent of freeholders / commissioners that visited the jail and interviewed them. And again, to the point of education, my background is in molecular biology and biochemistry and public health, not law and policy. But I want to remind you, I cannot do a health survey of detainees. They are considered to not have truly informed consent. They are still in detention and under surveillance. And I think we need to consider that when listening to what they say about anxiety about being moved and wanting to stay at Hudson County Correction Center. What I think we have heard is a number of people who have been released and who from Hudson County and who have spoken quite eloquently today, gave firsthand testimony, and they have universally, very movingly and universally said that they do not want this contract to go forward. And I think we need to elevate those voices and listen to those voices over anyone else. How much time do I have left? 33 seconds. And if you're concerned about where they're going to go, trust me, we're still donating to lawyer organizations elsewhere. We have people protesting in Tennessee, home of Core Civic. There are people still advocating in Arizona and Florida. We do not, as a public policy, need to continue our part in this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Patrick Toussaint.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Freeholders, thank you very much for your time today. I am Patrick Toussaint. I'm calling on behalf of the Hudson County Progressive Alliance. I just want to say that I have nothing to add to the hours of powerful testimony that you've heard here today. I think it's clear that from a moral, public policy, and fiscal perspective, that ending this contract is in the interest of our community. But if that is not enough, I hope you at least vote in your own political interest. The fact is that no one knows who you are or what you do. The only reason people show up here is because of this contract, and specifically to argue against its renewal. That happened in 2018. It's happening now. Sure, you got a large percentage of votes, but honestly, in numerical terms, it's probably less than the number of people who took time out of their day to come here and yell at you today about this. I will also echo what many people have already said about the votes you received, which is that they were given under the assumption that you would terminate this contract. So, in closing, if the interests of your community don't matter, then at least think about your own self-interest. If you make your names by voting for this contract, then, like Arya Stark, we will remember your names when we vote you out in 2023. I yield the balance of my time.
Next speaker is Whitney Strube.
Hi, Freeholders. My name is Whitney Strube. I'm a member of North Jersey DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm also a faculty member in the history department at Rutgers Newark, where I've taught US immigration history. I'm trying very hard to be coherent here, but I'm emotionally upset like many other speakers have been. 2 years ago, I sat in the room where members of the Queer Detainee Empowerment Project detailed being sexually abused in ICE detention in your jail. You promised an investigation. You have never delivered any clear response to that, any clear accounting of what we witnessed in that room that night. And now 2 years later, here I am as you're on the brink of breaking your promise of ending the ICE contract. And I'm hearing again about queer detainees being abused in your custody. And, you know, I'm having a very hard time not breaking your rule against profanity, because this is just absolutely disgusting. And it makes it hard to be coherent and reasonable in discussing this with you. But I'm going to do my best. And And what I'd like to say is that when I teach US immigration history, there is nobody who collaborated with nativism who looks good. Simone actually said the point I was going to make a few minutes ago, which is when you look at Japanese internment, the people who built camps in the California desert to keep people closer to the coast so they wouldn't go to Montana, they don't look like the good guy. They are collaborators with the forces of nativism, and that is exactly what you are doing. That is the precise structural role that history will remember. In fact, like Patrick just said, county level government is not a terribly visible thing. But last year, I was able to write an article for The Nation, and it was called "New Jersey is Addicted to ICE." It is national news that you and the Essex County Freeholders and the Bergen County Freeholders collaborate with ICE in these deeply blue counties that are very progressive. This is not the will of the people, as is obvious from the 8 hours of testimony that we're hearing here. When I speak to friends who aren't from New Jersey, they say, oh, well, obviously your county government must be Republicans, right? They must be Trumpies because they're collaborating with ICE. And I have to explain, no, it's because we have political machines that are not responsive to the will of the people because we do not want this ICE collaboration. And so, Mr. Cifelli, you've repeatedly invoked these 93 detainees to justify this. Now, I think that argument has been fairly systematically dismantled, but I want to say that you keep positioning them as your clients. They're not your clients. Your client is ICE. This is a point that I think is so obvious that people may not be making it explicitly, but ICE would not be giving you millions of dollars a year if you were not contributing a vital service in its racist detention and deportation apparatus. That is what you're doing, no matter how much you justify it and rhetorically exploit these 93 people who are very hypothetical because we know ICE may remove them at any time anyway, and you can't protect them from that. And so, this is all very upsetting, but I want to spend the rest of my time with a few bits of testimony from your own constituents in Kearney, because earlier today, I think you had explicitly said that nobody from Kearney had called in. I'm not from Kearney myself, but as soon as you said that, I called my friend Colleen Barr, and I'm citing them with their permission. Colleen Barr is a lifelong resident of Kearney. Her family has lived there for generations, and her verbatim quote is, "It is immoral and not something we should be doing. End the ICE contract." After I spoke with Colleen, I spoke with my friend Kristen Scorsone. She's a lifelong Kearney resident. She's actually a member of the Democratic committee. She's a rep there, and she can't be on the call, but she's following this on Twitter. She also gave me permission. This is a verbatim quote. "Any collaboration with ICE is unethical. I hate knowing that there are people warehoused in my own town. We need to stop consenting to this regime of human abuse. Money is more important than people. End the ICE contract." One more example, Matthew Skolar, also your constituent, Mr. Cifelli, sat on this call for 6 hours, but had to go to work. And so he's not able to speak. But again, this is a verbatim quote from your constituent, Matthew Skolar. He says, "If you truly think Black Lives Matter as you claim, you must cut the contract as it contributes to incarceration of many Black, Haitian, Dominican, and West African migrants who are disproportionately affected by ICE detention." And he's speaking as a descendant of Cuban immigrants here. He wanted that known for the record. And so with whatever time I have left, I also want to note the other subtext.
30 seconds.
Sorry?
30 seconds.
Do I have? What's my time?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. The subtext of all of this is that bail reform in 2017 was a clear moment to downsize these facilities, and you're just trying to buy time. And in the end, you're going to have to reckon with this. You can't avoid forever the fact that we have created too large of a carceral state, and we need to downsize that with good union jobs for those people in the corrections union who might need to be moved into other forms of more socially productive employment. So please take that to heart, listen to your own constituents, and end the ICE contract. I yield my time.
Mr. Chair, one second. Professor, for the last speaker, you can contact Gene Rubino at the prosecutor's office. There was an investigation that was found to be unfounded. And if you do have anyone that would like to report any assaults that you claim have taken place, please inform the warden of the director of the facility, and we'll be glad to investigate and follow up and request reports. And on your other comment, the correction officers are civil service titled. You just can't remove their titles. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Nicole Guglielmelli.
Hi, my name is Nicole Guglielmi, and today I'm speaking in regards to agenda item number 26, and I'm demanding that Hudson County cuts its ties with ICE and ends the contract. Firstly, I would just like to say your thank yous to fellow commentators mean nothing when you fail to do the one thing that they're asking you to do. And not for nothing, but I did see you laugh at me and Commissioner Cifelli, despite what you say and despite everything they said being true. Liberalism does enable fascism. Many undocumented immigrants in the global south are here because of US-led intervention and imperialism. And we, the people who have spoken tonight, are the ones who step in when this state enacts harm against our communities most vulnerable. We're the ones who have and continue to fundraise for immigrants who are held in your facilities and lost everything as a result because they cannot pay the rent while detained. And we will continue to do it because we care. And I don't think writing a statement in any way changes that. Anyways, literally every single argument made in favor of the contract has been disproven tonight, and yet you ask the same questions over and over again. Over the phone with myself and here today, many commissioners have talked about potential transfers that will take undocumented folks away from their families. You say these transfers make your decision difficult, but the Hudson County Jail has some of the highest transfer rates in the nation and is in the top 20%. So to act as if these transfers you're so concerned about now aren't already happening is false. It has been said time and time again that numerous immigrant rights groups will aid you in responsibly ending this contract. There's no way that ending the contract now will cause more harm than it already has and will continue to. Another decade of this contract will hurt thousands of our community members. Yet another argument that has been proposed in defense of the contract is in regards to those detained who have been accused of crimes such as rape. I've been asked if I want these people in my backyard. Oftentimes, this fallacious argument is used in opposition to the abolition of carceral systems such as ICE. I did not have the stats on hand then, but I do now. According to RAPE, or the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, of every 1,000 sexual assaults, only 4.6 rapists will be incarcerated. This is less than 1%. So statistically speaking, rapists are already living in my backyard. Therefore, the freeing of undocumented immigrants, for the majority of whom Commissioner O'Dea has said have already served their time, poses no real threat. You want to talk about the supposed dangers undocumented immigrants pose, but fail to recognize the unique dangers they face. Undocumented workers are far more exploited than any other group of workers. According to one study, 37.1% of undocumented immigrants fall victim to minimum wage violations compared to 15.6% of US-born citizens. 84.9% of the undocumented immigrants a part of the study were not paid the overtime wages they were entitled to. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, undocumented workers have largely been excluded from economic protections such as stimulus checks. As many others have said, ICE has performed mass hysterectomies, family separations, and sexual assaults. It is inherently inhumane and racist that has inflicted irreparable harm largely against Black and Brown communities for profit. So let's stop perpetuating this argument that an end to the contract will put Hudson County residents in danger. By now, you've heard innumerable concerns from constituents, including formerly detained immigrants here in Hudson County. There's little I can say that would be new to you. You know that financially, now is the optimal time to end the contract. You know that multiple people have died from COVID-19 within this facility, and that currently those detained are suffering from an outbreak. All of this was unnecessary. You say you are morally opposed to immigrant detention. If you truly feel that family separation and deportation are wrong, then you would vote no today. I said this last time, and I'll say it again. I'm 18 years old, and I was born in 2002, and ICE established in 2003. ICE has been around for almost the entirety of my life, and yet I can imagine a world without it. So I'm asking once again, why can't you?
Next speaker is Aaron Herzog.
So I might need a 5-minute break here. You need a break? We're gonna need a 5-minute break here.
5-minute break?
Yes, please.
Okay, it's 8:21. Okay. Am I on? I'm on. Let me mute myself. This guy.
Am I on now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I tripped over my computer cord. Is everybody else in the room? Are we ready to continue?
We're still on hiatus here.
Can I make a phone call for 2 minutes?
Yes, I think so.
All right, I'm going to put you back on mute, I think, if I know how to do that now.
How do you want to mute?
One, two, three. We got two on the screen?
We have Freeholder Cifelli is not on the screen. I don't know if Cedeño, Torres, Rodriguez, Walker are on.
We need two to start.
Cedeño's on, Torres is on.
Can I continue public portion?
Let me take a quick roll call. Freeholder Cedeño?
Here.
Cifelli? Not here. Well, he's here, but presently not here. Kopacz? Kopacz?
He's around, but not in the chamber.
O'Day?
Here.
Rodriguez? Romano?
Yeah.
Torres?
Here.
Walker?
Yeah.
Vainieri?
Here.
Okay. Next speaker is Aaron
Freeholder
Herzog.
Cifelli's back. Freeholder Cifelli's back.
Freeholder Cifelli's back.
Freeholder
Freeholder
Kopacz just walked into the chambers.
Freeholder Kopacz is back.
We're all here.
And Freeholder Rodriguez is on as well. Mr.
Just
Herzog.
just to give the freeholders an update, we have 22 more speakers.
Mr. Herzog.
Why? Kenny's losing these.
So,
Mr. Herzog, this is your time. Speak.
Aaron.
Mr. Herzog, we'll ask one more time.
Hi, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I had some Bluetooth headphone issues. My name's Aaron Herzog. I'm a resident physician in Brooklyn, New York. I wanted to talk to you guys because basically to share my concerns about keeping detainee spots open in a time of a pandemic, in particular right now while we're looking at a second wave coming up on us in New York City and I think in New Jersey as well. The other, particularly in light of some of the testimony from detainees that was heard earlier today about the lack of protective equipment and masks available to detainees, I think that's pretty concerning that it could both for the health of the detainees and for the community at large. I think I wanted to share also a little bit of my personal experience caring for a diverse population in New York, is particularly a linguistically diverse population, which is that basically how important it is to use a third-party translator when speaking to someone in a language that I'm not fluent in. It's very important in my profession, be it when I'm obtaining consent for medical procedures, that I get that I make sure I do not misrepresent myself or misunderstand the other person what they're saying, and it's so easy to lose one or both of those steps without good translation. And I just wanted to share that professional experience of mine. I think that's about it. As you can probably see, I'm not a constituent, so my opinion that you should not renew this contract is just my opinion, but it's also some professional information that you can take into account. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Amy Torres. To find her, here we go. Where did she go? She was here a second ago.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, sorry about that. Okay, thank you. My name is Amy Torres. I'm a resident of Jersey City. I'm a constituent of Commissioner Torres's, though we share a surname. We are not blood related, but we are brethren in a larger Torres and immigrant heritage diaspora. I wanted to address a few comments that happened before the break and a little bit further up in the meeting. One is on the comment about speaking from the heart. I think we've heard several speakers who have indeed spoken from the heart, and I really urge you as Board of Chosen Freeholders to please listen from the heart. Many of the same folks who said that, you know, we should be speaking from the heart, I've watched you take phone calls on the side. I've watched you, you know, play with your pets, eat, you know, I know it's been a long meeting, but if you want us to speak from the heart, please also return the favor by listening from the heart. I also want to address the comment on reading from statements. There's over 100 people who turned out tonight with very well-prepared written statements. And yet you were voting on a single page of a 16-page document with 2 points that say, 1, you want to modify the contract, and 2, you want to authorize County Executive Tom DeGise to make those modifications however he sees fit. So who's really prepared in this scenario? It seems like it's your constituents that are the ones that are prepared. I also want to address this issue of the November 17th letter. And as I understand, there are 3 legal defense providers that are listed on that letter. And I want to ask the Board of Chosen Freeholders if they also received the letter signed by over 60 civil rights and legal services and community-based providers. I want to ask them if they received the letter sent today by 14 elected officials in New York City who provide constituent legal referrals and representation to their constituents that are detained in Hudson. I also wanted to ask the Board of Chosen Freeholders if you saw the letter circulated by faith leaders and congregations, some of whom provide sanctuary for immigrants. Did you see the brief released yesterday outlining a path for responsible closure that addresses many of the transfer concerns that you claim to hold? Did you see the Make the Road letter today issued by Joint Make the Road New York and New Jersey, who also provides legal services? And did you see the New York Lawyers for Public Interest report put out earlier this spring prior to the COVID-19 pandemic? So I list all of those because, you know, I know that November 17th is really, letter is really important. I know it has a neutral position, but all of the letters and briefs that I just mentioned have very explicit positions in opposition to the closure of this contract. and very clear steps outlining a responsible path to closure. And so I also, I recognize that this is long, but it wouldn't be so long if we had had some town halls in the 2-year period of time since the last renewal. To my knowledge, I haven't had that happen. And it seems like many of my other colleagues on the calls haven't as well. And then I also want to address the memo that has come up with prior criminal records. And again, I want to affirm that ICE is, it's a civil issue. Many of the people who are detained have already served their times. And I would urge the commissioners, especially those who say things like their family came the right way, I would urge you to extend the same grace and patience to these detained immigrants that you have to Chief of Staff Craig Dye. People can turn their lives around if they put their time in. Even if they have a criminal record, there's a lot of patience and grace that you've extended to him. I would hope that you would do the same to our detained friends at Hudson County Correctional Facility. There's no way that I could possibly match the incredibly compelling arguments made by formerly detained people themselves or lawyers or doctors that have been on the call. So again, I just want to address some short budget issues. I know there's going to be a budget shortfall. None of us can ignore that. But if you cared about the budget, why have you spent the entire summer purchasing expensive drones or restocking expired tear gas that you claim only to be used for training? If you care about the budget, why don't you sell off all of those surplus weapons and supplies that you just approved rental space and security surveillance for? What a disgusting and frivolous waste of our taxpayer money, and yet you have the audacity to threaten our cities with tax increases if you don't approve this contract. In a hat tip to my Hoboken colleagues, Hudson County, we could have been a contender. You were an all Democratic board, and yet the Democratic chair of the party was lamenting that we had some of the lowest voter turnout in the state. And now under a Biden administration, rather than bargaining for an abundance of innovative jobs, sustainable jobs, you're bargaining for these quite literally crummy jobs where people are getting sick and dying and your own correctional officers are filing lawsuits against you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dr. Ellen Keller. Dr. Keller, you have 5 minutes. We can't hear you, Mr. Keller.
Mr. Keller, can you hear us? I'm back in the waiting room.
You on now?
I'm going to disable his ability to talk. Jorge Maldonado Rivera.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I am going to be speaking on behalf of Maria Mercedes. She could not be on tonight because she was waiting for hours, but she has to go take care of her family, feed them, and do several other responsibilities immigrant families have to go through. So I'm going to be reading hers in the original language, Spanish, and I'm also going to be reading the translated as well. So just give me one moment.
Read the translated.
This is her own language. I ask that the freeholders respect the decision that we are making here. Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Mercedes, miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción Nueva Jersey. Good evening, my name is Maria Mercedes, member of Unidad Latina en Acción Nueva Jersey. We're an organization of 86 members within the integrated organization. Somos una organización que tiene 86 miembros en la organización integradas. Somos una organización que defiende los derechos de la comunidad emigrante latina y conocer los derechos en Nueva Jersey. We are also an organization that defends the rights of the Latin American community, including advocating for the legal protections of those within New Jersey. Vivo en el estado de New Jersey. Quiero dar un pequeño testimonio a cual apoyo que cierren los centros de detención de inmigración. I live in the state of New Jersey. I want to give a short testimony in support of closing the immigrant ICE detention centers. The immigrants, los centros de detención, inmigración, es un lugar horrible. Los castigos son muy grandes. Aguantar hambre, frío, dan comida horrible, desabriada. Son muy caras las llamadas. No poder tener una alimentación agradable. It is a horrible place where the punishments are severe, where we starve and go hungry, where we deal with extreme cold. Our calls are too expensive and we do not get a proper nutrition. No me pude imaginar que con una pandemia, cuando yo estuve detenida en los centros de detención de inmigración. I cannot begin to imagine what these conditions must be like during COVID, especially after my own experiences when I was detained in the Immigration Detention Center. So that is on behalf of Maria, and now just speaking for myself, as a member of the North New Jersey Democratic Socialists of America, and as an formerly undocumented immigrant who came at this country at the age of 6 years old, who had to endure the consequences of not having access to healthcare, to having my parents be given wages below minimum wage, to be denied basic human rights like stable housing and several other parts of what is supposed to be part of a country that supposedly enforces law and order. I just want to encourage all the freeholders to please push back and restrain from assuming from some of our stories and from putting down the firsthand accounts that people have mentioned. It was mentioned earlier that people here have not spoken to any of the people who have presented, who cannot speak on their behalf. I urge everybody to restrain and to listen to accounts such as these, which are firsthand people who have gone through some of the experiences. I also ask everybody that when we talk about law and order, to think about, especially within the context of foreign policy, in which the US intervention has led to a lot of the factors leading to immigration. And while I know freeholders here do not find themselves personally accountable for that, it is the same complacency, the same desire to understand the system as we establish it, to discipline and to incarcerate, as opposed to finding and being innovative in the way that we invest in our communities, that we invest in the immigrant populations that we have, and to think about ways in which we reimagine what it looks like to have and support our communities and where they come from. So once again, on my own behalf, I asked and urge for everybody to vote no on extending the contract, and to remember that this is a fight larger than what we have in here, that the way folks are framing it. And then you listen to the firsthand experiences, the powerful experiences of those who have been detained, those whose families have been detained, and those who live in the communities where others have been detained. Thank you.
Next speaker is Aisa Catherine Heath.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. So my name is Isa Catherine Heath. I'm a resident of New Jersey, and I'm here on behalf of people I know who are undocumented in Hudson County. Since people want us to speak from the heart, I will be speaking from the heart. I was informed that I had to censor my language because a group of adults can't handle harsh criticisms about their actions that many of you proudly stand behind, despite the fact that they are cruel, cruel actions. You all chose collectively to have this contract in the first place. You all chose to move this meeting to the middle of the day of a work day before Thanksgiving. And you all chose to allow human beings to be treated like they're less than human and to live in such inhumane conditions under ICE. You did that. And for all those of you who believe in a higher power, you have a lot to answer for when you have to meet your maker. I sent a more clear email to some of you who didn't commit to ending this contract. So let me quote some of the email that I wrote to you all who didn't get it. Because for those of you who had the human decency not to support continuing this contract, I want to make it clear what I wrote. All of you who support this contract are directly responsible for the horrid conditions that you keep human beings in. And you all need to resign in disgrace if you let another day go by co-signing human beings being treated like dogs in cages. You need to end this contract with ICE. It doesn't matter whether you're directly responsible for it here or on the border. You are still participating in the systems that allow ICE to thrive in the US. Countless people have given testimonies, personal testimonies, research, and evidence that had stated that staying in this contract is detrimental to those detained in the community, to those who are detained, to those in the community, and to human decency. And some of you guys need to start listening to community members who have offered you countless solutions to handling this problem for years. If you support this contract, you should be embarrassed for yourself for enjoying the monsters you strive to be. And since some freeholders want to sit here and bring up how white Cubans fled to the US, quote unquote, the right way, let's talk about how Black and brown Cubans were treated by said white Cubans prior to the revolution, where Black and brown Cubans went hungry, were riddled with debt, and living in abject poverty. Talk about the sins of your ancestors before you start following up with Trump talking points, because it's not surprising that many Cubans have voted for Donald Trump based on what you're saying today. And to Chairman Vanity over here, stop interrupting people like a whiny little brat and stop laughing at people's pain. I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker is Roger Cazada. Mr. Cazada, it's your time. You're on self-mute.
I see. Sorry about that. Okay. My name is Roger Casada. I'm a resident of North Bergen, and my freeholder is Chairman Anthony Vainieri Jr. So like every other caller tonight, in lieu of our vibrant democracy, I'm also speaking out against the renewal of the ICE contract for another 10 years for the perpetration of what I consider perpetuation of what I consider a terrorist organization. Now, considering the state of our country's difficulty with disinformation and dangerous tribal anti-immigrant propaganda on the internet, it's not unlikely we'll get another pseudo-fascist wannabe autocrat like Trump during the term of this contract. So the issue is dire and timely. This contract facilitates the framework for a deportation machine, as other callers have mentioned, for profit. And several speakers tonight have already given plenty of solutions for dealing with your concerns. Now, as a Cuban American, whose family has also sought political asylum from a communist dictator, and the privilege my family had that many in today's immigration struggle didn't have. And I am flabbergasted by some of the freeholders' lack of empathy and their insistence that this civil matter of immigration is somehow still inherently criminal. We all want law and order, okay? All 100 of us callers here want law and order. Nobody's asking for criminal immigrants to be running around the streets, killing and raping people. But you know what? Sexual assault against queer people is not legal, okay? Medical and psychological abuse is not legal. So why don't you uphold that law? Because if the only law that you want to uphold is the immigration law, then you need to re-examine your priorities and perhaps even choose a different party because you're on the wrong side. And I don't have any reason to believe that any member of this board is fundamentally evil. I completely understand that, councilmen and women, one of your primary functions is to make sure that we have sufficient money in our coffers to support a budget that addresses the needs of my county, Hudson County. So having $3 million may seem like an attractive prospect, but I can see how it's frustrating to fight for these things. However, I don't have any evidence, given what we've seen, that there's any financial analysis to show that these $3 million will be spent on essential government services like parks or anything that a North Bergen taxpayer like myself would benefit from. I don't think it's a fair argument to frame it as a tax hike or threaten us like that, the way that Mr. Vainieri previously stated on the record. Okay, but you'll have the opportunity to expand on how that will be spent to win our support, although I doubt it, because I still think that ICE immigration and everything that they're doing is still a terrorist act, and we need to come up with a better solution. The voters of New Jersey have spoken, the voters of this nation have spoken. We are against this fundamentally as inhumane and undemocratic, and I think the Democrats of Hudson County need to live up to the values that we voted on. Now, clearly, some of you on this board are on the right side, and I appreciate that. I can see it on your faces, and I want to thank you for this. But I hope the rest of you will take into consideration all the comments that were left by empathic human rights activists that want to end the nightmare of our current immigration policy. We all want law and order in this country, but we do not fundamental American values for profit. So be men and women of honor and keep your word to end this contract. Thank you.
Next speaker is Yossi Badi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Yossi Badi. I'm a student at NYU Law and a student advocate with NYU's Immigrant Rights Clinic. I'm also a daughter of immigrants. As a law student and member of an organization that represents people in detention, I am deeply concerned about the harms that the ICE contract perpetuates and urge the freeholders to keep their promise and end the contract. In 2018, you all recognized the harm that the contract causes when you promised to exit the contract by 2020. It seems that we are all in agreement that the ICE contract is immoral, but you all still have questions about practicality. Freeholder Cifelli, you asked a question earlier that I'd like to address, although some of my peers have addressed it pretty well, in my opinion. You asked what guarantee there is that folks inside will be benefited if the contract ends. I think if, as you say, you are truly concerned about how to benefit the people inside Hudson, you will listen to their voices and testimony as they've called upon you to end the contract. You've had the opportunity to not only hear from them through their testimony today, but also hear from numerous other attorneys who currently represent the very people at Hudson County that you're concerned about, who are advocating for the end of the contract. I understand that you've also spoken to people detained at Hudson, but based on what I heard, it sounds like based off your conversation with these folks inside, you asked them a question pertaining to if they are anxious about the uncertainty about where they might go if the contract ends, and they said yes. I'm unsure how this leads you to believe that they wouldn't want an end to the contract. I think it's pretty obvious that anyone inside immigration detention or detention in general would be anxious. They are incarcerated and want to be reunited with their families and communities. I would agree with you that that question seems to be framed in a way to get the answer you desired. I also want to flag, as was mentioned earlier, since the last Freeholder meeting, the number has jumped from 79 people to detention to over 90, as we just heard. And if we're concerned about these 70 people last week that were detained and making sure, that their needs are met, the more we wait to end this contract, the higher that number is going to grow, and there's going to be more people to make sure are freed and reunited with their community. I also understand that you are concerned about transfers. I'm concerned about them too. However, I believe it's disingenuous for you all to point to this contract as a reason, or I'm sorry, to point to this concern about transfers as a reason to keep this contract. And that's because the existence of the contract itself is what has caused hundreds and hundreds of transfers. Historically, Hudson County Jail has actually been among the top 20% of detention centers with the highest amount of transfers. There's also historically some evidence in New Jersey that the end of an ICE contract can prompt releases throughout the region. When the ICE contract with Passaic County ended in 2005, many people were either released or transferred to local jails, which prompted those jails to release people to make room for transfers. Also in 2015, 87% of transfers by ICE from Hudson County were to locations in the same region. And currently all the facilities in the region are under their stated capacity. I think what it sounds like is not being taken into consideration that some of the people that went before me spoke to are the thousands of individuals in New York and New Jersey who are at risk of being detained by ICE in the Hudson County Jail. The existence of this contract is an invitation for ICE to make more arrests in our communities. We've seen that the end of an ICE contract can also drive down local immigration arrests. And so the availability of local bed space is believed to be one of several factors that specifically drives what ICE calls collateral arrests. These are arrests of individuals who are not the targets of operations, but are identified during the course of the operations. Without sufficient bed space locally, ICE may actually have less incentive to conduct collateral arrests in the region, or may even lower the number of people it targets in a given operation. We've also heard from you all that we shouldn't end the contract because Hudson County Jail is better than other jails. And I hope that after hearing some of the testimony today, you may change your minds about the conditions at the Hudson County Jail. Despite improvements made to the medical unit, the jail is not a safe place for people. And we've seen that, and we've heard that from our fellow community members who have spoken today. 5 Hudson County Jail employees have died due to COVID. At least 60 people held at the jail have been infected. And there have been more than a dozen federal court—
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We're going to try Dr. Alan Keller again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Technology works. Okay.
Freeholder Cifelli, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I've just unmuted myself. I'm sorry. Can I make a comment about the last speaker? Or to the last speaker? I'll make it brief. Hello?
The last speaker has already been muted, Mr. Freeholder.
I'm sorry. Well, just, all right then. I wanted to comment on some of her statements, but if she's gone and you want to move on, okay, I'll leave my comments to the very end. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, Dr. Kelly, your 5 minutes starts now.
Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry. It looks like we lost the chamber.
We lost the chamber. How did that happen?
It's all my fault, Mr. Secretary. Clerk.
Panelists. Hudson County. That must be a camera issue because I'm not seeing the identifier for the camera at all. Yeah, I'm not seeing the identifier for the camera. So if Rich is on the line, Rich, is there a way you could check the chamber and what happened to the camera?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Keller, but we lost some of the freeholders, so you can't start yet.
Okay, so if you want to take a break to fill technology, I understand.
And does it mean we lose our quorum? We still have a quorum with freeholder walkers present. Let's see if the camera issue can be addressed. So there was an 8-hour limit on the camera, but Mr. Bertolowski just resent it. So I think we've got the chamber back.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Keller, your 5 minutes now begins.
Thank you.
Testing out. Al, can you hear me? Testing.
Yeah, I
testing.
can, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, you can hear me, correct? Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Alan Keller. I'm speaking in an individual capacity. I'm a physician, scientist, lifelong New Jersey resident with about 25 plus years experience working on immigration detention facilities. I've evaluated hundreds and hundreds of detainees in New Jersey and across the country. I've been to Hudson many times to evaluate individuals, part of NGO or congressional delegations, and even had the chance to meet with some of you here this past day. I am not here to vilify you. I actually, believe you are working as public servants and doing what you're doing. I guess part of doing that is these kind of meetings, and thank you for that. But as a physician, as a lifelong New Jersey resident, born in Patterson, grew up in Bergen County, live in Essex County, maybe we'll move to Hudson County, and not sure which county I'll die in, but I'm New Jersey. But as somebody who's done this work, I want you to know immigration detention is harmful, it's dangerous, and it's misguided, both for the individuals and the community. And you as public servants, I know and hope and know you will take this to heart. So first of all, in terms of danger to the individuals, there is no way around it that detention is traumatizing. And that if you weren't traumatized before you got into detention, even every effort to make the conditions humane, it's still causing physical and mental suffering. Over and over and over, I've heard my patients, some of whom were in detention 20 years ago, say, I can't believe I was treated like a criminal when I came here. And they still shudder. I think COVID has really shed a light on some of the very real health dangers in terms of congregate setting in terms of resources really not being up to this. And one other thing, it's important you know, and I've been saying this for a while, we really don't know a tenth about what we're going to learn about COVID. And the more we learn, even if individuals who are young and got COVID at Hudson or wherever else, they may recover, but we're learning. Even I have patients, young, healthy, got better. A few months later, they are really sick with chronic, potentially irreversible conditions. So physically and mentally. Now for the community, one, I do think it cheapens who we are. Two, I do think this ICE system of transferring is a nightmare. I acknowledge them for figuring out probably the most effective way to spread COVID across the US. There's also a public health consideration locally that no question detention puts fear in the hearts of people. And when people are afraid, they don't show up for healthcare. When they don't show up for healthcare, they have potentially contagious diseases that get spread. I would like to address Mr. Cifelli's questions. I am the proud spouse of a former prosecutor. So one, with regards to the groups that signed on to that letter, I really think it was a Sophie's choice. It's not an endorsement. It's all caught between a rock and a hard place of wanting to do what's right for their clients. I would point out, though, with regards to your question about what it means to their immigration statuses, if they've been here in New Jersey, that I believe means their case will be heard. And even if they are transferred, they're still represented. I will tell you, and I've wrestled a lot with this about the argument of, gee, maybe we should tolerate this here so they have access to lawyers. And I know, having spent a lot of time in Louisiana, the representation rate is much lower. But the answer isn't to keep them there. I actually have gone a lot of times to Louisiana. I actually think we need to improve legal services there, but it doesn't mean we need to continue unnecessary and evil here. So I ask you to do what's right for the individuals, for our community, and I guess as Abraham Lincoln said, to
our better angels.
So I serve as a resource, willing to work with you. I've not been shy about criticizing you, but I have no intention of vilifying you. Thank you.
Can I ask Dr. Keller a question? Hello?
If you want to.
Yeah, I want to, no, Dr. Keller.
Of course.
I believe your son was an advocate, and I believe it was maybe 2 years ago that your son spoke and you spoke in support of your son's comments at one of our meetings. Are you the same Dr. Keller that I think?
I am. My son is a young DSA member who makes me look conservative.
No. Well, Doctor, that's fathers and sons. I get it. Trust me. My son is listening on this right now. Trust me, I get it. But my question to you, Doctor, then, and I should have articulated the question then, and I regret it, but I'm glad that you came on tonight because you've given me the opportunity that we not often get in life, a second chance. And that is, do you think that we've had many speakers in a macro sense talk about how we as a county should shut down this contract because in a macro sense, that will help us, help disable the whole system. And we are enabling the system to go on by being members of this contract. And that's kind of resonated with me. But my comment is, but don't we all enable the system? I mean, don't people like yourself who go in there without financial remuneration and treat the detainees, doesn't that enable the system as well? I mean, where do we draw the line? I mean, are the correctional officers, are they enabling the system? But I don't want to go off, that's a more philosophical argument. I just want to ask you as a physician who goes in there and treats the detainees. Do you feel a certain sense of melancholy, ambivalence that you are enabling the system by treating people? I'm getting very confused with the philosophical argument. And
Right.
maybe it's not, this is not the forum. Maybe you and I have to speak separately, but that always disturbed me.
Well, I'll be brief. So the bottom line is, first, I am not treating these individuals. I go in as a forensic expert to assess their health, physical and emotional, and what harm that detention is having on them. And my point was about going to Louisiana. It's not to, again, provide care. It's to provide vital documentation and evidence that is needed. I will say this, though, Mr. Cifelli, I serve as an expert, and I am always conscious that my credibility is only as good as the last thing I say. But I can tell you there is no shortage of harm, pain, and suffering, not the least of which is in many of these small rural communities. I believe COVID got its footstep because of detention facilities, including immigrant detention facilities. So it's
All right, thank you. We have to move on. We're gonna have to.
And you can call me anytime.
Come on, Freeholder, really. Come on, seriously.
No, seriously, let him finish.
I'll send you my
30 seconds more.
I'll send you my contact information. Thank you.
All right, doctor, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would just give you my thought, Freeholder Cifelli. I think one of the places where you draw the line of it as an enabler or go over that line is when you make money off of the enabling.
Mr. Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker is Ryan Moser.
Hello.
Mr. Moser.
Hi, I'm Ryan Moser. I have a prepared statement, but I just want to speak from the heart real quick. Mr. Cifelli, I think we're all faced every day with individual moral decisions. You can only make your moral decision for yourself, just like everyone else can. I, having been raised to eat meat my entire life, I decided that it was morally wrong to eat meat in a society in which the environment was being destroyed by the cultivation of meat. That was a personal moral decision. You have a personal moral decision in front of you. You can vote no on this contract, and that will be a morally good thing to do. So this is what I have prepared. My name is Ryan Moser, and I'm an elected Hudson County Democratic Committee person from Jersey City, Ward E, District 19, and also a member of NJ08 for Progress and the Hudson County Progressive Alliance. Most importantly, I'm a resident of Jersey City and a constituent of Joel Torres. I appreciate that you, Mr. Torres, were one of the few voices to oppose this contract in 2018, and I'm glad to hear that you plan to follow up with that opposition this time around. Your voice will be missed on this board, and I mean that very genuinely. The case for ending Hudson County's relationship with immigration and customs enforcement is clear, and it has been ever since the same county government, this same county government, promised to do so after renewing their contract in 2018. Even if you believe in the imprisonment of human beings who have been tried and sentenced in a court of law, there is clearly no justice in housing detainees who are afforded no due process and have been found guilty of no crimes or have completed their sentences for their crimes. Many of the members of this board have claimed to be morally opposed, right, Mr. Cifelli, morally opposed to both the indefinite and extra-legal detention of undocumented people and of the popular rhetoric used against them. And yet the county's contract with ICE remains in effect and is up for renewal at this meeting. If it were clear that all of you would stand up and do the morally right thing, we would not be here. The arguments for not doing the right thing, for voting to extend this contract, have become thinner and thinner with time. Some say that the detainees and their families want them to be held in Hudson County, as ridiculous as that sounds, that they are afraid of them being moved to worse facilities farther away from their support networks. Yet we have heard repeatedly that ICE is actually much more likely to simply release detainees when they no longer have a place to keep them, and will be unable to continue to make so many arrests in our region with fewer places to take those they detain. And we know that ICE already transfers large numbers of detainees from Hudson County to facilities all over the state and the country. Is this contract worth leaving people at the mercy of ICE when we may very well be able to set them free. Some say that with a new president about to take power, ICE will no longer be such a problematic organization. But even if Joe Biden brings forth a radical change in immigration policy, something that seems extremely unlikely given his track record, an open-ended renewal of this contract risks putting ourselves back in this very same position of being legally required to collaborate with a racist enforcement regime should the political winds blow us right back toward right-wing extremism in 2024 or 2028. Is this contract worth the risk of our county becoming a tool for whatever evil thing comes after Donald Trump? And some, the most cynical among us, surely say that the money generated by our county's contract with ICE allows us to keep people employed, to keep food on their families' tables and roofs over their heads. But surely this contract, these few jobs, and we've kind of established that it's a pretty few number of jobs, are not worth the blood, pain, and sorrow of people who have come to our region looking for a better future for themselves and their families. If this Freeholders is the only way you can find to raise revenue, to create opportunities for our communities, perhaps you should step aside and make way for those who have more creative ideas and don't, and I'm ad-libbing here, just sound like a Donald Trump tweet yelling law and order into the night. It is possible for us to be morally good and create policy that helps people. You have such an opportunity in front of you. Please reject this contract. And I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Liz Kramer.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Kramer. I want to start off by thanking everyone who's spoken before me and taking the time out of their days to call and advocate to end this contract. I'm an elected Democratic committee member in Mattawa, New Jersey, urging you to vote against continuing the contract with ICE. I understand that I don't live in Hudson County, but I want to let you guys know that these actions are being watched by residents all throughout New Jersey, as well as some in New York. If you guys vote to continue this contract, that won't be forgotten by voters across the state. As a student of history at Rutgers, New Brunswick, I can confidently say that the United States history is immigrant history. We are now and have long been a nation of immigrants. History will not look kindly upon ICE and public officials who choose to work with them, especially with the motivation of money as part of this contract. Immigrants, regardless of documentation, deserve respect, safety, and good health. This agreement with ICE goes against all of that. Please vote against the continuation of this contract. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Jackson Bianchi. Jackson, Mr. Bianchi.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Beautiful. What else is there to say? The mental hula hoops that you people are jumping through to continue this contract by arguing that it's somehow okay, it's somehow better for the people in there. Every single question you have asked has been answered over and over and over again. There is no benefit to renewing this contract. There's no benefit to renewing this contract that outweighs the moral failure and the weight of the moral failure that is keeping this ICE detention center in Hudson County. By the way, sorry, full name Jackson Bianchi, Clifton, New Jersey. Sorry?
I thought you were finished, Mr. Bianchi.
No, thank you. I appreciate that though. I don't know what else to say than what's already been said. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep going. I do have things to say. That was just, figure of speech. So one thing I did want to note, the law and order argument that was brought up earlier is just absolutely ridiculous, especially from the same political machine that built Bill Musto. And it's what more do you people need? Like what? The only people that keeping the center open seems to serve are political appointees. I don't know what else you want. It's a moral catastrophe, and there's very little to no material benefit in keeping it open. What else do you people want? I also want to say shame on the folks who were laughing at survivors of this system earlier in this meeting. Yes, you. So,
Me?
yes,
Uh,
shame on you.
all right.
Absolutely disgraceful.
All right.
All right, thank you so much, folks.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Jamie San Andres. Mr. San Andres.
Yes, hi. I'm Jamie,
This is-
daughter of Ecuadorian immigrants and resident of Hudson County. I just wanted to very briefly address some comments made earlier by Cifelli and Caridad and ask them some questions specifically. Earlier, Jonathan Kaminsky asked you a question, Cifelli, which was, did anyone at Hudson County actually say that they would like to be kept in the facility? Which your answer was yes. You literally said that detainees want to be kept in ICE, which I not only find disgusting that you would make such a ridiculous claim, but not only do you not speak Spanish to even understand what was really said, but if you were detained, do you really think you would prefer to be in jail versus with your family? Because I'd like to know. Later, when your colleague clarified that this conversation happened in the context of being asked where they prefer to be locked up, in the context of being forcibly shipped to a different site, potentially out of state, I found your answer to Jonathan's question to even be more slimy and manipulative. And frankly, quite shocked that as a person with a legal background, you would engage in logical fallacies, because that's what it is. You conflated and equated two different issues to make a fallacious argument to renew this contract.
Speaker ready.
I also find it, let me finish. I also find insulting that you
Hold on. I'm going to interrupt you. I'll give you seconds back. Just 1 second. Mr. Clerk, did this speaker speak already?
I find it insulting that you would base your statements on your concern for detainees' well-being.
I am getting information that you spoke already. I'm trying to keep the meeting in order. Did
So
you
I'd like
speak
to
already?
know- I'd like to know if you're concerned for the well-being.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Ma'am,
I have a
Shut her off
notation.
for a second. Shut her off for a second.
I have a notation that Jamie San Andres was the 19th speaker this afternoon. And I'm looking at the image of her on the screen, and it's the same person that I saw at the beginning of this meeting.
That's right.
Thank you for your clarification, Council. Mr. Clerk, go to the next speaker.
Brian Osborne.
Good evening, everybody. It's difficult to know if I'm heard or the room seems empty.
I can hear you, Mr. Osborne. Cifelli.
Yeah, we're here. Some of us are sitting, some folks are sitting in seats behind the camera, but they're here.
Yeah, thanks. I just really actually want to thank everybody who has taken the time to give testimony or to speak, especially those who were speaking on behalf of individuals directly impacted. It was incredibly disheartening to hear some of them be dismissed or laughed at by our elected officials. That was a sad moment for Hudson County. I think we're better than this. I think that Hudson County, its diversity, its values, what we stand for, is better than this meeting and certainly better than this contract, or should be. It's incredibly difficult to decipher any justification for the ongoing contract other than a profit motive. And if it's a profit motive, this is a sad, sad thing for the county to profit off of. There is an argument that was made by Freeholder Cifelli that seems to be asking whether the current detainees would be adversely affected in their legal pursuits if the detention center were shut down. And it's hard to know whether that argument is coming from a genuine concern for the individuals and their status, or if it's just grasping at straws to try to come up with an argument for voting yes for a contract that is against Hudson County values. And the same freeholder also said that he took issue with a claim that there was an overwhelming sense of constituents against the contract. And certainly there has been an overwhelming sense against the contract in this particular meeting. And I found it curious and objectionable that an elected official would cast aspersions on that assertion when so little effort has been made to ascertain the view of the constituents. The speaker that you contradicted was simply saying that in this meeting there was an overwhelming sense against the contract. Someone with a legal background ought to see that as logical and not twist the words. Anyway, if you're really concerned about the individuals who are currently in there, that would be heartening. But it is not a justification for continuing the contract for a decade. It may be the impetus to do something that might help those individuals in their legal standing, or to negotiate somehow an exit, which I think was intended 2 years ago, that would not adversely affect them. And that would be the humane thing to do. But to use that as a reason to continue the contract or vote yes is just, it can't possibly be logical. It must be disingenuous. So again, thank you to everybody who spoke. And let's pay attention to what happens here. Let's make sure that the timing of this renewal vote placed after the election doesn't simply mean that we forget and we go away. Those of you who are freeholders who are going to vote no, I really thank you for that vote. And I think that you have heard us. You've also heard the tenor of the state and even the country as it has reacted to the current administration's immigration policies. And even if you think a get tough approach to immigration is needed, and some do, some of you do, obviously, you can't possibly endorse the tragic conditions under which detainees have been placed in ICE custody. I mean, there have been bad actors, and they should not be rewarded for their bad acting with a contract that will last 10 years. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one or two?
I don't know if you want to, Mr. Cifelli.
No, I do, because they were personal to me, and I. All
right, Mr. Clerk, shut the speaker off.
I'll make them.
His time is up.
No, but that's okay. But I'll make them quick because they were personal to me. So I feel badly that Mr. Osborne reads my heart when he really doesn't know my heart, and I feel badly that he reads the community of my constituents when he thinks I don't know them. And I feel badly that Mr. Osborne thinks that I don't understand or have empathy for the entire situation or the national political situation. But that's his problem, not mine. So I've been elected. I will discharge my obligations and my duties as an elected. And that's all I can say. But I will not sit by silently and have someone read into my heart. That to me is unacceptable. And if anybody's been here for the last 8 hours or the last 8 years, they will know differently. But that's what everybody has to decide when they pull the lever on that ballot. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Goodman.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Just want to quickly remind you that you're on Zoom and we can see you. You can't see us, but I just like to echo the comments of everyone else about the chuckling and rolling of the eyes and sense of people not being taken seriously or being mocked. We see it. So you can't, but trust us, there's enough of us. Okay, I want to thank all the previous speakers. My name is Susan Goodman Jackson. I'm a constituent in Jersey City. In fact, I was born here, and I'm here to speak out against the renewal of this ICE contract. I am the granddaughter of immigrants. My grandparents were poor, non-English speaking Jews who fled anti-Semitic violence in Eastern Europe. All but one family member who did not get out were killed in the Holocaust. So I have always had great empathy for other poor non-English speaking immigrants who fill ICE detention centers like Hudson counties. Every immigrant group has had its turn being demonized. The Irish were not considered white or welcome at one time, nor were Italians or Jews or Chinese, or any other groups. Whiteness at one time was a requirement for citizenship, and whiteness is still privileged even for so-called legal immigration status. But in the age of ICE, demonization of immigrants has been laser focused on Black and brown people. ICE enforces a white supremacist, inhumane immigration system. If you vote to continue to do business with them, you are complicit in and profiting from the achievement of their goals. As a volunteer with the immigrants' rights group New Sanctuary Coalition, I've worked in their process clinic, helping people prepare their asylum applications. I've heard their stories. I've heard stories from asylum seekers of people fleeing violence in Central America or Africa, either from gangs or from their own violence by their own governments, sometimes one and the same. I hear their stories of seeking safety as no different from the stories of my grandparents or other people who escaped the Holocaust or other atrocities happening around the world today. The only difference between my grandparents and the majority of ICE detainees today is the color of their skin. I've also accompanied many asylum seekers to their immigration court hearings, court hearings, because they often have no lawyers. There's often no translators. I've been many, many times to New York and Newark Immigration Court. With few exceptions, you walk in there and see the walls lined with Black and brown people. It is very clear who ICE targets. ICE is a rogue, racist organization. They round up people who look like immigrants. Black and brown parents dropping off their kids at school have been swept up by ICE. ICE's operation is one of hyper-racial profiling. As I have said, Black and brown skin is the new yellow star, only you can't hide Black and brown skin. ICE terrorizes our immigrant communities. They make arbitrary decisions about who will be detained. They act with impunity, accountable to no one. Maybe you've seen videos of them boarding Greyhound buses, asking for papers. These videos should remind you of scenes from Nazi Germany, separation of children from families, and the forced sterilization of women in custody. The human rights abuses are all reminiscent of the concentration camps we like to think only existed in Nazi Germany or in other countries, but they exist here. This is not hyperbole. You heard the previous DACA recipient speaker who was so moving. People live in fear of ICE, and that's our community here, our super diverse community here in Hudson County. I also volunteered with asylum seekers at the border in Tijuana. I learned a lot there. I heard the horror stories of people fleeing violence in their countries. And I also learned that there is no legal way to apply for asylum in this country. The idea of a quote unquote right way, a legal way to apply for asylum is a myth, because one must apply for asylum from inside our borders. One must cross the border to request asylum, but crossing the border without papers is a crime. So it's a catch-22 intended to criminalize the seeking of asylum. Crossing the border without documents, however, is just a misdemeanor, but all asylum seekers are treated like violent criminals, immediately incarcerated.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me?
Time, 5 minutes is up, Ms. Goodman.
Okay.
Next speaker is Tanya. You're self-muted, Tanya. I have no last name. Tanya,
Hi.
we can hear
Hello?
you. Please say your name.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Tanya Matos, for the record. Okay. So, 1 second. I am the policy and Northeast manager for Freedom for Immigrants. We convene a network of over 4,500 volunteers that conduct regular monitoring in immigration and customs enforcement facilities throughout the country. We are a model. We also model a world without detention through support to sponsorship and accompaniment networks that welcome immigrants into the social fabric of the US. Finally, we are an advocate. We advocate for policies at the state and federal level to reduce immigration detention levels and invest in proven community-based alternatives to detention. I'm here to ask the freeholders to vote no to extend your existing contract with ICE or table the vote. Over the past 4 years, the Trump administration has dramatically expanded immigration detention nationwide and wagoned a full-scale attack on all forms of immigration. The administration's policies, such as family separation and indefinite detention of asylum seekers, shocked the American public and contributed to growing public awareness of the ways in which our government penalizes people simply for searching for a better life. However, immigration detention predates the Trump administration. In the final year of the Obama-Biden administration, approximately 30,000 people a day were held in ICE jails and prisons. Freedom for Immigrants documented widespread abuses at Hudson County, even during the Obama administration. In Hudson County's 2012 inspection, the detention center was initially found to have substandard conditions in food service, environmental health and safety, and sexual abuse and assault prevention and intervention. In 2006, Freedom for Immigrants and First Friends of New York, New Jersey filed a complaint detailing widespread medical neglect at Hudson, including delays in cancer diagnoses, rapid weight loss in diabetic patients, and an outbreak of fungal and bacterial infections. We wish to emphasize that there is no such thing as good immigration detention. Any forms and conditions cannot compensate for the fact that no one deserves to be detained for searching for a better life. Immigration detention has no place in a Trump administration and has no place in a Biden-Harris administration. Immigration detention especially has no place in the middle of a deadly pandemic. Public health guidance is clear. The best way to keep people in detention and our broader communities safer from immigration detention safety is to significantly reduce detention levels during the COVID-19 pandemic. Freedom for Immigrants has meticulously documented the ways in which ICE has deliberately circumvented public health guidelines, put forward false information regarding the rate of proliferation of COVID-19 inside detention, and brutally suppressed the peaceful protests waged by people inside detention facing indefinite detention. ICE's actions are already in the fiscal year 2020 alone. 17 people died in an immigration detention. At least 8 of those people died of COVID. The number is likely an undercount, however, as it does not count those who have died from the virus after being released or deported. Furthermore, ICE has such little regard for health of our communities that the agencies keep no record count of the deaths of people working at facilities where it detains people. We know at least 4 people employed at Hudson County Jail, including 2 correction officers, a nurse, and a commissary director, have died of complications from COVID-19. The family of Bernard Waddell Sr., one of the correction officers, is currently suing the county for failure to provide PPE. We know that many people in this room are concerned about the prospects of out-of-state transfers in the Hudson facility if the Hudson facility were to close. The contract ends shortly before the Biden-Harris administration takes office, and during a time when members of the transition team will already have begun interacting with their counterparts in the Trump administration. We are optimistic that the Biden-Harris administration will be good faith partners and will be more likely to facilitate closure as opposed to punishing communities for exercising their right to end relationships with ICE by sending people in detention far away. We also wish to note that growing federal support for a moratorium on transfers during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're actually sponsoring a bill with Senator Bennett of Colorado, Markey, and other representatives opposing proposing a moratorium on all forms of transfers during COVID-19 pandemic. Advocates in this room have already taken steps to mitigate the risk of transfers if the Hudson facility were to close.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Can I ask a question of the speaker? All I see on my screen, I don't mean to be familiar, but all I see on the screen is the name Tanya. I might address you as Tanya. You made I thought, a very astute, insightful comment about the transition between the Trump administration and the Biden administration, and Senator the Senate, the move in the Senate to perhaps ameliorate the problems with the Trump immigration policy. Knowing that the administration, the new administration, will not come in until January 20th, what do you have any indication as to when you think that there will be fruition to those incentives about ameliorating the abuses of the Trump administration as far as immigration is concerned? In your network, do you have any timeline as far as the Biden administration comes in on January 20th, and when we might see some relief in immigration issues? And the big picture, I'm just curious.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I also wanted to mention that, and this is a proposal for you, is that we are working with 60 plus organizations across New York City and New Jersey, including NIFUP, right? Including the group NIFUP, and most of the legal service providers in New York City, to make sure that there is a responsible release. And that in turn shows the Biden administration that will be coming that organizers, legal advocates of the faith-based group can work together to actually responsibly close a detention center. I can assure you that we will do everything that we can in our power. We have hundreds of people on this call. Hundreds of people will step up and make sure that people are actually bonded out of Hudson County, the way that we've had experience closing down detention centers in California. So there's already a trend, and California has already been closing detention centers, and it's organizers and attorneys and faith-based groups that have worked together in order to make sure that these places, people are not transferred, and they get the majority of people out. The small amount of people that are actually transferred because of the complications of the case. We actually follow.
I just want to hear. Let her finish.
I want to hear the end of the speaker.
Let her finish.
Okay, I'm sorry. I would also love to. I don't understand the problem of tabling this so we can have further conversation with all of the freeholders to see how we can work together in order to make sure that this doesn't happen.
Tanya, I don't mean to use the familiar Tanya, but you can ask the clerk for my phone number, and the clerk will give you my phone number. And I'm very interested in talking to you about this transition from federal administration to federal administration and how it interacts with us. So at the end of the meeting, let the clerk give you my personal phone number, and I'll be happy to talk to you about it. Is that
Next
right?
speaker is
yeah,
Bobby.
of course. Thank you for that opportunity. And I hope you vote no, so we can actually have these conversations and work together.
Well, I just want to talk to you about it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bobby Hurdle.
Bobby Hurdle.
Hi, my name is Bobby Hurdle, and like many Americans, I'm the child of an immigrant. I want to make my case against extending the contract with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and I'd like to just address a few of the arguments I've heard for maintaining the contract as I understand them. So first, the stated concern that people could be transferred to different locations of an indeterminate distance away. So my response to that is, this isn't compelling because it's almost impossible to imagine a scenario in which moving the place where somebody is detained from site A to any site B wouldn't cause at least some logistical hurdles. Inevitably, site B would be further for some people, and for all we know, it would be advantageous for others. See, distance is completely relative, and therefore the argument which I assume is given in good faith and with good intentions about the well-being of the detainees, starts to look kind of silly when you really think about it, and it's a poor reason to maintain the status quo. Moreover, there's no reason to assume without evidence that treatment would necessarily be worse somewhere else. Another reason I'm unmoved is it doesn't factor in future people. The argument for ending the contract is Hudson County should not be providing space for detention of people who have had the misfortune of getting entangled in America's broken immigration system. It may be 90 people today, but over the course of another decade, how many others would be subjected to detention? So what's a freeholder to do? It's simple. End the contract now to the benefit of future people, and do right by the current people in detention, working with local immigrant rights groups and attorneys to ensure they all have all the proper resources they need to live with dignity. So number two, I sometimes hear the fear-mongering argument, the Donald Trump argument, the misguided claim that associates immigrants in detention with the criminal class. And my response to that is, it's especially interesting when this argument follows the argument just rebutted. It goes from, we care about the detainees, to some of them are gang members. And that kind of sounds like talking out of both sides of one's mouth, but I digress. This one is easy to refute because it's just factually wrong. Any person who is convicted of a crime gets incarcerated. If a person is no longer incarcerated, it's either because charges have been dropped or the person has served their time. To insist on calling people who have gone through this process criminals is kind of double jeopardy. It's also discriminatory. Additionally, because of the way our criminal justice system currently operates, many of the people with criminal convictions did not actually commit those crimes. Trial penalties and mandatory minimums mean that many lawyers are forced to advise their clients to plead guilty even for crimes they did not commit. I occasionally hear statements like, what kind of people do we want to let into our country? Honestly, if you find yourself even asking such a question, you've already succumbed to discriminating thought, to violating our most cherished American value that all people are created equally. This debate is not about the cessation of law and order. This debate is not about whether to serve the interests of citizens or immigrants. It's about whether or not we want to uphold American values, which simply assert all people are created equal. And the third and last argument I want to rebut is jobs and revenue will be lost if the county ended this contract, right? I've heard this before. So my response to that is a little thought experiment. If Philip Morris were to offer to build a factory in Union City, would we let them? Just because of the promise of jobs? Doesn't the quality of job matter? Isn't that part of the criteria? Isn't the job of government to look at the big picture and factor in not only jobs, but negative externalities, quality of life, and civil liberties? I trust that the bright leaders of Hudson County can come up with better alternatives for providing jobs and building revenue. Don't sell yourself short. Please end this contract, and I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Olivia Agbrecht.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Olivia Albrecht. I'm a law student at New York University, and I'm a student advocate in the NYU Immigrant Rights Clinic. I join every person who has spoken before me today in opposition to Hudson's contract with ICE. I wish that instead of trying to convince you that detention is inhumane, we were here to discuss how to best repair the harms you have caused to all those who have been in detention in Hudson, currently or in the past. I wish we were here to collectively imagine a world without detention and without incarceration, a world where each person is able to live with dignity in their chosen community. Instead, we face a vote on whether or not this county will continue to profit from the caging of people. It's time for you to decide which side of history you will be on. For my part, I'm proud to be here in solidarity with all the people who are currently in detention in Hudson, as well as their families and their communities, many of whom have spent the day on this Zoom call with you. But in particular, I'm here to lift up the experience of one family that I've had the honor of getting to know in the last several months. The Immigrants' Rights Clinic is representing someone currently in deportation proceedings who was detained in Hudson for 2.5 years, beginning in 2017. He and his family have asked me to relay their experience to you today and have asked to be anonymous, but their hope is that you will listen to their story and not harm any other families the way you have harmed theirs. The person whose testimony I'm about to read has lived in the US for over 30 years and has 3 young children. And he has a short message for you. This detention center should not exist. ICE picked me up in front of my children and separated me from my family for 2.5 years. My time at Hudson County Jail was extremely difficult. Sometimes my family would come visit me and guards wouldn't let us see each other or treated my family with disrespect. Hudson was not a safe place for me, and I saw many in the detention center get maced by guards. I also required medical treatment while I was there, and my experience with the doctors was terrible. I had to wait days to receive medication. The food is also unbearable, and you have to rely on the commissary, which is extremely expensive, something that was very difficult for my family. We often didn't get time outside, even when we were supposed to. I wrote many complaints while I was there, but nothing was ever improved. But you can make all the improvements possible to this detention center, and it wouldn't make it better. This jail must be closed. People must be allowed to be with their families, and no one should have to suffer like this. I'm now going to read a short message from his wife, who echoes him in his sentiments. Close it today and close all the others. They are responsible for so many injustices, so much mistreatment. Not only did we suffer, but many other people suffered. After so many years here, after you made a family who needs you, to come and overturn your life is simply unjust. So I hope it's clear from the short testimonies I've read that they are very clear that they do not want this contract to be renewed. There is no way to improve detention, and their experience is not an aberration. I hope that you do not discount their experience and do not discount their opinions, because I think theirs are the ones that should be centered in this moment. It's been extremely concerning to me that the perspectives of lawyers have often been privileged over those who are directly impacted. I think that you have heard today that the unequivocal answer to this question of whether you should renew the contract is that it should not be renewed and that it must be terminated, and that this jail should be closed because it is not a place for anyone to be in. If you vote to keep this contract, you are separating families. You are facilitating deportations. You are upholding a racist agency and perpetuating white supremacy. And I just want to speak briefly to this question of whether we are all enabling this system and if somehow that makes this contract any less worse. And I think your answer is that yes, many of us, some more than others, are enabling this system, and we have to do everything possible to try and disrupt it. And tonight you have one small opportunity to do a very small amount of good and make one small disruption in this large system. And I hope that you listen to all the people on this call today, because we're appealing to your hearts, but we also want to show you that there's a lot of us out here. There's a lot of power, and this will be the only night.
Thank you.
Is that my time?
Mr.
Yes.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair,
Ms.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Ms. Albrecht.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, just one comment. I'd like to ask the previous speaker if she would like to come and tour the facility to just see, take a look at it and speak to some of the detainees so she gets a real feel for it.
I would love to talk to all those inside. I don't feel that I have to tour a facility to know that it shouldn't exist.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Leslie Lone.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Lone.
Yes.
My name is Leslie Lone. I'm a constituent of Commissioner Walker. I'm here today to voice the same thoughts and concerns that all of the speakers have been stating for the past 8 hours. I find this conversation all very personal. I am a daughter of parents who came to this country in the 70s as undocumented immigrants. They traveled from Guatemala on the same long journey and for the same reasons that many immigrants are coming for today. I think about how they could have been locked in cages for years, or how my eldest sister, who was 5 years old at the time, would have been ripped from my mother's arms and possibly separated from her indefinitely. ICE is an inhumane organization, and we all know it. Please vote no on the renewal of this contract. This is blood money. You heard from a former detainee, Edwin Mejia, that stated they were verbally, physically, and sexually abused, and that they were constantly hungry and malnourished and given no medical attention. They were attacked, choked, and put in solitary for being LGBTQ. Before you cut them off, they said that someone committed suicide because of the cruel conditions they experienced. How can you vote yes tonight? Go home and sleep knowing this. Clearly, your constituents are opposed to this renewal. It's your job to listen to us. Any reasons you're using to justify this contract, whether budgetary or that detainees are anxious about being released or because we will take better care of them here than elsewhere, are ridiculous and quite honestly bullshit. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next speaker is June, no last name. Yes. Please say your name.
Hello, my name is June. I'm a community organizer with Mekong NYC, a grassroots organization based in the Bronx in New York City. We're a Southeast Asian servicing organization. Wait, some of the freeholders look like they can't hear me. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure. Like, can you give me a?
We can hear
okay,
you.
Thank you.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. I want to thank all of the other speakers for their testimony about why they wanted to cut the contract and the contract, or to persuade the freeholders to vote no on the existing contract. I'm not a lawyer, and so I don't expect to be cross-examined by Freeholder Cifelli, but I am a child of refugees. My parents are Cambodian refugees who fled to the United States after the failed foreign policy efforts in Southeast Asia, also known as the Vietnam War, and the genocide that occurred in Cambodia. I have many friends and families and loved members who are directly impacted. They have final orders of removal. They have been detained, and they have been detained in ICE detention. I'm here to speak on why ICE is an unjust institution and that you as freeholders have not met your due diligence as responsibility. I want to retort back to Freeholder Rodriguez's statement is that we have a responsibility to these immigrants. Merriam-Webster defines responsibility as, quote, a quality or state of being responsible, such as a moral, legal, or mental accountability. How is the freeholders been morally, mentally, or accountable to any of the things they've said for the past 2 years since 2018? You have done no budgetary analysis. You have done no public health analysis, and you have not worked with New York council members or elected officials to do an analysis of the impact of the Hudson County Detention Facility on New Yorkers. In fact, when we're talking about in the last freeholder meeting, the 70 individuals who were all detained were all from New York. And so you're already transferring from state lines these people outside of their communities. I just also really want to retort back to something that really struck me was the memo that was being passed around that was really criminalizing immigrants. I'm not a lawyer, I want to say this again, but I have some historical knowledge about the US immigration system, and it's 2 legal cases in the late 1980s. Che Chan-ping versus the United States and Fong Wei-ting, 2 Chinese exclusion cases that set the precedent to create the conditions of the current US immigration system. When these 2 Chinese American individuals went up in front of the US Supreme Court, an all-white male Supreme Court, they decided that immigration offenses are civil offenses, not criminal. And so your accusation to articulate and highlight their criminal offenses, I find extremely problematic and wrong. Secondly, let's talk about how the current system of detention is created. It is that in 1996, under the Bill Clinton administration, laws like IRA, and ADEP were passed to allow for the process of indefinite detention by Democrats. And then Obama, another Democrat, created the deportation streamlined pipeline that we have today. So I really strongly urge you to vote no on the contract, because it's fundamentally Democrats who keep strengthening the detention to deportation machine that we have today, and really listen to impacted individuals on why Hudson is a detritus place who needs to be closed. How much time do I have left? Okay. With that being said, I want to really stress also that for me as a community member who's Southeast Asian, a lot of the members in our communities who have final orders of removal have final orders of removal based off of criminal convictions that have lasted for back way 20 years ago. It's in the 1990s, the 1980s, even the early 2000s. And it's these criminal convictions that they've already served time for and that they're now being detained for, which violates their Fourth Amendment rights, where they're being detained in Hudson County, where they're being violated. I've talked to aunties, to elders, to community members who fear that they're going to be stripped away and being detained by ICE. And you have the ability and power to really challenge these systems. And I hope you either vote no on the contract or table this issue so you can further consult with people across this other states, consult and do a budgetary analysis, consult with more directly impacted people, or
Clark, you're muted. Clark, you're on mute.
Did we get discontinued somewhere? Joel,
The time had expired for June. I didn't realize I was on mute.
all right. Can you hear me?
Kathy O'Leary.
Am I on? Am I
Yes.
on? All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you, Kathy.
All right, thank you. I've gone through most of a legal pad tonight. I've been writing statements, rewriting statements, because there've been so many great things that have been said here. And I just want to make sure that you understand that none of this happened by accident, right? It wasn't an accident that Sister Kay went first and read a prayer asking that you exercise your wisdom and your compassion. It wasn't an accident that Alina Das was here with all of her students. It wasn't an accident that so many attorneys were here that you can ask questions of. It wasn't an accident that so many affected members of the community were here. It wasn't an accident that we had surveys from people who are in detention and doctors and all kinds of testimony for you. And really, I also want you to know that we don't want to be here either. This wasn't our choice. We have been preparing for this for months. We have spent hours and hours and hours of time preparing for this. And what we wanted and what we asked for was a meeting with you so that we could have this conversation in a way that was productive, that we could work together. Because whatever happens with the Biden administration and with the jail, we need to work together because we need to protect those people. We need to come together. I really do believe that you want to do the right thing, but I think you're just completely uninformed. And it's so frustrating for me that you don't want to seem to get informed. I have been calling you, Mr. Cifelli. I have been calling you and texting you, Mr. Romano, who's not even here right now. And I am so at my wit's end with you. And Mr. Vainieri, the stunt that you pulled at the jail the other day, the email that you sent to me was so obnoxious. It was so cruel for you to want to go to the jail, to tell them about us, to tell them that we wanted to take them away, to send them far away. That was so cruel. How could you not understand that? I don't think you're evil people, but I don't understand you. I don't understand, Ms. Rodriguez, who you think that you came here. It absolutely was a blessing for you to be able to come here and be welcomed in the community. But how is it that you don't want to welcome other people. I don't understand. And so many of you are Catholic. I am Catholic. You know I'm Catholic. I am the New Jersey region coordinator for Pax Christi USA. I cannot believe that as Catholics, you don't understand anti-Catholic bigotry and how prevalent that was in this area. There are churches in Newark that have metal gates around them, not because they're architecturally attractive, but because they had to protect themselves from the Know Nothing Party. How can you not know that history? How can you not accept that history? How can you not take that into your heart and want to reach out to other people? How can you think that it's okay to lock people into jail for money? Don DeGesus made it so clear that that's all that this is about. How can you go along with this? I don't understand. Can you please explain it to me? Can you please explain why you have rebuffed all of our requests to have these conversations in a way that's meaningful? Mr. Cifelli, you keep asking these questions. I offered to bring Knife up to a meeting with them.
Kathy, I don't want to interrupt your time, but can I interject a question or a comment? I hear your passion, but you said that you called me and I didn't talk to you.
No, I did not say that. No, I did not say that.
No, I apologize then. But did we not have two personal conversations at like 6 or 7 p.m. evening?
Mr. Cifelli, please don't make this about you.
No,
please don't.
No, but you
please don't make this about you.
Kathy,
and this is not, and I am not the expert. I am not a doctor who has treated people in detention. I am not a lawyer.
Kathy, finish. I'm sorry, finish.
You keep saying that you're concerned about what will happen to people. We can tell you, okay? 5 years ago, this past weekend, I was in southeastern Georgia at the largest protest of a detention center I've ever seen. There were 10,000 people there. You have to have faith. You have to have faith in the community. You have to have faith in the everybody else who's working here. Last year at this time, I was in Georgia, in Columbus again, and I was with people who were shutting down detention facilities in Georgia, and they were not wringing their hands like you are right now. And when I asked them, and I explained to them what was going on in New Jersey and how there were Democrats who didn't want to close detention facilities, they were completely flummoxed. Then I asked them what we should do, and if we should not close down our facilities because they were somehow better, and they said no. They said, you close those facilities, we will take care of our own. This needs to be a national movement, and you need to be a part of it. And the reason that that the Democrats won in Arizona, by the way, and Biden is president right now, is because of a bunch of badass Latinx organizers who have been fighting Joe Arpaio and racist armed white supremacists. So you have a lot. You should be thanking the immigrants in your community and the immigrants in this country.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carrie M.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name.
Sure. My name is Carrie Murphy. I'm here to speak on the agenda item relating to the ICE contract. The freeholders should absolutely vote to end this ICE contract, as you all promised, and is the reason why so many constituents voted for you in the first place. Survivors of this detention death camp, lawyers for immigration justice, doctors and advocates all have repeatedly testified on why this contract needs to end and why we need to end this death camp. While I heard several times and over years now that several of you freeholders stated that you are morally opposed to immigration detention, I don't really care about your morals. Your constituents want you to end this contract. You work for us. You work for us constituents, and we are voicing and repeatedly telling you that we want this contract ended. You promised us, and now you need to deliver. The backbone of Hudson County has always been people of color, has always been immigrants of color, and has always been immigrants. by you, the elected freeholders, continually supporting the racist and hateful ICE agency and continually supporting systematic racist jail systems, you are all failing us constituents, and you are all of you tarnishing your reputations. Your actions are disgraceful, are shameful, and are immoral. Remove the jail beds, and these systematic profit systems will fall. This can end. You need to do your part. You need to do what your constituents want you to do. It has been very concerning to me that after 2 years, you cannot answer all of the financial and logistical questions related to ending this contract. As you know, and as was stated tonight and previously, Passaic County ended their contract. Counties in California have ended their contract. And other states, they are ending their contracts. They're successfully ending these contracts. Or not only are they ending their contracts, and they are also providing real justice to those inmates that are in these jails as well. You have available advocates for 2 years now, and politicians that could and can still show you how to safely end your contract to protect those in jail while keeping law enforcement employed without raising taxes. I believe that you are purposely not getting these questions answered because you want to continue to receive kickbacks and profit off of this jail contract. There is no law and order in this Hudson County jail. I'm really concerned that elected officials don't understand that those in detention are dealing with civil manners. Many of them are being detained with no time frame in sight to even be heard by a judge. There is no justice in this jail. There's no safety in this jail for anyone. I blame you as individuals, as well as elected freeholder board members, for each person suffering and dying in this jail. The blood is on your hands. Shame on every person, from the jail staff to the sheriffs to former law enforcement agents on this board, and to the freeholders, that you guys get a salary or profit in any way from this Hudson County jail. You are choosing to make both detainees and inmates suffer in this jail. Shame on you. The deaths and blood money is on your dirty hands. It has been brought up that certain freeholders have spoken to those behind bars in the Hudson County jail. Have any of these people thanked you for the unedible food and the dirty jail conditions? Did any of them thank you for not receiving medical care? Because all I'm hearing is survivors, even tonight, speaking about the horrors of these centers, of these detention centers. And all I'm hearing is when people die in these jails, all I hear is anguish from those loved ones. And I hear the anguish of family members being ripped apart and thrown into these jails, including the Hudson County jail. When you all sit down for Thanksgiving dinner, you should be thankful that you aren't eating in the jail pantry. I was disgusted when during a break, I heard you talking about what you're doing for Thanksgiving dinner, while meanwhile, people on this call tonight, survivors, were sharing the horrors and anguish that is happening in this jail. Nobody in the Hudson County jail has a death sentence.
Thank you. Next speaker, I think this is the last one, Mr. Santos.
That's right. This is the announced last speaker, Ethan Young.
Freeholders, please be alert, please.
Hey, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Adam Young. I'm not Ethan Young. I'd just like to say that, I know that none of you care about what we had to say, or some of you do, but you guys don't. Well, all I have to say is this: we can solve this here, or we can solve this at Nuremberg. That's it. I have a long life ahead of me, and I think I can speak for hundreds, if not thousands of others when I say I can dedicate it to making sure that you spend your last days disempowered and miserable as we feel when you keep these people in the prison, or worse, because this is a crime against humanity that you are facilitating. That is all I can say. I yield my time.
Thank you. That ends the public portion. Mr. Clerk? Take a roll call, please.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Well,
before we take a roll call, you've listened to nine hours and 15 minutes of testimony, and you expect we're not going to discuss a matter? Come on, Mr.
You
Chairman.
can discuss it during your roll call.
No, I'd like to discuss.
Well, don't we have?
I'd like to discuss it.
Excuse me, don't we have other matters on the agenda?
Yes.
Yes, these were all speakers on agenda. It was not limited to a
That's what I
specific.
mean. Don't we have, we haven't voted on the agenda yet.
The agenda portion of the public is over. We're continuing the meeting.
Well, we have to vote on the agenda. No?
Correct.
Well, Freeholder Day wants to speak.
Mr.
No, but
Right.
doesn't Freeholder O'Day get to speak? Before?
Any freeholder can speak. Any freeholder can speak if they want.
No, I appreciate it, but don't we have to move the agenda and then any freeholder can speak on the agenda? Don't we have to, is that the order of business?
Yes.
I know it's been 8 hours, but that's okay. But we still have a certain order of business.
We are doing it.
So what is the procedure? Because I would like to discuss item 26.
All right.
I'd like to move that if you'd like to vote on all the other items of the agenda, that we vote separately on 26 and then be able to engage in a discussion of 26. I'd like to make a motion to, I have a lot of questions about 26.
I get, well, make your motion.
One at a time, please, one at a time.
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we vote on all the items on the agenda except item 26.
I'll second.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that.
Let's second, sorry.
Second, I have a problem. I don't have a problem with that.
On the motion to remove 26 from the consent agenda. Freeholder Cedeño.
Yes.
Cifelli.
Yes.
Kopacz.
Yes.
O'Day.
Yes.
Rodriguez. You're muted. You're muted, Freeholder.
Yes.
Freeholder Romano.
Yes.
Torres.
Yes.
Walker.
Yes.
Chairman Vainieri.
Yes. Let's go back to the agenda, please.
So 26 has been removed from the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve all items that are currently on the consent agenda, which does not include 26?
Motion.
Second.
Seconded by Romano.
Cedeño, didn't you?
Cedeño, give it to Cedeño.
Yeah.
So Rodriguez, Cedeño on the consent agenda. Freeholder Cedeño.
Yes.
Cifelli.
Yes.
Kopacz.
Yes.
Abstain on,
No, sorry, go ahead. Kenny goes first.
Kopacz, abstain on 6. I do not have a problem. I support the issue, but being a member of the One Stop Operator Grant Advisory Board, I am abstaining on 6. I vote aye on the rest.
Freeholder O'Day.
Yes.
Freeholder Rodriguez. What was that, Freeholder?
Yes.
Freeholder Romano. Freeholder Romano.
Yes. Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Freeholder Torres.
I only need one yes.
Yes.
Walker.
Yes.
Chairman Vainieri.
Yes.
And we now have 26 on the table.
So Mr. Chairman, I don't mind spending an hour debating and discussing it, potentially looking to how to change it related to some of the comments Freeholder Cifelli made. I think it would be preferable to carry the item so we could have a reasonable discussion the way 2 years ago we had a reasonable discussion, because I remember having at least one meeting in the county exec's office where we went over a number of items before we move forward. The fact that this item as currently written talks about a 10-year or maximum allowable, which is, we've been told by Mr. Kennelly, 10 years, is ludicrous. My God, from where we were 2 years ago, where there were some of us who opposed it, but many who supported it said, look, we're going to get out. We just need time to get out. We've got to, replace some of the revenue that we have. We have a pathway to get out. So we've gone out from getting out to saying, sign up for 10 years. I don't know how we got that without any serious discussion, except the discussion that took place here today. Now I don't mind staying here because somebody texted me earlier that the record for the longest public meeting in New Jersey is 9 hours. I mean, 10 hours. We're now at 9 hours and 24 minutes. So between Al Cifelli and I know we can have a dialogue that'll break that
We
record.
can eclipse that.
Now, say just you and I, Al, have a dialogue in order to break that. But I think it's more prudent after this many hours for us to carry an item, have a discussion, try to come up with something that makes sense. I think Freeholder Cifelli's idea of coming up with a way that if we take no one else in there, and we have a limited period of time to assist and adjudicate those 93 individuals that are now there. Many on the call will probably say, no, just end it today. But I think that's a reasonable compromise that I could support. So I would at least, rather than get into a long discussion of it, because if I have to talk long, I'll talk long later. I'm going to make a motion that we carry this item to the next regular meeting.
Is there a second? Seeing none, let's move on, please. Anyone else want discussion on 26?
Well, I have a lot of discussion on it now that I know we're not going to carry the item.
Okay.
So let me start with this.
You want to go first or you want to give?
I'll go first or last. It doesn't matter.
Any other freeholders have any comments?
I have comments, but let Bill speak.
Why don't we
first.
save you and Bill for the last? Because you're the longest.
Let Al and I go last.
Mr. Chair.
Romano, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair,
Freeholder Romano.
if there's things to be discussed, ask Mr. Florio if you want to go in closed session.
We don't have to do that right now.
Why don't
We do that.
We can't go in closed session. Everybody's
I wouldn't opine on the need for a closed session at this point in the proceedings, Freeholder.
You would agree, Mr. Florio, that a contract is an area that permits a closed session under the law. Would you not concede that?
Well, that's what the law says.
Okay, well, hopefully we live by what the law says.
Negotiation.
Contract negotiation, that's right.
Freeholder Romano, any discussion on 26?
No,
None.
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Fair.
Anybody else? Freeholder Torres, go ahead, sir.
I'll say I understand the sentiment of Freeholder O'Day and wanting to carry the item forward. However, hearing the fact that we've heard over 9 hours of public testament, all of which have stated theirs in 100%, I believe, if not their statements on where they stand, and me personally receiving a plethora of calls from my constituents, I've committed to at least voting on this tonight. I've said on the record where I stand, and I intend to do that vote as well, out of respect for all of the individuals who've stayed with us since 1 o'clock this afternoon to speak.
Are you done, sir? Freeholder Torres?
For now, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other freeholders? Freeholder Rodriguez? No?
What I have to say, I know how I'm going to vote. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Freeholder Cifelli, go ahead.
Yeah, very briefly, I'm not going to belabor my position. I think my position's been made clear through my my questions. And maybe my fault is in my my background as a lawyer. Maybe that's my fault. But I see the broad landscape of this issue. And I've heard criticisms of going back to Bill Clinton and Barack Obama about how they were on the wrong side of history. And I'm not going to debate that. That's a political issue. And I also understand how I think the Democratic Party has maybe we're on the wrong side of history with this issue. I get that, but the lawyer in me goes back to a very narrow issue, and that's the issue that's before us tonight in this resolution. And that issue is, Do we continue the contract or not continue the contract? That's the issue, plain and simple. We can all get on our soapboxes and decry the corruption of American democracy and American immigration policy. And we can go back to the history of American immigration policy, and we can go back to quota systems. We could go back into that rabbit hole. I'm not going to do that. The lawyer in me says we have to decide the issue that's before us tonight. And the issue that's before us tonight is, do we extend the contract or not extend the contract? And with that said, the way I look at it, there's a couple of different slices to the pie. And one of the slices is the mercenary financial benefit to the county for continuing this. And we've been told by many of the speakers that this is blood money, we shouldn't take it, the county's making money, and this is just a money grab. I don't look at it that way. I look at the numbers today, and I've made a couple of calls, and I don't have a great answer from the county administration as to how much money we make, and does it offset what the expenses are of the facility. I didn't get an adequate answer, and that I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying I don't think there is an adequate answer, at least now. But that's not my motivation. The other motivation, one of the other motivations is the macro sense of the morality of immigration policy. And we've listened to, I don't know, was it 7-8 hours of people? And we listened to, piggybacked on 3 or 4 hours last week. And that's okay. I'll stay here until 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't care. But it's I kind of get what they're saying. I just don't necessarily buy everything they say, because I think the vast majority of the people of the country and the people of the state of New Jersey and the people of Hudson County are more in the center. I think, and that's what I was voted into office for, to represent those people. And my comment is that I am enlightened by the passion of the speakers. I'm turned off by some of them, and when maybe I rolled my eyes and I got criticized for that as being laughter, it is what it is. You think I laughed, that's fine. But some of the speakers were kind of, I want to tell you the truth, off the rails. And if you don't like what that statement says, so be it. But some of them were just crazy. And maybe that's why I rolled my eyes. But hey, you don't like that? I'm sorry. That's me. So, but when I come, I appreciate the passion of most of the speakers. And if I got criticized for being too cross-examining with some of the law students or the lawyers, so be it. That's the lawyer in me. I'm sorry. That's what I was voted to do. But the lawyer in me says, and the human in me says, and I got Christianity thrown at me. I got the Bible thrown at me tonight. And I remember a Bible passage. Maybe it's not a passage. Maybe it's just my Catholic upbringing. But one of the corporal works of mercy, as I remember, is to visit the imprisoned. And that doesn't say to me that people that are detained shouldn't be detained for some reason. It means that you take care of them and you treat them humanely and take care of them while they are in your custody. And that's what I think we're doing. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. And the one gentleman that said that I don't have a heart, or he's looking to my heart and he's finding bad things in my heart, he doesn't know me, and that's okay. But why I'm voting, I'm going to vote to maintain the contract, but because I'm more concerned with the 70 people or 75 guys out there, some of which I spoke to last Friday, because I truly think they don't want to move. And the advocates, I'm holding a letter from November 17th, this letter that I'm holding, I'm disappointed in them. Lawyer to lawyer, I'm disappointed because I think they're washing their hands of the situation. They had steadfastly told us for 2 years, no, don't end the contract. And then when the rubber meets the road, they abstained. I'm not abstaining. I'm taking a position. And I know a lot of people are going to condemn me for taking it. So be it. That's why I got elected. But I don't think, after speaking to those young men out there, I don't think they want to move. And nobody knows where they're going to go. And that's the problem. And I think, and I'll let the county council, who I hope is on this, and I hope our attorney is, Mr. Florio, is knowledgeable about this. But my understanding is that the contract, if it's renewed, allows us a 60-day right to tear it up. And I'm hoping, and I guess maybe I'm being too Pollyanna. I'm looking at it through rose-colored glasses, and maybe I'm wrong. But I'm hoping that a new administration in Washington will be more empathetic. And maybe I'm wrong. And if you want to say that I'm taking the cheap way out, then condemn me and elect me again. But that's my vote, and that's all I can tell you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Freeholder Day?
Yeah, first, before I get into my statement, Mr. Florio, the contract would allow a 60-day out clause, but my understanding of the contract is that the entity that exercises that right once this is passed is the executive branch, not the legislative branch. And if this legislative branch could not unilaterally pass a resolution directing the executive to terminate the contract on 60 days notice. Is that true or not?
Freeholder, under the county executive form of government, the authority over a contract resides in the executive branch. The power of the freeholder board is to approve it or disapprove it. Once approved, the execution of the contract terms also redounds back to the executive branch. So essentially, your comment is accurate.
So the answer is yes. So I would start with my comment saying, Freeholder Cifelli, once you vote for this contract, despite saying it could be out in 60 days, from your perspective, my perspective, and every other legislator here, your hands are washed. You've washed your hands and handed it over to someone else. The way Jesus was once handed over to someone else. So don't try to let people think that somehow we can vote for this today and 6 months from now pass a resolution directing the county to get out of the contract 60 or 90 days later.
Batista wants to say something.
Billy,
Yes.
Billy, if you're
Hold on.
all right.
Hold on, Mr. Batista wanted to comment.
The contract as originally written called for a 60-day opt-out. And in 2002, there was an amendment. And based upon the amendment, the time was reduced to 30 days.
Okay, so you could get out in 30 days. We can't order you to get out in 30 days. Right. Okay. But at the end of the day, once this is approved, the exiting of the contract is clearly in the responsibility only of the executive, not in the legislative branch of this government. That's my understanding.
So Billy, if I can ask you,
Yeah.
so are you saying that my criticism of the attorneys should be leveled at me, that the attorneys and me are both Pontius Pilates? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want you to tell me that. Thanks.
Yes, I think that those attorneys.
No, you answered it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right, thank you.
Chairman Vainieri, can I make one comment?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Before I go.
Chairman Vainieri, I just want to say, nothing has been mentioned, and again, appreciate the speakers and all their opinions, but nobody defended the Hudson County Correctional and Rehabilitation Center. Those corrections officers have been maligned tonight. Things were said. and things were said about the jail and by some law students from another state that I think that I really invite them down to see the jail. I mean, obviously they've listened to a certain one side of a party that they listen to, but I think the Hudson County Corrections officers do a fine job day in and day out. And I think obviously there's always exceptions, but I think they have treated the detainees with dignity and respect. And I think that Director Edwards tries his hardest to have a facility that treats detainees as human beings. I just wanted to make that clear about our corrections officers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Freeholder Day.
And Freeholder Romano, I don't disagree with any of that statement. I fully agree with it, but it doesn't change the subject and it doesn't change the issue. It doesn't change the subject or the issue in any way, shape, or form. In fact, if anything, it reinforces why we should vote against this contract because, as you said, it's the Correctional and Rehabilitation Center. But as it was proven today, and was shocking to me, is that several members of this board did not realize that when they got a list of all those charges, that but for one, because there's only one there that says pending, all of those individuals have completed and paid their debt to society. But despite that, continue to be held in a jail because there's no correction and rehabilitation. They did their time. Hopefully, wherever they did their time, that correction and rehabilitation took place. But they continue to sit in a jail waiting for a deportation hearing.
Bill, every one of those crimes have been adjudicated?
I spoke to Director Edwards earlier when I got this list, because my understanding has been always that was the case. And he said, yes, that is the case, except in a couple of instances. When I went back and looked at it, there's only one that I see where it says pending, as it is 12. And quite frankly, when I spoke to the individuals there, every individual I spoke to there said that they had completed their sentence. So I'm relying on what the director said today. I'm relying on what I saw and spoke and heard to individuals when I was there on Friday.
Can I interject a question though? I understand, I heard of this email exchange about the criminal background of the detainees. Quite frankly, I did not look at it. I did get an email. I did not look at it because it wasn't material to me. Because what was material to me was irrespective of whatever the criminal dispositions that these particular inmates had or didn't have, that did not impact on our decision. Whatever ICE does with these guys, that's what ICE is going to do. If ICE does something unjust with them, I get it, but it's not our decision. And again, I come back to the narrow focus. Look, we're not the judges of the entire universe. We can only adjudicate things that come before us. And maybe adjudicate's the bad word. Decide the things that come before us. And if we start to get beyond those borders, we do a disservice to the community, the people that voted us in, and we do a disservice to ourselves. And I'm trying to keep the focus on this contract. And if everybody was pristine in that building and we ended the contract and the doors opened, they're not going back to their homes. They're going to go into the arms of ICE. Maybe if we're bad people to open up those doors and send them into the hands of ICE, that's my problem. So go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to start with a quote. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. You have to do something. Former Congressman John Lewis. Today we heard from clergy members, students, professors, teachers, young lawyers, young doctors, descendants of Holocaust victims. Does that remind you of anything? Yes. The civil rights movement of the 1960s in the South in this country. Today, these detainees are the civil rights movement of the 2020 era. That's the reality of it. You look at the list here. Every one of these individual charges, if they were an individual that was not a detainee, they would be part of our reentry program. We would be offering them opportunities to get jobs. We would be finding them a place to live. We would be assisting them, ensuring they get medical care. But because they are detainees, they don't get that. Instead, they continue to stay locked up in a penal institution with little or no rights whatsoever. So I think that each of you need to search your heart and understand where we are today. Because, you know, Al, you said some of the folks sounded a little bit out there. Well, I think if you went back to the 1960s and you went down to Alabama or Mississippi, and we went and spoke at a meeting and said, we don't understand why blacks drink out of one fountain and whites drink out of another fountain, how black people can't sit where white people sit in a diner or a restaurant. A lot of those folks on those city councils would have said to us, man, some of those people are out there a little bit. So I think we've got to think.
Billy, I'm going to fact check you on that. Don't lay that on me.
I'm not laying anything on you. I'm drawing an analogy, Al, that some of the things.
Well, analogy's got to be reasonable. That's not a reasonable analogy.
Well, it is a reasonable analogy in the sense of this. Individuals in a facility that this county runs, that the only difference between them and every other individual in that facility is that they are a detainee, that there is a question as to their legal status in this country, are treated vastly differently. They are not released. They are not put on bracelets. They are not offered the housing and the services that we would offer to any other individual that was in our facility except those. If that is not separate but unequal treatment, then I don't know what the hell it is, because that's what it is. And that's the reality of how this is a civil rights issue in 2020. And that case has been made to me in listening to 9 hours of testimony, because I didn't walk in here quite with that perspective. But listening to the passion of those individuals, how they explain what this issue is, it suddenly came to me. And quite frankly, I'm glad they sent me this list, trying to show, oh, how many bad folks there are in there. And you know what? There are a lot of bad acts that were committed here. But you know, and I say this to Jerry, if you look at the list of these charges, Jerry, almost every week in your office and my office, we have people that come out of that facility that had similar charges like this. And we try to help them get a job. We try to help them get food. We try to help them get housing. I've gotten a number of individuals that have had charges like this into construction trade unions. The only difference between those individuals and the individuals that are part of this ICE contract is their documented status in this country. And when I was there last Friday, I had an opportunity to spend some time and really talk to them. And two individuals that I spoke to. And they explained to me how old they were when they came to this country. One was 10, one was 11. So they didn't come here as some mass plan on their own to get into the United States. They came with their parents. They came with someone else. They probably heard about this country and what this country had to offer to people. And somewhere along the line, in those two cases, after they went to our schools, they didn't come here with bad actors. They weren't in gangs when they came here. They were 10 and 11 years old, like some folks' children. Like in 4 years, my own grandson will be. And somewhere along the line, they made a mistake, or more than one mistake. And those are the worst actors. Those aren't the ones that have DUIs or money laundering or for 30 or so charges that in today's day and age, if they had these charges, would have been released under bail reform, which is a whole other point. Are we right of center or just left of center in New Jersey? in light of bail reform? Are we, Al? Are we just little left of center when Governor Murphy released early so many individuals that had even violent offenses? I think folks need to wake up and see the direction this country and those of us that are Democrats are going. And yes, we need to look to the young generation that spoke here today, because they are the future, and we need to listen to what they have to say. So my position in this contract, one, the financial argument's gone. The financial argument is gone. This $20 million is down to $3 or $4 million. It's not even worth it. We could figure it out in a heartbeat. The fact that officers are going to lose their job, BS. It's not going to happen. 2017, 1,168 people, population at the facility. 2018, 1,069. 2019, 937. Today, 860. If you go through those 3 years, that's a 25, almost a 30% reduction in the number of individuals there. Mr. Administrator, have we laid off a single correction officer?
No.
Thank you.
Freehold,
So despite-
Freehold, your arguments are not true.
Have you laid off? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you laid off correction officers. I'm sorry, Craig, you have laid off correction officers?
No. What I said was, I said your financial arguments are not true.
Well, so 93 times 120 times 365. Who has a calculator? Anybody have a calculator?
I'm not about to debate the calculation right now, Freeholder, but you know as well as I do that the we're not about to debate the correctional correctional layoff, not layoff thing right now.
All right. So anyway, the scope, we can debate and discuss it. Unfortunately, Craig, this item is being rushed through in a manner that doesn't allow us a reasonable back and forth discussion as to what the fiscal or financial ramifications of ending the contract would be. Though many speakers suggested that we table or carry the item and do it, no one seemed willing on this board to want to entertain that. So I have to rely on only the representations that were made to me and the calculations I had done previously when there's 79 individuals, and that number came out to be at least less than $4 million. So if I could continue. So the bottom line of this is, in that case, there were many members of this board who said this isn't about numbers, it isn't about financial. I will say a couple of things that I think in fairness to the administration is the administration didn't do anything to try to not fill the quote unquote financial gap. There was a contract approved with Mercer County. That contract is in court. I would argue if you're sincere in wanting to get out of this contract and it's but for that issue being resolved or but for Governor Murphy providing through the program that we've established for drug treatment at the facility, individuals approaching the last year or so of their release to come to the facility. If that either of those issues being resolved would eliminate ICE, then I would suggest that you amend this contract to be for a year, because within the next year, we should be able to resolve it. Yes, and I know that if you don't do that, that we'll sit here for 9 or 10 hours, maybe for 15 hours. Probably if the pandemic is over, let's pray to God it is, maybe not as many, because folks will have to fill up a large place as opposed to be able to call in on Zoom. So if that's really what the intent of the county is, no one said that to me. All I have is an item that says for the longest term possible. All I have is a spokesman for the county saying that's 10 years. No one's saying that, no, it's only going to be till we address that gap issue. I can only conclude that those efforts aren't going to matter anymore, and we're in for the long haul, because nobody has refuted it. But to get back to my point, because I don't think when you come to a civil rights issue that dollars really matter. And I really have come to the conclusion over the last 2 years that this is a civil rights issue. And I remember having conversations with Al a couple of years ago about that particular point. And we had a good discussion, a positive discussion about it. And at what point does it make sense for us to say, we know we're not going to end ICE by stopping and voting against this contract, but what does that action do? Because you're right, if all we do is vote against this, get out and go home and say we do what we have to do, we still have failed to live up to our responsibilities. Because after we do that today, we next need to go to Essex County with all the folks that were here today and demand that they get the hell out of ICE. We next need to go to Bergen County and demand that they get the hell out of ICE. So now President Biden will look and say, wow, the 3 blue counties in New Jersey that up to now thought it was okay to do business with ICE suddenly have all gotten out. I think that might go a decent way to moving the way that he wants to go forward. I think that if we ask Governor Murphy where he stood, I think he would be in favor of getting out of ICE or radically changing the way ICE is. But that's what you have to do in the civil rights movement. People didn't sit and get arrested because they knew their arrest was going to end segregation. But they knew that every action taken was a statement as part of a movement. This is a movement. Make no mistake about it. I think the one thing I think the threats about how they're going to vote everyone out of office that doesn't vote against it, I don't think many members are that concerned about it. But how will your children or your grandchildren look at you 10 years from now when hopefully there is no more ICE, all this is done away with, and we had an opportunity, which we kind of knew 2 years ago, because we wanted to get out in 2 years. We had an opportunity to make a statement. We had an opportunity to take a stand. We had an opportunity to take an important step to end the contract, and then beyond that, go and urge other, especially blue counties, to end the contract. Movements start and continue with bold, brave steps. And I go back to what John Lewis said. You see something that's not right and it's not fair and not just, you speak up, you say something, you do something. Treating individuals who the only difference between them and others in a penal institution is their legal status in this country is not right, it's not fair, it's not just. We have a chance today to say something. We have a chance today to do something.
Thank you.
Can I say one thing? And I in response to Freeholder O'Day, and Freeholder O'Day was, as usual, very eloquent. And I did speak to my children about this. My children are adults, and I spoke to them. And one may be actually on the Zoom meeting now. I don't know. And I've wrestled with this. And for all the other people that spoke and said, I don't have a heart, good for them. But I have tangled with this issue. But one thing that comes back to me is that John Lewis made a decision to walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. The gentleman that we spoke to at the facility, that was John Lewis's decision. He decided to stand up and be a martyr for the cause. And he paid a heavy price. Physically, he paid a price. But he prevailed. And all, God bless him, he prevailed. I don't know that the people that are entrusted with our care are ready to make the trek across the Pettus Bridge. And from what I gathered from them. And I don't want them to be forced in a march over that bridge to vindicate the agenda of other people. That's my problem. And I like the agenda. The philosophy of it. I've said that before on the record. It was said tonight that people are disappointed in me because I like the philosophy, but I play the other side. I get it, but I'm not ready to let them be the sacrificial lambs for a cause that they don't want to step up to. And I'm hoping.
Thank you for thank you.
I'm hoping that in the next couple of months this will be resolved. But until then, it's their lives.
Thank you for your.
Just to comment two things. That one, I firmly believe, because I believe this was the case 2 years ago, that you have wrestled with this issue, and I know that you have, and I know that many speakers took you to task about your questions and things, but in your defense, I believe that you, to the very end, wrestled with this issue. I believe sincerely that as you've wrestled with many other issues. I don't agree with you that those individuals want to just stay there, that we didn't lay out all the options they have. Are they going to go back to Essex? Are they going to go to Bergen? Is this part of a movement that ultimately is meant so less individuals were there? And even if I agree with you as it related to them, Al, that solution to that would be what we spoke about earlier, which is to let no one else into that facility as a detainee, and to only remain in this contract until we can assist the adjudication of the individuals that are detainees that are there today. Taking your logic to its conclusion, that is the only solution. Not voting on a contract that says up to 10 years with no out unless the executive branch determines to do so. So I think that it's important to understand that even if I agree with you on that, and I didn't disagree with you on that, the answer to that is not to vote on the item before us, because the item before us is flawed as it relates to that. And I think we do agree that the more locations that we take away for beds or cells, the less ICE can pick up individuals who might have gotten a DUI or might have done nothing wrong but happen to be somewhere where other individuals were picked up. I think that's a very, very compelling argument. And the only way to do that is for us to say no, go to Essex and make them say no, go to Bergen and make them say no. Obviously, New York, we had council members, we had state senators send us letters, and so many people spoke from New York, where these individuals are from. We're told time and time again, none of these individuals are from New Jersey. Like, that's a good thing? I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. What that tells us is New York believes the only way to stop this is to not make it so easy to find a place to house those individuals, because from a civil rights perspective, it is just plain wrong. And so I think that, I don't disagree. I know you've wrestled with it. And I also have to say, because I didn't speak earlier about Freeholder Rodriguez, I know that during the pandemic, she fought very, very hard to make sure that the food and the produce that we could get, that we bought, whether it's using CARES money, got to North Hudson. And at times we talked about how it was good for seniors. The reality is, in North Hudson, the recipients of those, the greatest recipients of those, are undocumented residents. That's true. And she fought hard because she understood that, as we all understand, that those individuals are hardest hit by a pandemic, not only if they're in the correctional center, but if they're outside the correctional center. Why? Because they lost their job. Why? Because they can't collect unemployment. Why? Because they don't get a stimulus check. So those individuals are hardest hit, and God help some of them if they may shoplift from a place or do something to feed their children and they get arrested. Not only are they going to get arrested and serve 90 days somewhere, they're going to wind up probably in Essex County or Bergen County, wherever they put New Jersey residents. It's probably Essex, because they got 207 detainees there that are all from New Jersey now. But their plight could be the same plight as the individuals that we have there. And I get back to my point. If we know and understand their plight and that we have to feed those individuals because they're worse off because of their status in the pandemic, how the hell can we vote to continue and extend a contract that treats those individuals differently than everyone else?
Okay, we're all set. Mr. Clerk, want to call roll call, please, on a vote for item number 26?
Freeholder Cedeño.
This is to vote, correct?
I'm sorry?
This is to vote, correct?
Yeah, this is
Correct.
on number
Okay,
26.
I just want to, okay, just before I vote, I just want to say that I represent a district that is made up of over 90% immigrant population. To vote yes on this resolution is to effectively disregard the needs and concerns of my constituents. As an immigrant myself, I stand with those who come to this country to work hard for their families and to contribute to the economy of this country. Many of them fleeing their countries in search of the American dream. The majority of those currently detained were not criminally charged for acts of violence against others, but rather they are being punished for not having status. The mass incarceration of undocumented immigrants has real world consequences in our communities, including the loss of income and which results in significant hardships for the remaining family members. Not only that, but it also creates an emotional distress on them. So for those reasons, I vote no.
Freeholder Cifelli.
I vote aye, and my comments are already on the record.
Freeholder Kopacz.
Yes.
Freeholder O'Day.
My comments are on the record. I vote no.
Freeholder Rodriguez.
My comments are on the record, and I just want to add that safety for me, for my family, is priority in my mind, in my heart. My heart goes out to the detainees, to their families, and I know, because I've lived it in my body, that separation is horrible among families. But if those people have done nothing wrong, the ones that didn't really commit a bad crime, they will be processed and they will be let go and they will live a normal life. But we have to go through the process. We have to make sure that once they've done their sentence, they are assessed. And whatever happens after that, it's on them, really. If nothing bad came about from them, then nothing bad would happen to them and they'll go back to their families. I have to believe that. I have to trust in that system, because otherwise I lose my mind. I have a large family, 7 grandchildren all over the place in different schools. As I said, safety and democracy above all, but they have to be assessed and put in the right place. I vote aye on that.
Freeholder Romano.
I think that the discussion tonight was very healthy. To all my colleagues on the Freeholder Board, I respect your feelings. Feelings run deep here in many issues. But I think that we all, and I say all, including both branches of government, do care about the detainees. There's no doubt in my mind or heart that we don't. With that being said, also as a grandson of immigrants, I vote yes.
Freeholder Torres.
You know, I'll say just real quick that I've heard folks speak their personal stories and their personal insight. I think I'll be gone from here in a few short weeks. And 2 years ago, when this first came up, I know that there were people who rolled their eyes. I know that there were people who were mad because of my stance, because of my request to table the item, because of my request to vote against the item. And if I do not at least give my full, once again, statements on my thought processes, then I'll be doing a disservice to my constituents and to myself. And to those individuals who reached out to me over the past 8 months with the, I'll say allegations because I've never heard anything, but that I paid the ultimate political price by losing support from the local Democratic Party for my stance 2 years ago and my continued stance I'm not saying that, but I've heard from folks, and if that's some concerns from other individuals, I can understand that, because I saw that firsthand. But I'm an Afro-Latino. The only thing I have is the luxury of parents who were born in Puerto Rico, and they came here as American citizens. So therefore, me being born here, I was an American citizen as well, due to their rights. So growing up, I wasn't concerned with my parents being deported or things of that nature. But I married an Ecuadorian who came here at the age of 10. She went through all the processes. She paid the $700. She had to spend years dealing with the process of getting her status. 4 years ago, this country elected a president, and I had to deal with my children, and this is why I can sympathize with people who spoke today. This is why I can sympathize with the young lady who spoke, and with all due respect, she was rudely interrupted. She started crying about her story. My children, after the president made his comments, after Stephen Miller was talking about all of his nonsense, they cried to me. They came to their father crying that their mother would be deported, that their grandmother would be deported, even though they're both naturalized citizens, because of what they were hearing from their president. So yes, 2 years ago, I fought against this. But now I'm fighting against this. I understand the conversations. I understand the thought processes that we have to vote on what's in front of us. But as Bill stated, sometimes we have to take a bigger stand, and we need to start the movement. And we might see something as just an item to vote on, even if it's a serious item that we've heard for hours. I know I've sat with you here respectfully these 9+ hours listening to people. I sat last week as well listening to folks. I've heard from constituents over the last 2+ years through my conversations, through my meetings with them about this. So therefore, I understand that we've all spoken to our constituents, but this is one step in a bigger step, in a bigger democratic strategy to look at finding ways to create a more humane and just society for our brothers and sisters in the immigrant community who are the catalyst to our society and who are moving things forward. And as Freeholder Cedeño stated, so many individuals who are dealing with ICE are individuals who have not committed any serious offenses. They've committed petty offenses, they've committed petty crimes, or their only crime, quote unquote, is that they do not have status. So with all that in mind, I will continue to say what I said 2 years ago. I do not see any reasoning why we have to vote for this. I was hoping that at the end of my term, this contract would end as well. I'm still hoping that with the votes that are left, maybe something will happen, but I will vote no.
Not enough votes left.
Freeholder Torres. Excuse me, Freeholder Walker. Freeholder Walker, you're muted.
Excuse me, guys. Good evening. I just want to, first of all, thank all the participants that participated tonight in this democratic discussion. It was helpful. I just want to put together a time frame for you guys in my 10th year, and I was a freshman with Torres. We came in together, and I remember, at the time, a big issue of the ICE contract was 287G. And one of the things that I felt in my heart was to get rid of that part of it, because we wasn't in the business, or I wasn't feeling like we should be in the business of rounding people up. And that's what that was about. 287G was, training our officers to go out to actually get people and bring them back. And that's not the business we're in. And I also understand since 2017, we had 600 detainees in 2017. To be exact, we got 93. And I see that as progress. And as my colleague, Freeholder alluded to, one of the things that from the Public Safety Committee, we was working diligently. We had the prosecutor office involved. We had the sheriff department involved. We had corrections. We had the administration, plus our chairman, Vainieri, Stick, and O'Day. And one of the things that we talked about for strategizing to try to get out of this was to try to get this contract with Mercer County. It got convoluted. We had long meetings when the COs came up and testified, and they didn't think it would be a good mix. So in my mind, we was making progress. So in the near future, I mean, obviously, one of the things I wanted to bring to the record too, none of the detainees died from the COVID, and I thought that the facility that worked there did a pretty good job with that. Although we had some officers that sacrificed, had sacrificed their lives and coming into work. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. But when we did agree upon this, we didn't say it was a promise; it was a path, and I see the path. And right now, when I voted on it for 2 years ago, it was about finance. I mean, it was $20 million. It was, a lot of money involved. But I also understand the human side, as my colleague Cifelli alluded to, with the people that were there. And I did speak to the folks as well myself. And I could tell you, they all wanted to be there. And they didn't want us to get rid of the contract. So as of now, I see us making progress. For the 10 year that I would say I have on my term, we have exactly 37 days left on my first term. And I could tell you within that time, that's what we accomplished. And I was the final vote for the 287G, and I met with the folks from the community in reference to it. So as I see it, we see progress with it. And right now I want to continue to progress with this. And I want to turn this into a situation where, because it's like a landing block for these folks to me. And I believe that we can help them gain citizenship, with these funds. These funds can go a lot of ways. And for us not to think about, I'm not, humans is definitely more important than any funds, but we do need funds to take care of the humans. And I understand that. And I understand, balance of budgets. And I come from the world of social service. So I understand. And John Lewis was my hero. And I understand the ramifications then. It was whether a black man can't drink in the water of a fountain in a diner when he was a citizen of this United States of America. Okay. So the difference, my colleague Bill, was the crimes. The difference is they're American and these folks is not. Now, immigration is definitely what we stand for, and I invite that, but is a right way to come in here. And I also wanted just to say that, this was very difficult for me, because when some of the constituents was talking, they talked a little bit about with the detainees being locked up for 23 hours and one hour out. Well, that's not the case. That's the general population that's locked up 23 hours and 1 hour out. Okay. The detainees area where they stay at, guys, is like a dorm room. Okay. It's open space. It's plasma TVs. They get culture meals. They get a little bit more than the Americans on the other side. And a lot of them look like me. So in saying that, I think we're making progress. And I know for a fact, discrimination is no place in this country. So I'm looking for the progress of this. But right now, as I see it, we got to keep this in place. So I vote yes.
Chairman Vainieri.
Yes.
Number 26 is approved. We have one ordinance for introduction. It's entitled Ordinance Rescinding Ordinance Number 473-11-2009, amending Chapter 200, Article 8.11 of the Administrative Code to eliminate a reserved handicap parking space at 2701 John F. Kennedy Boulevard, the city of Jersey City, for Hosni W. Awad. On introduction, Freeholder Cedeño.
Yes.
Cifelli?
Yes.
Kopacz?
Yes.
O'Day?
Yes.
Rodriguez? You're muted, Freeholder Rodriguez.
Sorry, yes.
Freeholder Romano? Freeholder Romano's not there. Freeholder Torres?
Yes.
Freeholder Walker?
Yes.
And Chairman Vainieri?
Yes.
And we have one ordinance for second reading. It's entitled Ordinance Rescinding Ordinance Number 531, 8-2017 and amending Chapter 200, Article 8.11 of the Administrative Code to eliminate a reserved handicap parking space at 682 John F. Kennedy Boulevard in the city of Bayonne for Jose M. Toledo. This is a time fixed for public hearing of this ordinance, which is introduced at the meeting of November 12, 2020, advertised as required by law, together with a notice of hearing for this time. It's been posted on the Freeholders Bulletin Board and made available to the general public. Are there any
Did you call me?
questions on this ordinance only?
Motion to
See no one
close.
in the thing.
Second.
No, we have a raised
Cifelli,
hand.
Torres, Cifelli, Torres.
Hi, can you hear me?
Little. Yes, Mr. Little, on this ordinance only.
Yes, before I continue, can you just say what this ordinance is again?
It's the elimination of reserved handicap parking space in the
Yes,
city of
this is what I was looking for. I just wanted to say that you all are complacent. You're going to hell.
Oh, God.
Okay, the other speakers, I think are speakers on the immigration.
Item 26.
Yeah. So I don't see them on this ordinance, Mr. Chairman. So is there a motion to close the hearing?
Motion.
We had a motion. Yeah.
You hear the 2 o'clock?
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Cifelli. All in favor?
Aye.
On final adoption. Get the,
Getting there.
Freeholder Cedeño.
Yes.
Cifelli.
Yes.
Kopacz.
Yes.
O'Day.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Romano.
Yes.
Torres.
Yes.
Walker.
Yes.
Chairman Vainieri.
Yes.
That concludes the items of business on today's agenda. Are there any comments from the freeholders of the business of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Why don't we just skip over, hold on, skip over to the freeholders real fast. Go to the chief of staff if he has anything to say. We'll come back to the freeholders. County executive chief of staff, any comments? Deputy chief of staff?
I don't see him, Mr. Chairman.
Pat?
It's Pat McCarthy. At this time, no. Thank you for everyone for the patience.
Thank you, sir. Any freeholders have any comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Anthony, just
Hold
quick.
on.
Did you,
Hold on. I was there first.
Hold
I
on.
just wanted to
Hold
ask
on.
about the ordinance.
No, but I
Just
was
wanted to ask
first.
about the.
No, I was first. Thanks. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank, I'm sorry.
Freeholder Day has the floor. Go ahead, sir.
I was first.
That's all right, Al. You can laugh at me, Al. I won't get
That's all
upset.
right. No, I'm not laughing, but I was first. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. The last shall be first. I just wanted to actually commend the administration on the issue that I raised and spoke about concerning the sites, our buildings where there have been cases of COVID and there have been concerns raised by employees. I know that in parks, they've let the individuals all go work remotely, and that steps are being taken quickly to address that at the Family Services Building. I have no idea if Mr. Matinovich is still on the phone, but Bob, you really need to implement quickly a program that limits the number of individuals that have to come in. People need to be able to work remotely whenever there's an incident. The CDC has clear guidelines of how long an individual is supposed to be able to be isolated if they had close contact. I've read a lot of the emails. I see a lot of these daily reports of individuals testing positive. You've got to become sensitive. I appreciate the work the administration's doing. This virus is coming back with a vengeance, and we need to take every step that we need to take to protect the health of the employees as well as any people that have to interact in any of these offices. But I thank you, Mr. Administrator, County Executive, for some of the actions that have been taken in recent days.
Any of the freeholders have any comments?
Yes, I have one comment, and it's about item 26, but it's not about the substance of it. I have to say something that I omitted in my comments before about 26, but everybody knows how I voted. But this is kind of like putting the cart before the horse. I wasn't overly, and I think the chairman knows this, and the administration knows this. I wasn't overly enthused about the fact that it was on the agenda tonight. I thought it would be more appropriate to put it on the agenda at the next meeting. With that said, I believe that the comments that we got from all of the speakers, the many speakers, on top of the comments we got from the last meeting, I think distilled the comments that the objectors, if you want to call them, wanted to make about the resolution. So I don't want anybody to think that, even though there may have been an appearance that this was rushed on, irrespective of that, everybody got their say. Everybody knows what they're saying. Everybody on the board, I think, knows what the gravamen of what everybody wanted to say was. So nothing was, as much as I would not have wanted it on tonight, I think everybody got their say. So I think due process, and that was something that one of the speakers said, due process was served, and I don't think anybody got cheated out of their voice. So that's all I want to say about the process.
Chairman, did I miss a vote on that one ordinance?
Yes, an introduction.
Yes. Could I be vote yes on that, please, Al?
Okay, ordinance I-1, you're recorded, Freeholder, as yes.
Thank you.
Proceed with public participation, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
She needs a
Can I
break.
just take 5?
She needs a 5-minute
Go
break.
back to public.
We have a 5-minute break before that.
Motion for a 5-minute break.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Are we back live?
Yeah, you're broadcasting, Freeholder.
Okay, good. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm back. Okay.
Chair is there. At least we broke the record, our longest meeting in New Jersey.
You think so?
That somebody texted me earlier that the
I
longest.
don't know. I don't know.
Somebody said a reporter, one of the advocates said that a reporter told him the longest meeting in New Jersey was 10 hours. We're now at 10 and a half hours.
We'll be here another 10 hours. I don't care.
Yeah, well, I think we'll be 10. We'll probably be here another hour and a half.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, Al.
I do want to talk to you, like, after this. I still want to talk to you about other things, you know. So are you gonna be in your office tomorrow? Or,
yeah.
Wait a second. We're almost at tomorrow. But
I'll be there. Let me see.
I mean like at 10 or 11, because I'll be back here at, irrespective of when this meeting ends, I'll be back here at 7 tomorrow. That's all right.
Al, what about 11? I got a 10 o'clock. I got a 10 and a 12. Can we do any time between 11 and 12?
I have a client coming in and a conference call with a lawyer because of the client at 11:30. So that's my problem.
Why don't we just do it exactly at 11? We have a half hour is enough time,
All
right?
right. 10 minutes is enough.
Yeah. Just call me at 11.
All right. I'll call you at 10.
No, 11. 10 o'clock, I got to meet. I got to call.
I'll call you at 11.
Done. That's fine.
All right.
We have 4 now. Well, I don't know where Romano is. He's somewhere. His chair is still there.
I'll make Joe.
Let me try to get Joel. Let me try to get Walker.
I'm here.
Oh, Jerry, you there?
Joel.
Do we have Jerry Walker? All right, Jerry Walker's on. We have 5, Al. Let's get started.
I'm all right.
I'll take a
Let's
roll.
go, Mr. Santos. Let's go. Speakers. Go ahead. We have 5.
Here.
Freeholder Cifelli,
Yes.
Freeholder Kopacz,
Absent.
Freeholder O'Day,
Present.
Freeholder Rodriguez,
Absent.
Freeholder Romano,
He's not here, but he's still on. His camera's on and his chair is on.
Freeholder
Freeholder
Torres,
Kopacz is present. He's in the chambers.
Freeholder Torres,
Here.
Freeholder Walker,
Here.
Chairman Vainieri.
He is absent. Oh, he's back. He's back. So we have almost everyone but Romano and Caridad.
His business, he'll be on a little while.
We have the empty chair of the Romano.
First speaker is.
Don't go there, please. Come on, knock it off. Knock it
Look
off.
Look at the picture.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Knock it off. Don't be snarky.
First speaker is Jake Efros.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize I would be the first, but hi, everyone. My name is Jake Efros. I'm a member of the North New Jersey Democratic Socialists of America, and I was actually the first one who spoke at 1 p.m. today, reading Sister Kay's statement. Obviously, I'm absolutely devastated that this board has once again chosen to extend the ICE contract despite the 9 hours of testimony from constituents. And to be quite honest, it's absolutely disheartening, to see the dismissal of people's expertise, of people's authority, of people's good faith and good conscience who come here on their own time, not as paid freeholders, but as constituents and advocates and formerly detained individuals, to speak up, and for you to just ignore them and to say that we need to narrowly focus, Freeholder Cifelli, to say that we need to narrowly focus on the issue at hand. That is ridiculous. That is just absolutely ridiculous, sir. And you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. I'm at a loss for words, really, and the over 9 hours of testimony today should speak for itself. But what I'm really grateful for is that we have so many people ready to gear up once again and absolutely just extend this meeting as long as possible and ensure that the Freeholder Board needs to sit through the dissent that is present in the community right here in Hudson County and beyond, because as you well know, your decisions affect communities well beyond Hudson County, as every single person of the almost 100 people in the jail are New Yorkers, right? And so I know you want to get analytical and use your lawyer brain, Freeholder Cifelli, to really like narrowly and surgically dissect these problems. But at the end of the day, as Freeholder O'Day spoke to, this is a movement and you are on the wrong side and you are an obstacle and you are in the way. And if you are not providing any path, any kind of positive step to achieve justice, I mean, it's just an absolutely shameful move. It's an absolutely shameful move. And at that point, I have to yield my time because honestly, I am just speechless.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Whitney Strube.
Yeah, hi, Freeholders. Whitney Strube with North Jersey DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. Once again, I don't have prepared comments, but I also want to follow Jake in just expressing my unspeakable disgust in this pathetic just display of the opposite of democracy. For 10 hours, 100% of everyone who spoke, people from Hudson County, people from New York, 18-year-olds, 70-year-olds, people who had been detained, lawyers, doctors, 100%, every single speaker told you to end your contract. And what you do is act like the most pathetic bootlicking machine politicians I have ever seen in my life, with the exception, of course, of Freeholders, Torres, Cedeño, and O'Day. I respect a lot your interventions here. The rest of you, my God, why even pretend? Why even pretend that you do anything except the bidding of Mr. DeGise? And Cifelli, looking at your little paper there, your pathetic, performative, sniveling acts of moralism, they were just the most shameful thing I've ever seen. In invoking John Lewis, shame on you, sir. John Lewis would spit on you for this. Have you read Martin Luther King Jr.? Have you read Letter from a Birmingham Jail? You are the white moderate that he was denouncing. And I mean, I don't even know what else to say except that, you know, at the start of this meeting, you banned profanity. The ACLU of New Jersey disagrees with that. And I say, fuck you, fuck this renewal of this contract. And I'm disgusted with this bullshit.
Santos? Al Santos?
Yes, he's disabled.
Immediately disable anybody with profanity. Immediately, don't even ask me.
All right, next speaker is Sharon Carlton.
Hello, this is Karim Sadie Mazrou. My wife spoke earlier. Her name is Sharon Carlton. Can I speak?
Yes, you can speak.
All right. So I have to say this is very disappointing because people don't even know what this board is about. People don't even know who freeholders are. But right now, all your faces and everybody that voted yes, we know who you are. And we will vote you out. We do not care about who close you are to the community. But we live in Hudson County and we will not vote for you ever again. You're out. We don't want you anymore. I yield my time.
Next speaker is Juan Gomez.
Please move it up, Ergen.
Hear me?
Take a vote.
Mr. Gomez.
Hi, yes. So I wanted to correct the record about something said earlier today, which I tried to do earlier, but was very rudely shouted down by the chairman. Mr. Cifelli, earlier today, you said constituents had not reached out to you about this, despite the fact that I spoke about this at the last county meeting, and you acknowledged that I was your constituent. I remember you acknowledging that, and you said, great, reach out to me after this meeting. I've been waiting to hear back from you since that meeting. I have not heard back yet. Obviously, I didn't know until Sunday that this rush to vote on this would be happening this Tuesday. But nonetheless, I've been waiting 11 days to hear back from you. And in those 11 days, I've heard nothing back. And so the comment you made earlier that you have not heard constituents reach out about this issue opposed to the contract is false. It's untrue. And you acknowledged me as a constituent at the last meeting.
Can I just comment to Mr. Gomez?
5 minutes. At the end of my 5 minutes, you can.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gomez. Go ahead.
I'd also like to express my disappointment in what seemed to be members of this board entering this meeting and playing mental gymnastics for 9 hours to justify the positions they made up in their minds before starting this meeting. After hearing testimony from experts in this field, whether it be medical experts or lawyers and community members, people who have been impacted themselves, to think that you all know better than all of these experts, the hubris that goes with that is astounding. As many have stated, this is now the longest meeting to occur. When this many people take their time out of their day to speak out against something, and they're all unanimous, how can you think you know better or represent them by voting against them? There was no one here who spoke besides freeholders in support of this contract. How can you think you know better than the constituents of your county? I think you all want to paint the speakers here tonight, as Mr. Cifelli said, these quote unquote crazy people, these fringe people. But the reality is you are the fringe people here in our party. This group that came together was a large umbrella of people. I mean, you're talking to somebody who was an intern for Congressman Sears, and I worked for Senator Booker for 6 years. I'm a Democrat. Like, to paint me and all the other people who spoke here today, you spoke to faith leaders, you spoke to doctors and lawyers. The umbrella here was humongous. You all who voted for the continuation of this contract are the fringe. It's extremely disappointing to see this tonight. And I mean, as many have said before, most people don't know what freeholders are. Most people would like to go their day-to-day not engaging in county meetings like this. The county meeting 11 days ago was my first one. You can bet I'm going to be more engaged now that I know what is going on. What went on today was incredibly disappointing to see and embarrassing. The way that people were rude, laughing, sighing, rolling your eyes at constituents. I've never in all of my years in public service witnessed that, ever. You all should be embarrassed by the conduct here. With the ICE money that you are now getting, I suggest you use some of that for some professional development or anger management or something of that nature. You're all adults. It is embarrassing how you have conducted yourself tonight. I yield the rest of my time. What an embarrassment.
Next speaker is Stacy Gregg.
Al, excuse me, Al.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
When can I go?
Would the speaker just refrain for one moment, please? Freeholder O'Day?
Yes, sir.
I can only see you in chambers, and if you're alone, then we only, Freeholder Romano is back on.
The chairman is here. The chairman is here. Freeholder Kopacz.
I was just quorum checking, Freeholder.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please, Mr. Clerk.
Stacy Gregg begins now.
All right. I take offense to everything that happened here this evening. It was a long meeting. I cannot wait to hear what the newspapers have to say because they will be reviewing this for quite a long time. There's going to be some parts of it that you're not going to like because parts of you are going to go viral. Some of you as heroes and some of you as not so good people. Not some good people, like the people in Charlottesville. That's what I watched tonight. Because you allowed someone who should have been censored under the first 5 hours when he wouldn't shut his big mouth. The rest of you should have stopped him multiple times. And then to go on and to admit that he was rolling his eyes and then calling constituents' names was unacceptable. And he's making faces now. But I'm allowed to speak my mind. I'm not cursing and I'm being polite. But you needed to censor him. And he wasted so much time tonight. And you men, you white men, you disrespectful men up there, as well as the two women, you're laughing. Do you not see Fanny? Do you not see Joel? Do you see how happy they look? You laughed and you made it like a joke. Shame on you. Shame on you for what you did tonight. And I really like to thank William O'Day. I didn't know who you were, but he spoke eloquently. The other two that held their mouths and they were quiet and respectful, you showed no respect to them, not to them as voters up there, as your equals. You didn't allow them any time to speak. You wasted the evening, Al. Shame on you. You need to be censored. You owe everyone here an apology. When you hear yourself go viral, bumbling around like an idiot over and over again, talking to yourself for 15 minutes, you didn't even make any sense. You did not listen to all these people here that are not leftists out far right, far left people. You sound like a far right Trumper. You sound horrific. You sound like a profiteer and you sound like you're a money grab. I want to put on the next vote that you all get $20,000 less. You're making double. I live in Morris County, and you people there as freeholders are making $45,000 average. The rest of the state of New Jersey, 21 counties of freeholders are now commissioners, are making less than half. Shame on you. And you talk about money, needing money, because you're not doing it right. And I'm also going to reach out to the Attorney General, because I want to know what your motivation is, you white men, and the woman that you scared. She left early. Those two people left early. They're not here anymore. They skipped out of the meeting. You scared her about the criminals that were locked up. She didn't go with you on that tour, did she? That woman didn't go on the tour. What was her name? The old lady that was there. You talked about you have to trust the system. You can't trust the system when you come in. It's not the same as when she came in with immigration. Fanny spoke to that point. Joel spoke to that point. 35, 40 of the 100 of the, I don't know how many people spoke tonight? At least 70? They all spoke to the point. This is not your grandmother's immigration. There is no path to get out of these places. And you had the nerve at the end of the night to talk about how good the fresh vegetables are that are being brought in and how you set up a good program and you spent $1 million. You guys didn't hear yourselves. And then one of you during the break talked about your COVID Thanksgiving and what a hardship it was. These people are locked up. Their children are not with them and not because of a virus. Not like the blessings when you go home tonight. So many people, I heard it at least 6 times. How do you sleep at night? And you know what? We know your names. We know the 5 of you. I don't know even what Kenneth Kopacz, if you can bother to get his vote. But your names are going to be all over. Just like the Nazis, just like Nuremberg. You didn't hear the person say that we're going to see the people there in Nuremberg? You guys have crimes against humanity. You know these are political prisoners. You know you're making $1 gazillion off of contracts that you're doing at arm's length. I want the Attorney General to investigate every single contract and who your sisters are, your brothers, your brother-in-laws, your sister-in-laws, your aunts, your uncles, your best friends. You just voted on some things tonight, and I want to know if you're related to these people. You're spending money over hand over fist. All these bribery things in the rest of the state of New Jersey, people are paying, oh, I don't know. Morris County just had something where they had a cup and they handed money over because it's a prime position being a freeholder or now a commissioner, not a free landowner. That's a good position because you can push contracts their way. You're dirty. The vote you made tonight was dirty, and it shows that you're all dirty. Maybe not the new ones on there who don't know Robert's rules yet and seem a little shaky, trying to know if it's the right time to speak. But you old timers, trust me, when the Attorney General checks into your background, we will find out where and who those people are that are in your family, where you're pushing those contracts. And when the ones that you aren't pushing and you hold back. Oh, I'm not going to vote because I know something.
Time,
Shame
Mr.
on
Chair.
The other people up there. Shame on
Thank you.
all of you. Shame on you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your beautiful comments. Thank you. Mr. Florio, I need a legal opinion, please. First of all, Mr. Santos, how many speakers?
We have 38 raised hands.
38 raised hands at a time of this hour.
We just went up to
and
42.
40. I cap it at 40, please, number one. Number two, Mr. Florio, you advised the board, I think, at a previous meeting, that if this gets repetitious enough and it's the same thing all over and over again, and we have many speakers as we have 40 at this hour that we hear all day
We're
long.
at 51.
We could make a motion to lower the public speaking minutes from 5 to 3. Is that correct?
That
Or
was the
5 to anything
position
we
I
want?
took. Yes, Chairman, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm making a motion to move our public portion to the rest of the meeting tonight from 5 minutes to 3 minutes for the speakers. I need a second, please. Second from Freeholder Kopacz. Roll call.
Freeholder Cedeño,
Yes.
Cifelli,
Yes.
Kopacz,
Yes.
O'Day,
I vote yes, but if we should see how many people want to raise their hand. If there's 51,
it's 40,
and then cut. Yeah, but it's not fair. When you have a regular meeting, they could speak. 3 minutes is fine, but raise your hand now or forever hold your peace, and those are the numbers that we allow. But I'll vote yes on the 3 minutes.
Freeholder Rodriguez.
Absent.
Voter on. Freeholder Romano.
Yes.
Torres.
Yes.
Yes.
Chairman Vainieri.
Yes, thank you.
We have 53 raised hands. The
That's it.
last
Cut it
hand
there.
I have is
That's it. Stop it there.
someone by the name of Emily. No last
Okay.
name provided.
All right. That's the
Uh,
number.
And we'll begin with Mark Devens.
2.5 hours.
Mr. Devens, you have the mic.
Yes, can you hear me?
When we're done, I'll take
We can hear you.
I can't hear him.
I'm sorry, I thought I just heard Al Santos say that he could hear me. Can you hear me or no?
Yes.
I can hear you, Mr. Devens.
Great. I'm here to what embarrassment this institution is to our county.
I can't hear. I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Devens. There's a lot of background noise in the
Yeah.
chambers that's not allowing us to hear.
I agree with Freeholder. I can't hear. So.
Okay, well, it seems like it has quieted down a little bit, so I'll start over. I'm here to assert what an embarrassment this institution is to our county and our state. What was the point of having this meeting? What was the point of public comment on the agenda items? What was the point of these last 11 hours? With regard to the process, Freeholder Cifelli said after his vote that no one was cheated out of what they had to say. You cut off public comment. There were others who wanted to speak, but they were denied that opportunity when you cut off the comment period. How can you possibly say that no one was cheated out of what they had to say? You all came into this meeting knowing how you were going to vote and voted that way despite 9 hours of public comment. Would 18 hours have changed your mind? 36 hours? What would you have needed to hear today to change your mind? You've proved yourselves to be immovable, which is the one thing an elected official can't be. I know you've all been diligently paying attention to this meeting, so you may not have had your eyes on Twitter, but you should be aware that people across the country are paying attention to this meeting, including former HUD Secretary and presidential candidate Julian Castro. You've taken Hudson County to the national stage and embarrassed us all. I'm an elected member of the Jersey City and Hudson County Democratic Committees, and I'm embarrassed to have you as colleagues. You can pretend to be Democrats or, like Cifelli, feign disgust at those critical of him, even though they're doing the hard work to speak with voters in Georgia to make sure President Biden can take power with Democratic control of the Senate. but you've once again aligned yourselves with Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, Kristen Nielsen, Chad Wolf, and the Republican establishment. I'm disappointed that it has to wait another 3 years until 2023, but I look forward to spending as much effort as possible to make sure that freeholders Vainieri, Cifelli, Kopacz, Rodriguez, Romano, and Walker all lose their jobs and are remembered for their complicity with ICE. Oh, and since this is the end of my comment and you won't be able to cut me off after this, you can go fuck yourselves.
Next speaker is Jonathan Kaminsky.
I'm not putting up with this. I'm not. Good night. Have a happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I don't know.
Excuse me,
Hear me.
Mr. Clerk, Mr.
Put that on the
Clerk,
record.
Mr. Clerk, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah.
I'd like you to draft a letter. I don't know what freeholders want to write it, but to the chair of the Jersey City Democratic Committee for that embarrassment that just took place. That was uncalled for. And I think that we should write a letter.
I'll sponsor the resolution.
Mr. Kaminsky has.
Can you hear me? He's a disgrace to the Democratic Party.
Mr. Vainieri, can you please keep your temper and allow the public comment portion to proceed, or we are going to be here until dawn.
Mr. Kaminsky, your time has begun.
Thank you. Mr. Cifelli,
Yes,
are you
Mr.
going to work for the liberation of any of the people currently detained at Hudson County? Will you be representing them?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Will you be representing any of the detained people at the Hudson County Jail who are currently in immigration proceedings? Will anyone from your firm be representing them?
As an attorney?
Yes.
No.
Will you be donating any part of your salary, your very generous salary as a member of the Board of Freeholders, to the organizations that are?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kaminsky.
Will you be making any contribution to ensure that the people who are currently detained at the Hudson County Jail by ICE are released to their community to free them from ICE's custody? Or are you just going to sit there and do nothing about it?
Mr. Kaminsky, let's not play the semantic game, all right? Please, we're adults. Don't play the semantic game with me, all right? So let's make your comments and move on. Come
Fine.
on.
The comment is, if you actually care about the well-being of the people detained at the Hudson County Jail, are you going to do something about it, or are you going to sit there and be useless? Because thus far you have sat there and been useless.
Rhetorical, I'm sure, right? So you don't expect an answer. Go ahead.
I do expect an answer.
No,
I
go-
am
no,
a scientist.
make your-
I-
make
no.
comments.
I cede the rest of my time. What are you going to do about it? That
Make
is
your
my question.
Make your comments.
No, this is a request for information. What are you going to do about it?
I'm waiting for you. There's a question mark after that, right? It's rhetorical.
Yes.
Okay.
It is not rhetorical, it is direct.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
What are you going to do about it? Are you going to take any action to support the people detained by ICE in the Hudson County Jail?
Speaker has a minute left.
Oh, we'll just wait a minute then.
I am asking you to make a public commitment to do something about the people you've spent the last 9 hours proclaiming your concern for. I don't think this is a hard question. It is not a trap. The vote has happened. It is what it is. And I'm asking you, what are you going to do to deal with the consequences of it? If anything at all. And the answer can be nothing. That would be an honest response. But I am asking you a question, and I would like to
Don't impute my honesty to your question. I'm just waiting for the time to elapse because it's rhetorical.
What can I say to convince you that is not a rhetorical question? I'm interested, as someone who you represent,
And the
whether
time
you
has
take
lapsed.
action.
Mr. Freeholders Cifelli, the time has lapsed. Next speaker,
Next speaker.
Sophia Elena.
Hi, I'm Sophia Gorole. I'm with the Association of the Legal Aid Attorneys. I testified very early on in the day as an attorney, as a public defender, as someone who's been visiting the Hudson County Jail for at least 3 years at this point. I'm actually completely blown away by the complete arrogance, particularly of Freeholder Cifelli. I just can't understand that you're saying that you met with people inside once and you know better than any of the people on this call today what they want or what they're trying to do or what is in their best interest. It's just like honestly baffling. It's really baffling that you think because you had one conversation when me, a public defender, an attorney who's been going into that facility for over 3 years, who has been talking to the corrections officers there for over 3 years, people who are desperate to get out, who call me on a regular basis about how horrible the conditions are. It is just absolutely mind-blowing. The white mediocrity, the just cis heteronormativity and your inability to understand or to even open your mind. It's honestly a complete disgrace. And I just don't even know what to do with you. But like people have already said, nationally, people will know who you are. Julian Castro and other people nationwide know what has happened tonight. So I just want to put that on the record that you talk about you being an attorney, but as an attorney, you don't know what you're talking about right now. You don't do this work. You have never represented someone within that facility on ICE violations or immigration violations in your entire life. I have. That is the work that I do. And there's plenty of other people who talked about that. And because you had one little conversation once in your life, you think you know. It's just absolutely a disgrace. And for Freeholder Walker, who talked about the fact that he also went there once and that he saw a plasma TV and it wasn't so bad on the immigration side. Again, I will say as an attorney, actually people on the immigration side at the facility have less programs that's accessible to them. You know, the only thing that people can do for rehabilitation on that side is to get a GED. That's the only thing they can do. And to Rodriguez, who talked about, oh, I have to believe in the process. I have to believe that it can be trusted. She doesn't know what she's talking about either. Has she ever gone to immigration court? Does she know what that process looks like? When people are trying to prove that they're rehabilitated and the only thing that they can do while they're detained for years because ICE refuses to release them, even though they have the entire power to do so, when they have to prove it and they don't even have the programs in the facility to do it, when she talks about the process, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's talking as someone, as a white Cuban who came here decades ago in a completely different environment, completely different legal landscape, someone who wasn't detained, someone who never had to deal with this intense deportation, detention.
Time has lapsed. Next speaker is Kathy O'Leary. Ms. O'Leary.
Well, I thought I'd heard it all. I thought I couldn't get more disappointed after the vote. Actually, before the after public comment ended, and I listened to discussion. And I listened to Mr. Cifelli twist Matthew. By the way, that was Matthew 25 that you were referencing. I was in prison and you visited. That is such a pivotal passage from the Bible that you use to justify keeping people imprisoned. That is sacrilege. There's no other way to put that. No other way. And I thought Mr. O'Day's reference to Pontius Pilate was 100% on point.
Actually, that was my reference, Kathy.
Then it's 100% on point because you are washing your hands and you think that you will be absolved of your sins. But I really don't think so. And the arrogance of you and the other freeholders who think, again, in your nice white little world, that you know better, that you think, and the Edmund Pettus Bridge, as if people don't want to be liberated, as if people don't want to be free. And I do want to emphasize as well that You're used to being in your little bubble here and nobody knowing who you are, and you have these meetings that you don't live stream. This meeting was live streamed. This meeting has been live tweeted. Matt Katz from WNYC has been live tweeting this the entire time. There are other reporters live tweeting this. It is national news before you even go to bed. So if you think that this story is going away or that we're going away, we're not. And I'm going to give you one more Bible verse from Amos, chapter 2, 6, 7. The sins, thus says the Lord, for the 3 crimes of Israel and now 4, I will not take it back, because they hand over the just for silver and the poor for a pair of sandals. They trample on the heads of the destitute into the dust of the earth and force the lowly out of the way. That sums up everything I heard tonight. And you're not on the good end of that one. You're not the poor. You're not the lowly. You are the rich and the powerful and the wealthy, and you are pounding the poor and the lowly into the dust for silver. There's nothing else to say. I yield my time.
Next
Thank you.
speaker is identified as both and Ann. Please state your name.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, please state your name.
Hi, this is Susanna Jivatovsky. I'm coming on the mic because I'm appalled at the mental acrobatics that are operating among the members of this body who consented to continuing the contract with ICE tonight. The misinformation and honestly straight up lies that the council is buying into and spreading in the face of testimony delivered tonight from people like Edwin Mejia, who personally suffered horrible abuses at the Hudson County facility. This is on par with the alternative facts rhetoric and doublespeak used by ex-President Trump and honestly power hoarding regimes throughout history that use fake information to manipulate people and probably to take a flimsy stab at absolving themselves of guilt and shame and denial. Because that's what this is, right? That's how you're sleeping at night. You are choosing to believe in a false reality where there are somehow not dozens, if not hundreds of people's lives at risk every single day inside that facility. And with COVID-19, we're seeing that. We're seeing actual death. Suggesting that people visit this detention center to see how glorious it truly is rude and low. It's appalling to hear Councilwoman Rodriguez say that the 100+ people who spoke tonight on this call are here on account of ideas and a liberal education that somehow stabbed our bleeding hearts. We're here to make ourselves feel good. No, we're here because our own friends and our family members are the people who are inside. I spoke earlier this evening about family separation and the impact that my neighbors and family friends being taken away by ICE had on my life as a child. The legal advocates on this call who have clients inside right now are telling us from firsthand information that detainees are in cells for 23.5 hours a day. That is classified as torture. And whether it's happening because a deadly virus is ravaging the prison or because COs use isolation as a form of punishment, it's the truth. That's what it is. There's no dormitory and a plasma screen TV. Lastly, before I finish my time, I'd like to speak to an ongoing issue that's been happening throughout this entire public meeting, which is the refusal of the chamber and Cifelli to mute your microphones. Even when nobody in the chamber is speaking, if you're eating, if you're shuffling your paper, when you're moving your phone around to send text messages and not pay attention, it's cutting off the audio of the public comment and making it difficult, if not impossible, to understand the speaker. This is undemocratic and it's a violation of our right to comment, even in this virtual setting. That's a disrespect to the democratic process and a disrespect to your constituents, as well as the way that the vote went tonight. And I applaud the 3 council members who did vote no for the contract. You will be remembered for your statements, for your opposition to the genocidal machine that is ICE. And we look forward to voting the rest of you out. Thanks.
Sure. The next speaker is Mary Beth Botts. Ms. Botts?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
All right, great, thank
We can
you.
hear you.
Thank you. So my name is Mary Beth Botts. I am a resident of Jersey City for 13 years. Joel Torres is my current representative, and I'm sad to see that he's not going to be with us soon. I want to thank him and Cedeño and O'Day for their comments against the renewal of this contract. It seems like they're the only individuals on this board who've really opened up their eyes to the situation that we're facing in this country, and to the reality of the fact that what's happening with immigration and the detention is going to go down in history as just a really horrible thing that we've done. And the mental gymnastics, the psychological tricks that you've all taken to justify these decisions to yourself is really quite astounding. I'm a clinical social worker. I think it's unbelievable that you have discounted over 9 hours of previous testimony and obviously years of activism by a lot of the people here to be able to justify to yourself that you are in the right, that you have the moral high ground, that you in fact are taking care of these people who are in detention. Detention is traumatizing for the individual, for their families, any loved ones, for the corrections officers. Let's talk about correction officer suicide rates. It's just unbelievable to me that you can still, after so much expert testimony, my expertise is not in immigration and detention, but I work with people who are undocumented. I work with pregnant women who are afraid to come to care because they're afraid that their names or their partner's names would be in their medical record, would be somehow accessed by immigration. They're afraid of accessing any sort of support, even like free food pantries. They're afraid to access resources because they don't want to be locked up. And these are people who have fled the countries that they came from because of situations that the United States had a hand in creating. And I am just appalled by what's her name, Rodriguez from North Bergen, who clearly has no understanding of the immigration system as it is today, who's with the glassy eyes of someone who came from Cuba with free entry. It's just unbelievable. She needs to.
Next speaker is Hassan Little.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I want to start off by saying that I am not only enraged, but I am truly disgusted. I am disgusted with how you ran this meeting today. I am disgusted with the lack of maturity that you just lacked the entire time. I'm disgusted that the freeholder chairman could not find the courage and keep his ethics and morals and values and stay in his seat. Let me say this to you. We did not once get up out of the 9 hours plus meeting that we had to speak about regarding the 10-year renewal ICE contract. You decided to keep innocent human beings in cages for the next 10 years. How dare you? How dare you actually do that when they're babies, their innocent children, have not seen them in years. Some of them have passed away. Some of them are being mistreated and neglected and raped and tortured. And you lacked to have a heart generated by love and care. Let me tell you something about hell. Hell is hot and wide, and sure enough, we'll have the Hudson County Board of Commissioners inside. And guess what? You have a reservation seat with your name on it. Shame on you. That is disgusting. And I am so disturbed on how you are actually elected officials, a part of a governing body that oversees millions and millions of dollars worth of a county budget. That's horrible. We who believe in freedom will not and cannot rest until it comes. And damn it, I will not rest. That's why my soul cannot rest. It's because I'm dealing with damn Democrats like you who do not have hearts, who do not give a damn. This is horrible. Imagine what they are doing to these people right now, even when you're not there. I salute Joel Torres, Fanny Cedeño, and Mr. O'Day. Thank you, Mr. O'Day. But to the rest of you, there's a special place in hell, and I hope you meet your maker. Go to hell. Go to hell.
The next speaker is Jesse Rosso.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Rosso.
Hi, my name is Jesse Rosso. I'm from Hoboken. I've been on the call since 1 o'clock. I raised my hand, but I got denied my right to speak, but it didn't matter because you weren't listening anyway. I want to talk to my gagoots of a freeholder, Anthony Romano, who, spoke to a lot of people and came around to the same conclusion. You're a complete useless, worthless human being. They actually, if you were listening, they actually talked about the correction officers. They were concerned for them because they were denied PPE. You had 5 employees at the jail that died, but you're more concerned about appropriations for the sheriff department, for rifle racks and tear gas and all that. Why don't you be concerned about getting masks and gloves for your correction officers? Or is it because you're not getting they're not really greasing the palms? But you had all these people from Hoboken. You had 2 council members from Hoboken. You had the Hoboken Democratic Organization reach out to you. You had several people emailing you, and you came away with the same conclusion. You're completely useless. You're a worthless person.
Yeah, why don't you meet me? I'll meet you sometime and we'll talk, Mr. Rosso.
There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Why don't you meet me, Mr. Rosso? We'll talk.
You're a dirtbag, Romano. You're always a dirtbag. You're a worm.
Cut him off, Al. Cut him off.
Can we stop this? I mean, just let speakers speak on the substance. Let's beyond personal stuff.
Yeah, guys, personal comments aren't gonna get anything. I mean,
Is Mr. Rosso done?
No, I'm not done.
You have 1 minute.
I'm just very frustrated because we repeated the same process for 2 years, and we're at where we started. It's completely disgusting. And you obviously don't have your finger on the pulse because you came in 3rd place and you were $70,000 down your own money. You're never going to be mayor. Fuck off.
All right.
Hey, Al, cut him off.
That's it.
Cut him off.
Thank you, Mr. Rosso.
Next speaker is Elena.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Elena.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, so my name is Alana. I'm a resident of Weehawken. I first want to state that I did hear from a few people who I know were in line to speak starting at 1:30, and they were never called on. And one of these individuals had survey responses from detained people. So I think it's not acceptable that these individuals who are on since 1:30 were not called on. And it's especially upsetting that it included the testimonies of detained people. I next want to thank you for having the moral courage to speak up for the lives at stake here and to educate some of the other freeholders on this issue. And remind them that the expert opinions we heard tonight should be weighed more heavily than their own personal intuitions. I'm appalled, like many of the other commenters, at the decision that was made here tonight to enter into a 10-year collaboration with ICE after stating that there was a 2-year phase out. And I'm appalled that Freeholder Cifelli, who stated concern for those detained, did not listen to the experts who testified that the end of the contract is the way to ensure their well-being. Even if he prefers to disregard those facts and only listen to his personal intuition, as Freeholder O'Day stated, the solution then would be to amend the contract so that no new people are added, but those inside can stay until their cases are resolved. So I'm wondering why Freeholder Cifelli did not either table the contract or attempt to amend it in the way Freeholder O'Day suggested. And then Freeholder Romano, I'm also very disappointed. You stated in 2018 that we would hopefully be out of this in 2020 and that this wasn't rhetoric. So what happened? As Catholics, I really thought you'd display more moral courage than this, and I'm truly saddened. And I'm just going to repeat once more, Freeholder Cifelli, if you want to dismiss all of the expert legal testimony about how terminating the contract is in the best interest of those currently detained, then following your own logic that the only reason you voted to renew is because of those 93 people, then the solution would be to take Freeholder O'Day's suggestion to amend the contract so that no new people are accepted to the facility, but those inside stay until their cases are resolved. The fact that you instead voted for a 10-year collaboration with ICE says it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lon.
Next speaker is Alina Das.
Elena.
Good evening, everyone. This is Alina Das. I am a professor at NYU Law School. I co-direct the Immigrant Rights Clinic, and I have been representing people detained at Hudson County Jail for over a decade. I wanted to begin by thanking all of the incredible people who spoke today, particularly those who are directly impacted and those who elevated the voices of people who are directly impacted. Many of those stories were stories from my own clients, and I remember representing them during their periods where they were at Hudson County Jail, and can attest to all of the challenges that they faced with guards, with medical staff, with the isolation, and particularly with the real horror that they faced due to COVID-19. And for that reason, I really want to spend my time commending Freeholders Cedeño, Torres, and O'Day for really standing up for immigrant communities, because I think that you were able to listen to what community members have been saying today, but have been also saying for many years. And I think that that shows what leadership looks like. And while I agree with everyone, all eyes will be on those who voted to extend a contract with ICE for the next 10 years. I also want to commend those of you who voted against this. And to that point, I just want to underscore some of the things that I heard you say that I thought were very true. One is that this is an issue of civil rights and racial justice. Hudson County Jail disproportionately detains Black and Latinx immigrants in its facility, disproportionately. And that is true. That is my experience over the 10 years. Actually, the majority of my clients are Black immigrants. They're Caribbean immigrants from New York. And that goes to a comment that one of the freeholders made, I believe, derisively commenting to people from my institution, NYU, for speaking as people from another state. Well, that's who's in your jail. That people from New York are the community members who are in your jail. And it's our community that is fighting for them. And that's why we are speaking here today in solidarity with people in your district, residents who care deeply and are morally offended by what you are doing. But this is a civil rights issue, and that's evident by the people who are affected. It also goes to a second point about this lost opportunity. Back in 2018, there were 600 people in the jail, more than 600 people. And that's part of the reason why some of the legal service providers in New York felt compelled to oppose the contract. We're at 70 people, 70 to 90, this fluctuating number. That is, as I told you, as I testified, I am personally able to cover those who would have been.
Time is Das. 3 minutes have expired. Next speaker is Tanya.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So again, my name is Tanya Matos. I work with Freedom for Immigrants. So since you voted to extend the contract, it is my duty to make sure that I bring you facts and not opinions or hearsay and consequences. As a New Yorker from Queens and a formerly undocumented immigrant, I am floored by how you run things in Hudson County. First of all, if you actually would have let everyone who raised their hands speak before the vote, you would have heard testimony from people currently detained, meaning they are there right now, and we have their testimony about them wanting to close the center down. And I'm a fluent Spanish speaker, and if I would have gotten the opportunity to go and speak to these individuals, you would have had way more testimonies as well. But the center would not allow people like who work with First Friends or myself into the center. None of you care about immigrants. No one who has watched this whole hearing believes that. So it's my job to make sure you know every single time someone is transferred from your center, every single time someone dies, including staff at the center, because it will be your fault, your fault. When there is another COVID outbreak at Hudson, you will know, and I will be there to tell you. We addressed all your arguments and concerns, except for Rodriguez, because she doesn't know what she's talking about. And I told you that we had over 61 organizations, including most of the legal organizations in New York City and North Jersey, along with experience with responsibly shutting down centers. But all you care about is your personal interest. This is not over by a long shot.
Thank you.
Are you done, Ms. Tanya Matos?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker is Logan Miller.
Hello, everyone. My name is Logan Miller. I didn't get a chance to speak earlier. I'm a high school student. I'm 16 years old. I'm the high school director of the Progressive Democrats of New Jersey. And I think that I want to echo everything that's been said today because it's been unanimous. I want to challenge Freeholder Cifelli or anyone who voted in favor of this contract to find even a fourth of the number of people who spoke today against the contract who live in Hudson County. I mean, Cifelli, you're claiming that the majority of people in Hudson County support this. I can't imagine that's true by any stretch of the imagination, and I would challenge you to find even one person. I think would take you quite a while. I think that I also wanted to mention that like I said, I'm a high schooler. I am studying, I'm in AP Human Geography right now. And I'm learning about refugees. I'm learning where they're coming from. I'm learning the situations they're in. And that now I'm learning what they have to come to and where they come from and then where they're forced to go to. And Cifelli and anyone who voted for this contract, I would welcome you to join my class and learn the awful conditions that they were in and the awful conditions that they are put in because of people like you. I think that's all I wanted to say. And Cifelli, since you seem to be more afraid of curse words than you are of human rights violations, I want to end my time by saying, as the youngest person in this call, fuck you.
Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is Yael Weber.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Yael Weber. Before we start, as a point of order, since you've arbitrarily decided to cut people off for using words that offend you, it seems so far that hell is okay, damn is okay, dirtbag is out, and fuck gets you cut off. Is that correct? Is there a list somewhere of words I can and cannot use?
Yeah, just please go ahead with your remarks.
Okay. So like everyone else here, I am appalled and disgusted that you listened to 9 hours of people giving testimony, 100% of whom opposed this contract. You did not have one single person on this call in support of the contract that you just voted to renew for 10 years. For 10 years, based on an idea that you, in your arrogance, know better than the experts speaking here, than the people who are currently and formerly detained who are giving testimony here. Freeholder O'Day, I really appreciate what you had to say. Cedeño and Torres, I commend you for taking a stand. The rest of you should be ashamed of yourselves. I don't know why you bothered to sit here all day and listen to people speak if you are going to dismiss everything out of hand that they had to say, when by your own admission, it would make more sense to have a contract that ended the admission of new people into your jail and continue to care for the people already there. Why? Why are you locking people up when you know that it's wrong to do? Who is this serving? Who are you representing here? You're not representing your constituents who are on this call telling you they don't want this contract. You're not represent the communities that you claim you represent have spoken very clearly to say that this is a fucking disgrace. This is awful. Why are you even taking the time to listen to people when you think that you already know the answer before you start? When you come and you make statements that are blatantly untrue. When people say that, well, you know, if people hadn't done anything wrong, then they would have a good outcome. How is a good outcome sitting in immigration detention for 2 years waiting for a hearing? That's the good outcome, that you're supposed to trust the system and hope that eventually they send you home because that's justice? When you say that everybody had a chance to speak, that nobody had their right to speak cut off, when at 5:30 you stopped taking public comments and anybody who didn't have their hand raised in that moment didn't get to speak. I'm disgusted, I'm appalled, this is an embarrassment, and I really hope that you are ashamed of yourselves. I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker is Christopher Barry.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, I have to echo what a lot of the other speakers have said. What are y'all doing? You just heard 10 hours of your constituents saying no. You heard from experts saying no. You heard from clergy saying no. You heard from victims saying no. And all of you guys said yes? Are you guys joking? Guys, come on. You guys are elected. You guys represent people. What do you think you're doing for your job? How many hours do you guys have to hear? 20 hours, 30 hours, 2 years, 4 years? What do you need to hear to understand that nobody wanted this? It's only you who wanted this for what, $4 fucking million? That's fucking chump change, buddy. You don't need that kind of money. You know how much money other companies fucking blow away all the time? $4 million, you're running a concentration camp for that? That's how cheap of a date you are? Anthony Romano, stop watching your goddamn TV. You're at work, buddy. Yeah, get off your TV. I understand this is a long meeting, but you're at work. Nobody wanted this. If you just voted no, if you guys didn't re-raise this, you would not have to be here right now. In the future, you know, guys, I've lost a lot of faith in the democratic system because of you guys. I've lost a lot of faith in Hudson County because of you guys. I don't firmly believe that my voice is heard in government. What am I to do as a citizen when my voice is not heard in government? I genuinely want to know, because you guys just fucking decided, oh, we don't need to listen to 10 hours of testimony. What should people do to make you change your mind in the future? I need to know that. Anthony, stop watching your TV.
I'm not ignorant.
I never said the word ignorant. Were you listening? Because I don't think you were based on that. Okay, guys, I just want to say, all of you are a disgrace. You're all a disaster, and you've shown that all of you are corrupt, except for the people who did vote no. I would like to exclude you from everything I previously said. You might be good people. Maybe the subject, maybe the verdict is out on that, but the rest of you, you're all corrupt and disgusting. I really don't have any faith in the democratic system after seeing this. How many hours? 10 hours? 11 hours? I'm going to use all 3 of my minutes. I want to make sure all of you stay up. How many years of discussion do you need? This is not rhetorical. I would like an answer. Cifelli, are you awake? Is there anyone even in the chamber at this point?
No,
do you guys even care what the public has to say?
2 members in the chamber.
I'm awake. What are you talking about?
Okay, you look pretty asleep.
No, I'm not asleep. I listened to everything you said.
Okay, I appreciate that. But you pretty much didn't listen to the last 10 hours. So what made you start listening now?
That's your take.
No, it's not my take. You didn't listen to the last.
No, no.
3
you-
minutes
you
are
literally-
up.
No, sir.
3
I'm not
minutes
gonna
are up.
interrupt you.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice day.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Ms. Batty.
Yes.
My name is Yasi Batty. I'm a student at NYU Law and a student advocate with the Youth Clinic. I am so incredibly moved by all of the people who were brave enough to share their personal stories of horror from Hudson County's jail with you tonight. And I'm so disappointed in the apathy that most of the folks on this board have demonstrated. Tonight, by voting to extend the contract, you have invited ICE to continue to terrorize our communities and arrest our friends and family. I think the people who have spoken before me have already talked about all of the reasons why, and so I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to point out a few things. First, I'd like to address this issue of censoring people's language. As far as I'm aware, this is a public forum, which means that it is governed by the First Amendment. And so censoring people's language, telling them that they cannot curse, is a violation of our First Amendment rights. Next, Freeholder Cifelli mentioned that people get everyone who wanted to speak got the opportunity to speak. As pointed out to you, there have been folks who have been on this call since 1:30 p.m., since 1 p.m., raised their hands at 1:30 p.m. When y'all erased the queue for whatever reason, they raised their hands again and still were not able to speak. Some of these folks were planning to speak the power to the testimony that folks who are currently detained inside Hudson had written so that it could be read here tonight. And you all silenced them after insisting that those are the voices that you were most interested in hearing. So no, everyone did not have a chance to say what they wanted to say at this meeting. That is supposed to be a public forum for public comments. And after using the people detained at Hudson County Jail as a scapegoat for extending the contract, Cifelli, you refuse to answer the question of what you will actually do to support the folks who are detained. You have shown us and you have told us loud and clear that you do not, in fact, care about the people inside. It is clear to all of us because those folks had written testimony to be read here tonight. You did not want to listen. Folks who have been detained there up until this very year.
Batty's time is up. Next speaker is Dan Kim. Mr. Kim?
Hi, yeah. I am a student at the New York University School of Law and an advocate with the Immigrant Rights Clinic. I went to law school precisely because of what happened tonight, to fight what happened tonight. Because what happened tonight underscores just how racist, anti-immigrant, and violent the legal and political systems are, and how they're working as intended. The commissioners who voted in favor of this ICE contract tonight are working for those systems as intended. You all knew what you were going to say and how you were going to vote, no matter how many people said the exact opposite. And you knew what we knew that you knew. That's why you changed the timing of this meeting today. That's why you put this contract up for a vote on the agenda for the last minute. I also just want to say that I think it should really only take one person, like 1 minute, one comment or story, not from an expert or this or that, but from anyone, to effectively convey the brutalizing nature of ICE and how morally bankrupt the caging of human beings is. And yet here we are. There were so many people that spoke today. Constituents, community organizers, advocates, directly impacted people. And there were even more of those people with more first-person testimonies to share. You know, the oppression of many takes the assent of only a few. And as Asada taught us, it is the obligation of every person who claims to oppose oppression to resist the oppressor by every means at his or her disposal. And if there's anything that gives me hope from what has been an otherwise heartbreaking night and a disgraceful display by many of the Hudson County commissioners, It said there are more of us than there are of you. And that gives us hope. That gives me hope. We had so many people come out in solidarity with the people who you are too comfortable with exploiting and oppressing. So to that I say all power to the people, and you are not the people. I yield my time.
Next speaker is identified as Central Jersey DSA.
Hi, my name is Aisha Mughal. I'm from Central Jersey DSA. It's hard for me to find words. First, I want to say thank you to Joel Torres, Fanny Cedeño, and Bill O'Day. Second, I want to say the fact that you've been throwing people who are making comments, using curse words to express the anger that they feel right now, but you were able to get through hours, 10 hours of people talking about people being tortured, people dying, all of that, that was fine. Like those things are okay to hear. Those don't upset your sensibilities. But the F word, like, no, that cannot happen. My ears cannot hear that. Is this what you want? Like, we're in Thanksgiving week. We all know that this holiday is built on the enslavement of people, the torture and genocide of people. But it is a time that people take to be with their families, and you could let people out of these cages and be with their families. They are not in there because times you know why they're in there. You understand this. But Mr. Cifelli, you want to talk about, well, if I offend your sensibilities, or if, maybe I'm being a jerk, or maybe what I'm saying doesn't make sense. All of your maybes, like, we all understand that you understand that you're a fucking asshole. So go fuck yourself.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Sarah Zielinski.
Hi, thank you to Freeholders Cedeño, Torres, and O'Day for listening to us and for doing the right thing with your vote tonight. Many of the rest of you made it very clear that you did not listen to our 9 hours of testimony today, least of all to those from people who are personally held by ICE at Hudson County. Mr. Cifelli, your refusal to answer Mr. Kaminsky's direct question about how you plan to support the people currently detained at Hudson says more than any number of words could possibly. Where were all of your centrists testifying today, since it wasn't here? If you want expert opinions from lawyers outside of this setting, call some, ask questions, and try not to speak over them when they answer you. Perhaps you could supply us with your email address so that many of us could send you some information about ICE transfers, how they happen regularly and randomly, and how you're keeping people at Hudson will not prevent them. Ms. Rodriguez, there is a lot to say, but I will just say, I did not study for this. I am an artist and I am a human being who simply cares about other human beings. However, it is clear to me that many of you did not study, did not read, or did not prepare for this in any way. Mr. Walker, when you voted, you referenced testimonies that said that people were held in their cells for 23 hours a day. You said we were wrong. Well, it was 23 and a half. And to Mr. Romano, I heard directly from multiple people who were detained at Hudson, either while they were there or after their release, and none of them thought that it was the great place that you seem to think it is. You invited one person who gave testimony to visit Hudson, and you mentioned this again when you voted. I have to ask, have you visited the detainees there yourself? What exactly is it that you think would change our minds if those of us who haven't, because as you've heard, many, many, many people who testified today have been to Hudson County many, many, many times. What do you think we would see there that would so change our minds if we were to visit the jail? And to those of you who I'm not directly addressing, you said nothing more than yes tonight to give your vote. Believe me, we heard you too. Last year, I ran into Rudy Giuliani at an airport, and I tried to ask him about immigration, the crisis that was happening then, that has happened for, as somebody, I was really appreciative of the one speaker who referenced the 96 immigration laws. These situations have existed for a long time, but when I tried to speak to Mr. Giuliani about this, he called me seedy and refused to speak to me.
Ms. Ellinger, your
Seedy.
time is up.
You're all seedy, that's all.
Next speaker is Carrie M.
Hi, before my time starts, I keep asking a bunch of questions to the freeholders and you never answer me. Can I email my questions somewhere so I can actually get a response?
I suggest you email it to the clerk. Let the clerk distribute it.
The clerk? Okay,
Yeah, I'll
thank you.
send
Thank you. Okay, I'll start speaking now. Everyone that voted to keep the ICE contract for another 10 years have openly supported systematic racism and hate. Voters and constituents will hear this. They will hear the entire meeting and they will see what you guys did. I am grateful that this meeting was being recorded. Rodriguez, all of your constituents will now see that you have no idea what is going on, that you're just uninformed, you're ridiculous, and I'm sure your constituents will see this and be as outraged as I was. Walker, your constituents will now hear that you openly stated that since citizen people of color on one side of the jail weren't being treated humanely, that it didn't matter that detainees, their human rights were being violated. There hasn't been any progress in this jail. The only possible progress was bail reform, excuse me. People dying in the jail in 2020 is not progress. It's not progress. There's no progress in this jail. People getting COVID is not progress. People suffering in that jail is not progress. Your constituents will see who you are. And Romano, all the voters will hear that everything you talked about in 2018 was just rhetoric and that you're a liar. I'm very glad that these minutes were being recorded. We all want to remind you that you are taking our federal tax dollars and are using it to harm people for profits. Then you have the audacity to take county tax monies on your salaries, upwards of $40,000, using that money to roll your eyes at us, to flip through papers, to watch TV, to come in and out of meetings during public comment, to talking on the phone, to eating. It's okay. Taxpayers and constituents will see this. They will see it. My questions. I will be asking every board member, what will you be doing going forward to support and help detainees and inmates in the Hudson County Jail? Who is the food vendor? How much commission money do you make on that? Where's the money going? When people die in the jail, do they go to the Vainieri funeral home? Any stressed out staff workers going to the Louis bar? Where's the commission money going? Where are the monies going? How do you guys sleep at night being so hateful and being so racist? Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Troy Mack. Reverend Mack.
Good morning, freeholders. It is good to see your face and hear your voice. I am actually not wanting to speak so much on the contract itself and would rather us talk a bit about where do we go now moving forward. Because frankly, I do think that reasonable people of good faith can debate this. I appreciated Freeholder Walker's comments regarding the history of this. This situation is different from when we talked in previous years following the death of Rolando Meza Espinoza and Jennifer Tao. And I appreciate that there has been progress at the jail. For the freeholders who were there at the time, I think you remember there were not many who were more critical of the situation following those suicides than myself. And I do appreciate the work that Director Edwards has done. We are not where we want to be. I think we all agree with that. But to fail to recognize work when it is achieved is a failure of character, and I hope not to make that mistake. People have worked very hard, including members of this board, to move us forward, and I appreciate that. And just one other note, Freeholder Cifelli, I appreciate deeply your comments this evening and at the previous meeting, as well as the work you've done over the past years meeting with people. So just please know that I appreciate the arguments you put forward, and I do think that good men and women can have different points of view and still appreciate where we're coming from. Regarding moving forward to the future, now that the decision is to continue this contract, I do think that if we take this money, we also take responsibility for the families and communities impacted by the presence of the facility and the contract itself. As such, moving forward, and I don't think now this early in the morning is the best time to get into the broader specifics, but I think there is still much we can do at the county level to care for our immigrant populations by expanding services in a way that's responsible and prudent to taxpayer dollar. There's a couple small things that we can do moving forward that I do think addresses a lot of the substance of the concerns that speakers raised today when talking about care for families. We can build out a local capacity at the county level to connect with and leverage with the state's new Office of New Americans. We can assess, resource, and pursue resources to fund intentional initiatives at the HHS, DFS, and through other organs of the county that are already existing to better connect residents with available services.
Time is up, Reverend Mack.
And I appreciate that. If we can look at those, I think we can go a long way.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Arden Donnelly. Mr. Donnelly, you're self-muted.
All right. You can hear me now, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'm a resident of Jersey City in a Freeholder Torres' district. I would like to thank Freeholders Torres, O'Day, and Cedeño for your words and for your decision tonight. The rest of you, shame on you, and I'm ashamed of you. The only thing as disgraceful as the renewal of this contract is the disrespect that most of you have shown for your constituents. You can't discredit tonight's speakers by calling us youthful idealists or outside agitators. You've heard from experienced advocates, faith leaders, lawyers, teachers, medical professionals, to say nothing of the detainees. And even if you refuse to be affected by ethical concerns and brush them off, the procedural concerns alone of this blank check should have been extremely troubling to you. And that's what it is. You've written a blank check to the county executive and to ICE for the next 10 years to be affected by whoever's in charge on both the county and a federal level. Have you learned nothing under Trump? Our political system operates more on norms than on laws, and that's a hard lesson that we've learned over the last 4 years. Vaguely worded declarations can and will be twisted to allow more inhuman actions. We're not just at where we started, we're worse off. And if a more capable anti-immigrant fascist than Trump comes after Biden, then the power this contract gives them in this county is your fault. To go back to your responses, some of you are only capable of making 2 arguments, and not particularly well. Your justifications are rooted in desperate clinging to a system that is causing your constituents active harm. Some of you are still, after all of this information, convinced that ICE is an apparatus of a just and safe world, and that those who are being penalized somehow deserve it, and that surely if they did nothing wrong, justice would be served and they'd go free. That has been proven time after time and testimony after testimony to not be the case, and countless people have suffered just for being here. And no matter what they did, they're still not disposable. It might be a just and a safe world for you, but for your constituents who don't benefit from the same privilege, it is not. I'm going to get personal for a second about immigration. There's a history in this country of people getting theirs, achieving perceived whiteness through societal power and money, getting their power and privilege and pulling up the ladder behind them so that some group of people, usually Black and brown communities, can be below them, whether it's after a couple years or a couple generations. To speak to my own origins and the ones that some of us share, Irish Americans did it by assimilating into law enforcement, business, and politics. Italian Americans did it by propping up segregation in housing and schools and creating some of the most racially exclusionary neighborhoods in America's cities. I'm not going to be like them. This generational legacy ends with me, and I will not dishonor my neighbor's struggles by letting this decision stand.
Next speaker is Joel Brooks.
Hi, my name is Joel Brooks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Joel Brooks. I live in Jersey City in Freeholder O'Day's district. Is there a quorum right now? Is there anyone in the chamber?
Freeholder O'Day was in the chamber.
I'm here on Zoom.
Right.
Mr. Clerk, I think we have 6 freeholders still on the Zoom.
We have 5 on the Zoom.
I think there's 2 in chambers. 2, 3, 4, 5,
Kopacz
6.
is in the chamber. O'Day just stepped out.
So that's 5.
They're not visible on the Zoom feed to the public at large, just FYI.
Thank you for asking, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, I apologize. I had to go take care of nature's business. At my age, you have to go quite often, so I apologize for being out of the room for about 70 seconds.
Okay. Well, is my time starting now?
Yes, start your time now.
Okay. I wanted to thank you to my freeholder, Bill O'Day, and also to freeholders Torres and Cedeño, people who have called in and have not been pronouncing your names correctly. So I wanted to offer you that respect. Te saludo. I just want to share a personal experience as a constituent living in Jersey City. I'm the person who saw the Customs and Border Protection Patrol, whatever their name is, on Gifford Ave in JFK. And I reached out to my elected officials because as a brown person living in Hudson County, seeing that agency is terrifying. Customs and Border Patrol and ICE have documented, there's a Facebook group where their agents have made rape and death threats to U.S. House of Representatives Ocasio-Cortez and Veronica Escobar. That's on ProPublica. You can look that up. Their union endorsed Donald Trump. We don't want them in our community. We do not want them in our community. So the vote to continue this contract it's like a rubber stamp that we want these people coming in our community, disappearing people, ripping families apart. Those are not the values of Hudson County. I'm a registered Democrat. I'm a union member. I knock doors. I will wholeheartedly knock doors for you, Bill. I salute your courage, and thank you for picking up the phone when I called, when I saw CBP. Last thing I want to say is I am a naturalized citizen. I was born in Honduras. One of the plans of the Trump administration was to be able to denaturalize citizens. So again, as a naturalized Latino citizen born in Honduras, to see this terrorist agency in my city, it's horrifying. It's terrifying. And if you know that area of Jersey City, there are a lot of Latinos, South Asian immigrants. We don't want those people in our community. We don't want them taking people off the streets. And so, the vote was around the contract at the county jail. But I just want to say, they're out there. They're out there in Hudson County, and they're grabbing people. Okay, and I have the privilege of being a citizen.
Mr. Brooks, time is up.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Amy Torres.
Hi again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Amy.
Good evening again. So, one, I want to say I know Joel personally, and that is a story that I myself have not heard. And as a friend and a colleague, I'm very humbled by it. And I'm upset that so many of my other friends and colleagues have had to make themselves so vulnerable on this call tonight. But I don't see the value in furthering the moral argument because I don't see it taking any further effect. So I want to speak to the values that it seems that you do prioritize, which are power and politics. It's a big tell that some of the freeholders that have been the most vocal in opposition to racial profiling and discrimination, or those who have most proudly showboated their immigrant heritage, have incongruously voted yes tonight. Because they are also the ones who have loved ones employed by the county that Tom DeGees controls. What a reveal, because just after that depraved and embarrassing vote, you threatened a fellow committee member with a letter to a party chair, which, I mean, really, like, enough with the letters tonight. And then following that, you said to a young Black college advocate, "Meet me outside." Come on, let's call this contract exactly for what it is, since you revealed it yourselves. It's more basic, unimaginative, dangerous county jobs that allow you to exercise political threats against anyone that dares to oppose you. Some of you, and excuse me because you're not spring chickens, some of you, and real leadership means building a real deep bench. And the only place that I've seen true leadership tonight is in the countless emails that have happened over the weekend, the group chats, the DMs of people encouraging people. Because just as there isn't a deep bench, there's no leadership at the top, no future that you've built for our party. Do you not remember the Proud Boy doxing that happened earlier this year in Jersey City? Do you not remember the waterfront rally that they had in September? Or the car caravan that drove from Union City down to Hoboken and then shut down the Garden State Parkway the weekend before the election? Guess who's growing their ranks, because it ain't Democrats. I've heard over 100 people tonight who believe in democratic ideals, but have lost faith in your ability to actualize them. So if you are one of those callers tonight, I'm speaking directly to you, because it doesn't matter what the hell we say to freeholders. I'm speaking to you. Ask the clerk for a copy of the recording tonight and write down every single name of the person that you agree with. Connect with us. Connect with your neighbors who organized hard and turned out today, because we have your back and they don't.
Thank you, Amy.
The next speaker is Maria Ramirez. Maria, can you hear us? You're self-muted.
I had the privilege of translating a meeting, actually the visit, that included Anthony Romano and Albert Cifelli, which they continuously used in order to justify the vote tonight. And I heard them repeatedly when they spoke with people detained about pigeonholed people to say that they would rather be detained in facilities, not in Arizona, but in Mississippi, rather than in Hudson. You used the dreams and aspirations of people wanting to leave the facility. When you first spoke to them, they didn't talk about wanting to be incarcerated in a Mississippi facility. They talked about freedom. They talked about their desire to go back to their families, their desire to sustain their daughters and their children and their family members. And you sat here and you used their stories to justify your position. Shame on you, Cifelli. Shame on you, Cifelli, for using the lives of people who are currently incarcerated in that facility. I am appalled and I am disgusted by your use of people's horrific horrific experiences inside of a detention center. Shame on you for using their stories. And Romano was supposedly the translator of this visit. Romano, who has no experience, absolutely no experience, any experience in his ability, he proved his ability or his inability to actually communicate in Spanish. You pigeonholed people into saying that they would rather be imprisoned in your fucking facility because the only other option that you provided was being imprisoned in a faraway facility. Shame on you. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Not only is this meeting being recorded, but that visit in that facility is also being recorded. And we heard, and for the entire community who can speak Spanish, understands the ways in which you pigeonhole people into saying that they would rather be imprisoned in the facility in Hudson. When they approached you, they talked about their families and they wanted freedom. They wanted to be able to speak to their family members. And Cifelli, you came around and turned around. The reason why you weren't speaking to your family was because of COVID? No.
Ms. Ramirez,
The
next speaker is Mariam Zen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Mariam Zain. I'm a resident of Hudson County. And I was one of the people who was waiting for 9 hours to speak. And on your end, put my hand down, I put it up, you put it down. So I don't know what the deal is there. But man, where do I even start? Well, first I want to say that I am a proud daughter of 2 African immigrants, and I have the privilege of pursuing my Juris Doctorate at Fordham University, which I know is not, but I hope in my time there, I'll be able to learn how to rhetorically bully people as much as I have heard you do tonight. That's just the introduction that I wanted to give, because it's appalling to me how you're using your legal skills to mind manipulate people throughout this meeting. So what I want to say is that this country was born out of genocide and slaughter. It's what defines this country. Blood money has been trading hands from white man to white man for hundreds of years. And when I think about the manifestations of this aberrant system, I feel like I'm looking at it right now. Can you guys hear me okay?
Now I can.
Okay.
You muffled for a second.
Okay. Do I need to repeat anything?
No.
Okay. So as a Black woman, the daughter of a Haitian immigrant and the daughter of a Sudanese immigrant, 2